Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
Come on! What?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
I'm staying in the race.
Could you drum up?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Consequences.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Don't even play.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch. The supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. How rude.
To gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
A what now?
Jesus, I say that.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. You fool me, you can't get fooled again.
You are fat, you are a joke, you are stupid, you are not funny. You are not funny.
This makes me want to burn this motherfucker down. Come on, Boogie, let's burn this motherfucker down! Boogie! crazy enough to what? Yeah.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
It's a great day for being sad.
I don't want reality.
Break now.
And now you see just how I won that championship.
I see that you know your judo.
Facebook, Zuckerbucks. China. I have to have my China.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
Close it up just like my wife's vagina.
Winter is coming.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Awful. Weak.
This is ridiculous!
Precision of language. Please.
Welcome to the Resistance.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pill.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Aren't I a good guy?
Cacao?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Well, here we are once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot for us to talk about here today, Space fans, so I suppose we gotta get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep, dark void. Do some shout-outs before I get into what's happening here on the stream today. Seen a lot of people in the chat. Hermit Horologist Joe 47771 and George Waters 123 in the YouTube chat. Jet also here. Moanoep. Look Bovine, Arvin Trevino. Bo Z. Series. Epimew. EDC. Sarah Layla. Frizla or Rumor. Mr. Spock, Earl of Laurel. That may be everyone. All right, good to see all of you. All of you in the chat. On this Friday, week-ending report time. It has been quite a week, has it not? Incredibly busy. Filled with news, and yet one piece of news seemed to dominate over all of the other headlines. That is, of course, the death, the assassination of Charlie Kirk at that TPUSA event in Utah. But there has been a lot of other stuff going on this week today, Jen, and I mean, we've got to talk about today. And I suppose we'll get right to it. Starting in the United States, we're actually not going to start with the Charlie Kirk situation. We're going to get to that. But first, partly, the reason why I'm doing this in this way is because I feel like we haven't talked enough at all about anything else this week. I mean, I did a stream that was entirely dedicated to Charlie Kirk on Wednesday, which felt weird. Certainly wasn't something I was expecting to do this week. So let's start here. Week-ending report 4 days ago. Let's look at the polls. Harry Emden, the great Harry Emden.
Two new polls out from CBS and NBC News show most Americans do not approve of how President Trump is doing his job. It's a different story with this base. The CBS News poll pegging his approval rating among Republicans at 91%, though. The new polls coming as Trump puts his focus on deploying the National Guard onto the streets of D.C. while implementing hardline immigration tactics. CNN Chief Data Analyst Harry Enten is here to run the numbers on all of this, and we do have some fresh numbers today. So, Harry, what are they telling us?
Yeah, I think they're telling us what we know about the Trump presidency is that Americans don't like it. So why don't we just take a look at these new polling that we have, and he remains underwater. Weak News poll. Look at that. He's 12 points underwater. You want to go over to NBC? You want a different network?
Even more underwater.
Network, but it's the exact same story. 14 points underwater. Double digits on this. This has been the story throughout much of the Trump presidency. He remains underwater as we get past Labor Day, Jessica.
And just how consistent have Trump's ratings been?
Yeah, okay. So this to me was the fascinating thing because, you know, I come on either every Saturday or Sunday or sometimes like this weekend, both days, and I talk about, oh, Trump's approval rating, he's underwater. I come up with some witty line or some line I think is witty, like he's more underwater than Little Mermaid or something like that. And I decided to actually look, okay, how long has this dude been underwater? All right, so let's take a look at it. All right, negative net approval rating for Trump every single day.
Harry would be the one to come up with that analogy. More underwater than the Little Mermaid.
single day in my aggregate polls since March 12th. Since March 12th, in terms of number of days, 180 days in a row he has been underwater. That is basically half a year. You know, the NFL season started this week. You basically have to go back to the end of the last NFL season to find a day in which Trump was above water. The bottom line is he has been swimming with the fishes for a very,
as Harry would say,
awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Awful and weak. Okay, hold on. We're not going to watch this whole video, but I think Harry had more numbers. Even more numbers. That's right. Even more numbers than that. 180 days in a row underwater. More underwater, as Harry would say, than the Little Mermaid. Awful. Weak. Let's go get more granular, as some would say. Take a look at some specific demographic groups. Some groups which Trump, and his acolytes were claiming great victories with in the 2024 election.
Which was the last full month in which he was above ground. Well, take a look here. Trump's net approval rating among age 18 to 29. We're looking at the CBS News poll, but it holds true in the average as well. He was +2 back in late February. Look at where he is now. My God, that is a 32-point drop since the beginning of this year. How about Hispanics? He was at -6, a little bit underwater, but not too bad. But look at where he is now. -34 points. That's what is that? That's a 28-point drop since February. These, of course, were two groups that he exceeded expectations with back in the 2024 election, did much better than the traditional Republican has this century. But now these groups have absolutely moved away from him, and he is way underwater.
Young people, Hispanics. Massive double-digit drops, 32-point drop in 6 months, and a 20 with 18 to 29, which is Gen Z, and then the 28 points with Hispanics. It's
awful, awful, weak.
No other way to say it. Awful, weak. All across the board. But that's not all.
Negative red, Jessica Dean, -2 points, -3 points, -12 points, -14 points, -17 points. On all the key issues of the day, he is underwater, Jessica. No wonder you can't survive in a presidency having a positive net
There's
approval
no air down
when
there.
You're underwater on
How are you
going
going to expect? How can you expect to survive in a presidency when you have no air to breathe? Come on, you're underwater. You think that you can survive without air? You stupid.
Two of his best issues, and now he's underwater on all of them. And then, of course, the economy, which was the reason he was reelected in the first place. This is the one I really circle here. He's 14 points underwater, which basically looks pretty much like those CBS News and NBC News polls, which have him at -12 and -14 points. I'll point out one last little thing. I'm going to jump ahead a question because I just feel like I'm such a roll, Jessica Dean. I just feel like the energy with me.
Don't let us stop you.
Thank you very much. So we see all this negative, but the thing that you pointed out at the beginning that I think is so important, what is the one saving grace for Donald Trump right now? And that is the Republican base. What are we talking about here? Well, take a look here. Republicans who approve of Trump. Well, in the CBS News poll back in February, look at this. It was 90%. Look at where it is now. You mentioned it at the top. It's at 91%. As long as this Republican base sticks with him, as long.
I love how Donald Trump has done all the things the Republicans supposedly hate. He's increased the deficit. He's enacted martial law. He's waged a trade war, basically a war on free markets by introducing import taxes, increasing taxes, aside from the ultra wealthy, and yet his supporters have only rewarded him for it. It's truly incredible. It's truly incredible. By the way, I just want to point out, I did a little math, and we do have a galactic deficit that we are running this month. It is less than last month, though, somehow, even though we had a big chunk of time last month that we didn't stream that I would have liked to stream. Still actually made more money than the month before that, so, you know, silver lining. But we do, in fact, still have a galactic deficit. And the best way, of course, too. The best ways in which to contribute to that goal would be to go over to Cash App, PayPal, or to become a galactic patron. All good ways to help with the galactic deficit, of course, because we get that money immediately, if not sooner, unlike with YouTube, where we have to wait a month, sometimes nearly 2 months, right? The very beginnings of months, we're talking about, you know, waiting 7 weeks to see any of those funds as the months come closer. Closer to an end, it becomes less so. You know, like the very last day of the month, it's like 3 weeks away. So really, the later you donate on YouTube, the more sooner I'll see it. All right. Now, one thing that may be affecting Donald Trump's approval ratings, which are, of course, as we discussed, awful.
Awful.
And weak.
Weak.
Could have something to do with the Epstein files. Let's talk about them. Because we certainly didn't do it on Wednesday. No, we did not do that.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The House Oversight Committee has released more documents from the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein's estate, including a birthday book given to him by friends. The book includes a sexually suggestive note and sketch of a naked woman that appears to be signed by Donald Trump. In the text, Trump says, "We have certain things in common, Jeffrey." It concludes with Trump writing, "A pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret," unquote. The White House has denied the letter was created by Trump, but the New York Times has revealed Trump's signature is very similar to his signature on other documents from that period, a simple Donald. A second page of the birthday book featured an image of Epstein holding a large check. Democratic lawmakers said the photo showed Epstein and a longtime Mar-a-Lago member joking about selling a, quote, fully depreciated, quote, unquote, woman to Donald Trump for $22,500. As pressure grows on the Trump administration to release the full Epstein files, we turn to look at how the country's largest bank, J.P. Morgan, enabled Epstein's sex trafficking operation and profited from its ties to Jeffrey Epstein. On Monday, the New York Times published a major expose on J.P. Morgan's ties to Epstein. It's based on more than 13,000 pages of legal and financial records. According to the Times, J.P. Morgan processed more than 4,700 transactions, totaling more than $1.1 billion for Epstein, including payments to some of the women who were sexually trafficked. We're joined now by David Enrich, Deputy Investigations Editor for the New York Times. He co-wrote the piece headlined, "How J.P. Morgan Enabled the Crimes of Jeffrey Epstein." David, welcome back to Democracy Now! Why don't you start with that headline? How did J.P. Morgan enable the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein?
Well, for many years, J.P. Morgan was basically the primary bank serving Epstein. And in the course of the 15 years that it worked with him, it did a number of things. And first and foremost, it set up accounts for not only him and his companies, but also quite a few of his victims who had been trafficked into the United States, and it arranged for Epstein to be able to pay those victims both in the U.S. and in Eastern European countries and in Russia. The bank lent him money that was associated for projects associated with sex trafficking. It, in some cases, just paid him cash, millions of dollars of it over the years to thank him for some of the services he had provided the bank. And over and over again, when people within the bank raised red flags about how much cash Epstein was withdrawing and some
Such great services you provided us, sir. Here.
Aren't I a good guy?
Here's millions of dollars.
The suspicious wire transfers he was doing, people higher up at the bank essentially looked the other way because they wanted to keep this guy as a lucrative client. And so, and basically, Epstein's sex trafficking operation, we now know, operated in large part because he had unfettered access to the global financial system. And for many years, it was JP Morgan that was providing him with that access.
Take us through the timeline. And David Enrich, what about other banks? Did Jeffrey Epstein try to bank with other banks? I mean, this perhaps the most prestigious, the largest bank in the United States. But wasn't he turned away by bank after bank?
Well, there's some question about who turned him away and when. And certainly we know that in 2013, after JP Morgan, after years of internal pressure, finally parted ways with him, he went right on to another bank, the German lender Deutsche Bank, which is,
immediately,
you
if
may
not
recall, was
sooner.
the bank that was willing to do business with Donald Trump, among others. But the history with JP Morgan and Jeffrey Epstein starts in the late 1990s, and Epstein at the time was a very wealthy but kind of mysterious guy. The bank itself, in documents that we've reviewed, didn't have a whole lot of information on where his money was coming from, who he was working for, or why he was important. All they knew is that he was parking a ton of money at the bank and generating millions of dollars a year in fees. And over the ensuing years, Epstein's role inside the bank became more and more important, and it involved not just doing business that made money for the bank, but he introduced the bank to a lot of potential clients, to government leaders like Benjamin Netanyahu, and advised them on strategic.
If he, like, this is the thing that I was asking earlier about this revelation, because we talked about this, I think, Jesus, briefly on Monday or Tuesday. I mean, I think I streamed Monday, Wednesday. I can't remember if I streamed Tuesday. I know I didn't stream yesterday, even though I was thinking about doing it. I think we talked about it Monday. I was asking myself if it was whether or not he had met with Jamie Dimon. You gotta figure, if he's, introducing the prime minister of a country, any country, to bank management, you would think that Jamie Dimon would have been there for events like that. Benjamin Netanyahu, prime minister, that just seems to make sense to me.
Initiatives,
which has happened,
and provide them kind of with troubleshooting advice along the way. So he was a really indispensable part of the bank, and an indispensable partner, I think, to some of the bank's very highest-ranking executives.
Now, if you could talk about the significance of this. In fact, it was two Israeli prime ministers, Benjamin Netanyahu, that he brought to the bank, as well as Ehud Barak.
Yeah, so there's a laundry list of rich, powerful, famous people that Epstein counted among his acquaintances, and he was extremely adept at using those connections to ingratiate himself with lots of other people and institutions. JP Morgan was very eager to do business with him and to accept the introductions he was offering. And
that shit is wild. Wednesday? No, it couldn't have been Wednesday, because Wednesday we spent 10 hours, or at least more than 9 hours talking about Charlie Kirk. So I know it was not Wednesday. It had to have been Monday or Tuesday. All right, let's go here. Breaking points from 3 days ago. Trump Epstein letter revealed as Republicans freak.
Okay, turning now to Epstein, some extraordinary new information being released by the House Oversight Committee. You'll all remember the story about the so-called birthday book for Jeffrey Epstein, which included a letter allegedly from Donald Trump. The White House claimed that it was a forgery, that it was a fake, that it didn't exist. The Wall Street Journal was actually sued, Rupert Murdoch and others, by Donald Trump personally for defamation, claiming that no such letter ever existed. They said that they never even showed them the letter. Well, the letter has now been released to the House Oversight Committee. It is part of several pages now released by the Oversight Committee from the so-called birthday book directly from the estate of Jeffrey Epstein. So let's make that very clear. This was from the estate of Jeffrey Epstein, this so-called birthday book that was compiled by Ghislaine Maxwell, has a lot of other luminaries and other interesting people, but the allegation from the White House now is that it's a fake letter which was actually planted in the Epstein estate, I guess, from the year 2003. And since that time has bubbled up, that forgery. So just presenting that. And we'll get to some of the White House.
The one that's going after Bill Gates and Bill Clinton and all of the Democrats. It's the fake Democrat hoax made by Hillary Clinton and Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
Second, but let's take a look at the letter, which was described for us only by the Wall Street Journal. Let's go ahead and put B4, please, up on the screen so you can all see it now for yourself. There it is. And I'll remind you kind of the weird cryptic poem that was written there in typeface, voiceover. There must be more to life than having everything. Donald, yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey, nor will I, since I know what it is. Donald, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, yes, we do, come to think of it. Donald, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me since the last time I saw you. Donald, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday. May every day be another wonderful secret. Donald J. Trump with a signature there listed. So B5, please, just to go and show everybody. The initial understanding and statement from the White House is, quote, time to News Corp to open that checkbook. It's not his signature.
It's not his signature. You're kidding me. One example. Now, the fact is we sat here, we did this, we went through these, we heard about this on the day that this letter was released. People had already been saying this at that point. We showed you here at GNN that Donald Trump's signature is varied. It's very chaotic. He doesn't do it the same way every single time. It changes from day to day. He's an erratic man. The one thing that it doesn't change is that it is pointy. It is pointy, and I suppose erraticness could be considered something consistent. He's consistently erratic and very pointy. Very, very angry letters, Donald Trump. It's like each letter is like a spike. If you fell on Donald Trump's signature, you would be injured.
Defamation in all caps. That is from Taylor Budowich. He is the Deputy White House Chief of Staff and a cabinet secretary there over at the White House. A little bit of an issue, though, because in the New York Times story and the Wall Street Journal, they've actually released other side-by-side photos of Trump's signature from that time period, and they do appear to look very similar. So not a signature expert, obviously, or any of that. You can judge it all for yourselves, but certainly some of the story about how allegedly this is a fake doesn't pass some of the smell tests, considering that it does come from the Epstein estate itself. By the way, in terms of who leaked this, it's very interesting originally because...
Can you imagine that? The Epstein estate fabricating evidence against Donald Trump? To what end? Is a question that I ask. To what end does the Jeffrey Epstein estate, with Jeffrey Epstein dead, Ghislaine Maxwell in prison, and Donald Trump working with Ghislaine Maxwell, what would the Jeffrey Epstein estate have to gain?
So some of the things that have now come out from the Epstein estate that were released by the House Oversight Committee appear to actually have been a part of some exhibits in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. So that birthday book has probably had access both by U.S. prosecutors and the FBI, some since 2019, but also obviously available to the Ghislaine Maxwell legal team. So still lots of speculation as to who originally leaked it, but we can all go read it for ourselves. I was reading some of it this morning. It's unbelievably creepy.
It's disgusting.
And this is like, I'm taking Trump out of this. Trump was one of many included with lewd and creepy, disgusting messages from literally some of the world's richest, most powerful people. They're all writing in some sort of secret code. We have little children, cartoon drawings. And I mean, I'm not exaggerating. Emily and I will fully go through some of this stuff tomorrow. But obviously, the headline here is specifically about Trump and his denial. And as part of the reason why, you know, immediately they started saying that all the Epstein files themselves were a hoax. But you can see here, the story's not going away, and it's becoming more inconvenient for the White House and for everybody else who has touched this man over the years.
That was an interesting choice of language there at the end.
I used it correctly.
Well, with regard to who leaked it, I mean, it is worth noting that since Ghislaine Maxwell got her little cushy move to her low security Club Fed, and she had her nice little conversation with the deputy AG, we haven't gotten any more leaks now, have we? So that is an interesting thing to note. Can we put the B4 back up on the screen?
I can't remember if they cover it in this one or in one of the next videos we go through, but something I heard is that in the book there, I can't remember whose letter it was, but because there's but there's one letter that was supposedly in this book, and I haven't gone through the book, and I think that it exists in full somewhere, but there's supposedly pictures in this book, like with cartoons showing a caricature of Jeffrey Epstein giving little girls balloons, and then having those little girls, then like the next scene, those little girls are like giving him a massage. Like, it's disgusting. I mean, it shows that everybody was in on this thing. Like all these people that are in this book. Like much of what was going in here. Like I'll bet you Ghislaine Maxwell went to all these men, right? Because she's the one who compiled it. Probably said, hey, you know what Jeffrey likes. Do something like that, you know? Get us some, give me something, you know, that get him, you know, oh God, it's just so disgusting.
As many people are noting, this did not look the way that we expected it to look. It is even more disturbing to see in person. And, you know, I thought that there's sort of an assumption when you think of like a grown man drawing a female shape. You expect giant boobs. That's what I'm trying to say. Now, listen, I appreciate the inclusivity of the small-breasted woman community.
Aren't I a good guy?
However, many are also pointing out this actually looks like a prepubescent girl. So when you have the president of the United States writing in this creepy-ass code about the secrets they have in common and enigmas, etc., may every day be another wonderful secret. On this image, it is very hard to come up with what an innocent explanation of what he is referring to is. Especially, Sagar, to your point, when you put it in context of the rest of the book, which is fucking disgusting. Can put B8 up on the screen to give you a little taste of what we're talking about. This is the one.
Oh my God.
You can see here a cartoon drawing of Jeffrey Epstein.
This is horrifying.
Handing balloons to little girls in the year they say 1983, and then in 2003, the present day, him receiving massage from girls who are unclothed or barely clothed, and it says, "What a great country." So seemingly a cartoon depiction of
the plane with the correct. I mean, it's a cartoon all the way down to having the correct. What do you call this? I always forget what you call this. It's a call sign. That's not what it is. It's like plane, the tag. It's basically like a license plate on the tail there. Jesus Christ, it's just horrifying. Hitler was quite the artist, dude. Yeah. I wonder who wrote that. I wonder who wrote that picture. Okay, I'm gonna start a goal in chat. We're not quite an hour in, but I figure might as well start it now. Okay, goal is started. You can also contribute to 2 goals at once by contributing to the Galactic Deficit over on Cash App or PayPal, or by becoming a Galactic Patron. That's right. 2 for 1. Talk about a deal. That opportunity is open till we complete the Galactic Deficit. All right, let's go here. Now, earlier this week, I tried to cut down on videos. I could have left this in here, but at one point earlier today, I had over 200 videos. I had to cut it down. I cut it down to 160, which still feels like a lot, considering this is number 4. Let's go here, though. You probably heard earlier claims from Mike Johnson and others, but I think Mike Johnson may have been the first one to make the claim that Donald Trump was in fact working for the FBI. He then walked back that claim a few days ago after, I don't know, like some tiny amount of sense made it back into Mike Johnson's little skull.
The White House is denying President Trump wrote a birthday letter to Jeffrey Epstein more than 20 years ago. The birthday note was released yesterday by the House Oversight Committee, along with more records from the Epstein estate. Now, the message...
Bob Carmody, cracking the ice, not quite breaking it. A half a chat. So that gets us to 1/2 out of 10. Still much appreciated. Prayers, I mean, of course, it's appreciated. Prayers and thoughts, so very much appreciated for those prayers and thoughts.
apparently bears the signature of President Trump and is typed with an outline of what appears to be a naked woman. The note was first reported by the Wall Street Journal in July. At the time, the president described it as fake, and he's now suing the outlet. This comes as House Speaker Mike Johnson is walking back comments he made that President Trump was an FBI informant in the Epstein investigation.
I don't know if I used the right word. I said FBI informant. I'm not sure. I wasn't there. This isn't my lane. I'm just repeating what is common knowledge and has been out in the public for a long time.
Common
President
knowledge.
Trump was never a hindrance to the Epstein investigation. He was trying to assist.
He was never a hindrance to the investigation.
CBS News correspondent Natalie.
I mean, I was never a hindrance to the investigation either. That doesn't make me that doesn't make me an FBI agent. Doesn't make me an FBI informant or like some, what is it, a white hat, a white hat. Like, it's ridiculous. Oh my God, what a claim from Mike Johnson there. Look, I'm just repeating very obvious things that everybody knew, but we'd all heard. Of course, I don't think anybody here had ever heard before, before Mike Johnson claimed it, that Donald Trump was somehow an FBI informant. And I don't think that he has any evidence for it whatsoever. Bob Carmody coming in with a second super chat now. Okay, will this one count? Absolutely, it does count. That counts. It gets us to 1.5 now. Much appreciated. Omega Star also super chatting, getting us to 2.5. Boo, Mike Johnson. Tomato emoji. Much appreciated, both of you. Getting us to a very quick start on the goal. Already 25% done in a short period of time.
And joins us from the White House with more on all of this. Good morning, Natalie. Explain this walk back from Johnson and the letter that was just released.
Good morning, Errol. Well, Speaker Johnson, you heard him. He acknowledged that maybe he used the wrong word, but he was referencing comments that were made by the attorney for the victims that we heard from last week over on Capitol Hill, saying that, you know, years ago, President Trump, when he was not a politician, was helping in this investigation. Now, Speaker Johnson, calling him an FBI informant, acknowledged that that maybe was not the correct terminology, but trying to make the case that he was not hurting this investigation that launched years ago. Now, as for this new document released late yesterday by Democrats on the House Oversight Committee, the top Democrat on the committee saying that he wants President Trump to tell what he knows about the case and release
Yes, secret agent man.
files, something that
Tell us what you know about the case. You all want to know. Look, listen, okay? I was a FBI informant, okay? I was a white hat PDF file, all right? I was hanging out with a lot of creepy people who were doing nasty, nasty things to underage girls, not because I liked it. No, it's because I have a treasure trove of information. And the only thing I need to talk about it is full immunity for all of my acts. Omega Star with a sweet, sweet super chat. Oh, wait, no, that was the wrong one. No, Colombia Rican. Colombia Rican with a sweet, sweet super chat. So, are we saying that Trump is actually a secret agent, man? Is he the spy that... Well, I'd rather not finish that quote. Well, I don't know. I'm not saying he's a spy. I think that's ridiculous. I don't think Donald Trump or Mike Johnson have any evidence for Donald Trump. They do not have any files of all of the hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of documents in the Epstein files. I'll bet you there's not a single file saying Donald Trump, cooperating witness in the Epstein investigation. Not happening.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Anyway, thank you, Columbia Rican. That gets us now to 3.5 of 10 already. Essentially 33% of the way in 8 minutes. Incredible speed at which we are moving on that goal right now. All right. Now, Caroline Levitt has been very busy this week. Incredibly busy. Over there at the Ministry of Truth. She had things to say about this after this letter came out. Was it over the weekend? I'm trying to think. Was it Sunday that the letter came out? Monday? Tuesday? Was it Tuesday? I think it might have been Tuesday. It's hard to keep track. This week is kind of a blur. It's been kind of insane. Did I get your Cash App? I did get the Cash App, which is going to count to the goal, making it getting us to 4.5 and taking us down just slightly on the galactic deficit financing goal. Much appreciated. We're at 325. Well, wait, what am I doing? That is not how you do this. That is not. Why am I doing it that way? This is the way we do it. Yeah, then we know how much we've raised. That makes more sense. Yes, I do see your Cash App, and thank you for that. Okay, to Caroline, who looks, wow, she does not look happy. I wonder if she prayed before this.
Would the White House support a professional handwriting expert review of the document released yesterday to prove that it's not the president's signature?
Sure, we would support that. And in fact, I have already seen many forensic analysts of signatures coming out. I believe it was the Daily Signal that published a piece with 3 separate signature analysts who said that this absolutely was not the president's authentic signature. And we have maintained that position all along. The president did not write this letter. He did not sign this letter. And that's why the president's external legal team is aggressively pursuing litigation against the Wall Street Journal, and they will continue.
The Daily Signal is literal propaganda. Okay, the Daily Signal is basically if the New York Post was specifically right-leaning, right? Like that was their goal, right? If it wasn't just, you know, salacious and perhaps not fully verified stories, it was salacious and not fully verified stories with a right-leaning bias, because it's basically a baby of the Heritage Foundation. And I am so glad we have Caroline Levitt, because if we didn't, I wouldn't know that this was actually a fake signature, thanks to the Daily Signal. It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. Oh, the very reputable Daily Signal. Fucking handwriting analysis. Oh, yes. Very credible. Omega Star with another super chat, getting us to 5.5. Caroline Levitt twisting into pretzels. Yes, Caroline always twisting herself into pretzels, but it's because she's on a mission from God. I saw a video earlier of her like doing a prayer circle. I don't have the video, but I think I saw it on the Majority Report or something. Somewhere where Caroline was doing a goddamn prayer circle before going out to do her little press briefings at the Ministry of Truth. Oh my God, we are living in the worst timeline, I swear to God. All right, we are at 5.5 of 10 already. Shockingly. I take it back. Call it 6 of 10 with only 13 minutes. That's basically half a chat every minute. 13 minutes in. And we're 6 of 10. Done. Morbius Dragon. Gifted galactic membership to Little Furrow. Enjoy that. My God. Seems like people really want to make sure that we have all of the content today. What a day to do it. Like I was saying before, we have a perhaps not unprecedented, but certainly almost unrivaled amount of content here. 161 videos to get through. Like I said, it's been an incredibly busy week, even if you don't count what's been going on with Charlie Kirk. One thing I keep thinking to myself and then trying to shove back into the back of my skull is that, like, oh, this is like, is that somehow, like, I'm not even going to say it. I'm not even going to say it. You know why? Because I'm not equipped to defend myself in Alex Jones style lawsuit right now. Let's go here. Talk more about that birthday book. AP, 3 days ago. Trump and Bill Clinton appear to be in that birthday book, it would seem.
there are more names besides President Donald Trump which are included in a collection of birthday messages that was sent to Jeffrey Epstein.
So this is a Democrat hoax that never ends. We gave him everything over and over again, more and more and more, and nobody's ever satisfied.
An entry attributed to former President Bill Clinton is among about 50 greetings that appear in the 50th birthday book compiled for Epstein in 2003, years before he faced charges related to sexual exploitation of underage girls. The message attributed to Clinton appears to match his handwriting and signature and praises Epstein's quote, "childlike curiosity." The message, which is difficult to read, is written in cursive in black marker on a white.
Thing about Bill is he's already gone through one episode of telling everybody that he did not have sexual relations with that woman. So I think, you know, tough to defend yourself when you're already very much documented as being a guy who might be inclined to not be entirely honest about your sexual activities.
Of paper. Clinton's office didn't respond to a request for comment. His office previously said he knew nothing about Epstein's crimes and traveled with him for humanitarian trips. Alan Dershowitz, a law professor who has represented both Trump and Epstein, also made an entry in Epstein's book. He didn't respond to an email seeking comment. Some others who held positions in business or academia.
No kidding. Dersh
are also included.
Dersh didn't have a response? That is shocked. I am shocked. I am shocked and appalled. Or Dershowitz does not have a response. That is, wow. Unexpected. He's always got things to say. Colombia Rican with another sweet, sweet super chat. To answer Trump, you know how we are satisfied? With you no longer president and rotting in jail for every single crime
illegal
you have committed.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Actually, this is the better sound shot for that one.
Right to jail, right away.
Thank you, Columbia Rican. That gets us to 7. 7 of 10 people. This is pretty much unprecedented speed. 16 minutes in. 7 super chats of 10. On the goal. Already done. Let's go here to CNN from 3 days ago. Talk about this Epstein situation. Things keep coming out all week, even though all we seem to have been talking about everywhere on every channel. Which is why I am demanding of myself that we talk about something else for at least for many portions of this stream. But like, it feels like all we've been talking about all week, or at least for the last half, the back half of this week, has been, you know, and perhaps rightly so, Charlie Kirk. All right, let's go here.
More Epstein documents about to be released. The Epstein estate, right now as I speak, preparing to hand over more information to the House Oversight Committee. And I'm going to speak with the top Democrat on that committee in just a moment about what they're expecting and when. It comes as the White House press secretary is still calling all of this a hoax.
And why are the Democrats all of a sudden caring about this? It's because they are desperately trying to concoct a hoax to smear the president of the United States.
Epstein's crimes, as we say every time this story happens, is and were not a hoax. They were disgusting and warrant full investigation. And anyone who knew about them, was aware of them, or participated in them should be held to account. But don't take our word for it.
Awful. Weak.
Victims.
We are tired of looking at the news and seeing Jeffrey Epstein's name and saying that this is a hoax. We are tired of it.
Mr. President Donald J. Trump, I am a registered Republican, not that that matters because this is not political. However, I cordially invite you to the Capitol to meet me in person so you can understand this is not a hoax. We are real human beings. This is real trauma.
Haley Robson, who you just heard right there, will be my guest. She is coming up in just a few moments. But the White House did not stop there in trying to make this a mere political fight. and trying to make this about Democrats versus Republicans.
They could have cared about those victims 4 years ago when Joe Biden was in office. They could have pushed for transparency then.
I'm staying in the
Now
race.
that is true. But somebody was pushing then for transparency, right? Somebody who is not pushing for it now, somebody who is blocking it now. And that somebody is Republicans, and specifically Republicans who are very close to Trump.
How is it that my father can be convicted of 34 crimes, but no one on Epstein's list has even been brought to light?
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
Put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are.
What the hell are they?
Let's get the files and figure it out.
Well, those voices now, so many of them so quiet, are suddenly on the other side of this. Still, tonight, no one has been brought to light, as Don Jr. rightly demanded. So why is the White House now trying to block?
Yeah, everyone is saying to release the files. I mean, Tim Pool.
Let's get the files and figure it out.
Let's get the files and figure it out.
That same transparency that Trump's closest allies once fought so hard for. Well, is it perhaps because it now hits too close to home? I mean, sure, there's Trump's signature on the letter in Jeffrey Epstein's book, tip of the iceberg, perhaps. Trump's name on an oversized check featured in a photo showing Epstein joking about selling Trump a, quote, fully depreciated. Now, the White House says neither of those signatures
Honestly, that's got to be one of the most disgusting ways to talk about a woman.
hasn't been accused of wrongdoing.
I don't know exactly what they're referring to. We can guess. But just referring to a woman, anyone, a human being, as depreciated in such a way. It's just incredibly demeaning, dehumanizing sort of language. Really gross.
Now, the White House says neither of those signatures are Trump's. And of course, Trump hasn't been accused of wrongdoing in relation to Epstein's crimes. But despite years of calls for transparency from Trump's allies and an ongoing lack of transparency from the White House, Republicans are changing their tune, no longer calling for that same transparency and instead jumping on board with the easy bandwagon of quote unquote Democratic hoax. But not all Republicans. And one Republican who has stood up for what is right here has his theory as to what's going on.
I don't think my colleagues are happy about covering up for pedophiles, but that's what's happening. And it's so sick and twisted. The reason they're doing it is because they're terrified of President Trump's political machine.
Okay, he said it. And that is the reality. And it is clear that Trump wants to move on. Right today, when he was asked about the signature in the birthday book, he responded, quote, "I don't comment on something that's a dead issue. It's a dead issue." I think he thinks that if he says that enough times, it will suddenly become true.
Are people
But
still
why is it
talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
dead when we don't have any of the information?
People still talking about that? Dead. It is dead. He's dead. Why are we still talking about Jeffrey? Yeah. I mean, Donald Trump has been, ever since this letter came out, he's been up to, let's be real. This letter, I think this letter really gets under Donald Trump's skin. Or at least, I think he knows just how damaging it is to him, which is why he went after the Wall Street Journal for $10 billion. $10 billion. $10 billion. I think that the sum of money he asked for really speaks to just how upset Donald Trump was when the Wall Street Journal spoke about they didn't even release the picture of it, when they just merely mentioned this excerpt from the birthday book in that article. That's all it took, and he sued them for $10 billion.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I think by Donald Trump's reaction, I think we know intrinsically that it is A, real, and B, almost definitely getting to him, that it is out there. And that he was thinking all this time that maybe it would never come out. he would stay trapped in the Epstein estate archives, never to be seen again. Maybe it had been burned. Who knows?
Comer says he's not going to investigate why if the president's signature is forged.
Oh shit! Hold on.
On the drawings, have you seen the drawings from?
What just happened?
I haven't. No, I've heard about it, but no.
Okay.
I haven't. No,
White House
I
says it's not
haven't
true,
heard
so.
about it. So. Right. Okay, Mike. Well, that was a super quick clip, Mike Johnson. We don't really even need to see it because there was no video for it. That was Mike Johnson. If you recognize that voice, saying when asked if he had yet seen the birthday book, the drawing that Donald Trump had allegedly done and contributed to this book. No. I hadn't seen that. I hadn't seen it. Hasn't seen it apparently. Been too busy. Mike Johnson. Too busy. Too busy legislating. You know, he's just a mighty man of valor. What in the fuck is going on here? Did I get signed out of... Did my YouTube... Don't tell me my YouTube premium account got... Oh no, I got signed out.
I think so. I think this would.
God damn it. You're killing me.
This game, you're not ready for it.
You're in the middle of this beautiful sci-fi environment.
Comer says he's not going to investigate why if the president's signature is forged, as he says, on the drawings. Have you seen the drawings from the birthday book?
I haven't. No, I've heard about it, but no.
Okay.
I've heard about it, but no. Liar. Fucking liar. This thing was in the news so hard. You'd have to have your like phone turned off to not have seen it. And this picture is perfect for Mike. Just like nervously lying. What? No. Oh, what? No, I haven't seen it. Haven't seen it. All right, let's go here. This was 2 days ago. Donald Trump responding to claims that he sent a birthday card to Jeffrey Epstein.
So Putin's going to have the call will happen this week?
I think so. I think this week or early next week. Thank you. Thank you. Enjoy it. It's not my signature. And it's
Not my
the way I speak.
signature.
And anybody that's covered
I don't
me
say
for a long time,
words.
That's not my language.
That's not my.
It's nonsense.
That's-
And frankly, you waste time. What you're trying to get off the great excessive. DC and about 200 other things we've done that are so.
Stop trying to distract us from the great success in DC, okay? Not my words, not my signature. I don't write words or think thoughts, and I don't know why you're trying to distract us. It's very, very nasty. Probably with the fake news media. Now, more questions around this signature have seemingly come up. Caroline Levitt asked whether or not handwriting experts would be welcome to verify Donald Trump's signature on that card.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
About the Epstein case, would the White House support a professional handwriting expert review of the document released yesterday to prove that it's not the president's signature?
Sure, we would support that.
Oh, we'd
and
love
in
that.
fact, I have already seen many forensic analysts of signatures coming out. I believe it was the Daily Signal.
Oh, right. This is the same one. I meant to
separate,
take this one out. I
signature
meant to take one of
analysts
these clips out. That's my fuck up. I forgot. I thought this was a different question. Right. Okay. So Caroline's, yeah, I'd love it. But actually, we already have handwriting signatures from a fake journalistic outlet created by a right-wing think tank / conservative group. So why get independent handwriting experts to come in when you could have cherry-picked partisan ones? All right, this is from 2 days ago.
At the White House, of course, denying forcefully that the president drew that sexually suggestive birthday note to Jeffrey Epstein back in 2003. All as we are hearing new reaction from survivors of Epstein's abuse, including Liz Stein. I sat down with her last week and spoke with her again today about what she thought of the latest batch of documents from the House Oversight Committee. What was your reaction when you saw that birthday book, Liz, the images in it?
Well, I think it's important for people to understand that the birthday book was produced by the Epstein estate. So it's coming right from the source. And I think that we should all take a close look at some of the messages in there. They were extremely familiar and intimate. And I think that we're looking at a pattern of behavior with Epstein and some of his friends that has been going on for decades. And this birthday book is just more proof of that.
One member of Congress suggested, though, that its release was a, quote, distraction from the work of trying to find justice for the victims. As a survivor yourself, I wonder, do you see it as a distraction, or do you think it could be a helpful tool moving forward?
I think that that all evidence that we can uncover is helpful. And I think that, if anything, this book shows us, like I said, what his personal relationships were like, what the tone was that he had with close friends, and just kind of the general mindset that Epstein and his friends had is really blatant in this birthday book.
You know, I look at the family of Virginia Roberts Giuffre, who also released a statement today, Liz, and I know that you know them, suggesting that this this was perhaps a turning point, although it obviously is in so many ways bringing back up the trauma for so many.
I think it's important to validate the fact that we're feeling two things at once right now. This is incredibly traumatizing for us to have this ripped open again, and for us to have to revisit this and see this on the news and in popular culture.
Yeah, victims are being re-traumatized by having this dragged through the news and through pop culture, and that's why the Trump administration should release the files immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
If not sooner, so that this all can just go away. We can stop talking about it. But of course, Donald Trump and Republicans are prolonging it by avoiding votes, going on vacation instead of releasing the files, questioning why people are even talking about the files, doing anything but releasing the files. Has been the main sort of vibes coming from the Trump. And honestly, I'm not sure that calling the Epstein files nonsense or fake news or a Democrat hoax or what any of the other things that Donald Trump is saying, I don't think that helps the victims either. You know.
President Trump is doubling down on his denial, saying, once again, it's not his signature on an apparent birthday letter to Jeffrey Epstein from 2003. Yesterday, Trump spoke to reporters about this letter, which was released by a House committee earlier this week. When asked if he signed the note, President Trump called the whole thing nonsense and claimed the controversy was being used as a distraction.
And frankly, you're wasting your time. All you do is trying to get off the great success of D.C. and about 200 other things we've done that are so successful.
CBS News correspondent Natalie Brand joins us now from our Washington bureau with more on this. Good morning, Natalie. You know, the White House continues to push back on the legitimacy of this alleged birthday note. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, the White House, the president continued to insist that the president did not write or sign this letter. The White House press secretary saying that is going to be argued in court, a reference to the lawsuit that the president has against the Wall Street Journal. Now, asked, though, if he will meet the victims, that's another question that came up last night and earlier in the day. The president said that no one has suggested it. He hasn't really thought about it, but that he doesn't like the situation of anyone being abused or hurt. Now, recall when a group of victims were last week on Capitol Hill, one of them suggested that they do meet with President Trump in light of...
Donald Trump is saying he hasn't thought about it because he in no way wants to do that. There is literally no way that he wants to do that. Haven't thought about it. What's number 2 on that list? Which list? I don't know what list you're talking about. The Epstein list? The to-do list? The Trump to-do list? All right, let's go here to the wine mothers, the wine moms of the YouTubes. I've had a pod.
Carol Lyon, KKK Levitt, is such a liar. She goes out in the press pool and she lies and she propagandizes and she makes excuses and she bends the truth. She is not tethered to reality. But this is what she does right before she goes in and lies her ass off to everyone in the room and the American people in service to her dear.
Exactly, series. He won't meet Gold Star families either. He refused to meet the Gold Star families. Why would he meet the Epstein victims, right? Some of who knows? I mean, I'm assuming, you know, at least the ones who are public, have not been personally, assaulted by Donald Trump, but meeting with the Epstein victims would give credence to the Epstein files, which Donald Trump has decided are fake news, Democrat hoax, Epstein files. Those ladies are all making it up.
Peacefully, in Jesus' name. Amen.
This is where I saw it.
Preach.
Jesus Christ.
That is
so creepy.
Don't be creepy.
So this is where I saw this earlier. Jesus Christ, Caroline. What a little cult leader she is. That's what I was saying earlier. Like when we first met Caroline, I was like, she gives cult leader vibes. Like somebody who's drank the Kool-Aid and is making the Kool-Aid.
Let's do this. Preach.
That is so gross. She is so gross. And I wonder why she's not tethered to reality. I wonder why she can stand up there and lie and make shit up. Magical thinking, delusional, because she's sitting in the White House praying like she's getting ready for like a big sermon. And she goes out there and lies just like her pastor.
This is, I mean, growing up around this as a non-religious person, I think that people that flirt with MAGA, that live in blue states, that haven't been around this kind of evangelical addict cult style religion are going to be in for a rude awakening at how cruel and how hypocritical these people are. I remember in school, girls would like, let's pray before we go do this. And they were the meanest girls on the planet. Or, you know, there was some prayer group before some football game or something. And it's just, it's performative. It is this spiritual warfare bullshit. And they think that they are fighting some spiritual warfare. And this is what people on the coast that don't live in the Bible Belt are not prepared for. These people are dangerously ambitious, and they believe that Jesus Christ is coming to get all of them. I've heard this shit my whole life.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It is a death cult. They support taking away social safety nets from people. They support taking away health care for people. They don't give a shit if people they don't like or people a different color die. They are complete hypocrites, and this is an absolute cancer. And I'm so saddened that what I thought was a regional thing is now going mainstream.
It absolutely is. And I agree with you. People on the coast do not realize how powerful this is and how tied to MAGA it is. So then the big Christian that gets up there and lies in defiance of the commandments calls the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. Well, I'll let her tell you.
About something you said. You said the Epstein documents are a hoax that Democrats are perpetrating against the president. You said he didn't sign that check, that he didn't sign the birthday card that he allegedly signed. So what is the theory, since these documents came from the Epstein estate? Who is, I guess in your view, faking these documents?
I did not say the documents are a hoax. I said the entire narrative surrounding Jeffrey Epstein right now that is absorbing many of the liberal cable channels on television is a hoax that is being perpetuated by opportunistic Democrats like Ro Khanna and the others whom you saw on that press conference outside of Capitol Hill, who are trying to push this hoax against the President of the United States.
What exactly is the hoax? I'm just trying to understand what's fake. What's fake is not the documents.
The hoax is the Democrats pretending to care about victims of crime when they do not care about victims of crime, when they have done nothing to solve crimes, when they have done nothing to lock up child pedophiles.
Oh my god. Okay. I love it. So actually, so the letter is real. Trump did it. He was best friends with Jeffrey, and everything that's being said right now is true. But the thing about it that is the hoax is Democrats caring about the crimes that were committed. And I see. I get it now. So actually, she's not diminishing the victims, and she's not saying that they're lying, okay? No, she just saying the Democrats caring about that is the hoax. All right? Please.
Come on!
and child rapists across the country, and when they are now using victims as political props to try and, again, smear the president of the United States and drag on this bad story about him.
Okay, here's the thing. I'm so outraged by this. Children that are victims of child rape by pedophiles are political props. It is a hoax against the president. She's saying, well, it's the Democratic narrative. MAGA is the one that has been screaming for these documents. And then she has the balls, the audacity to say,
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
the Democrats don't care about pedophiles. Are you kidding me? Caroline, you are out there lying for a pedophile, for a ring of pedophiles. Then she says they don't care about crime. Your boss is a convicted felon. It amazes me. It disheartens.
What's her name again? Pumps? No, what's her name? I can't think of it now. Jennifer and, what's her name? I cannot think of her name. She's cooking, though. She's cooking today. Cooking.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
It's true, and Caroline Levitt is a dangerous, dangerous woman. Ladies and gentlemen. Goalpost speeding down I-4. Yes, the goalpost is on a different field. In a different state. Went from release the files to why is everybody asking us to release the file? It's from one end of the spectrum to the exact opposite end of the spectrum. It's been a wild month already. Some are just the pumps. Thank you. Pumps. What did I say? Angie, aka Pumps. Thank you. Yes, thank you everyone for telling me. Look, it's hard. It's hard to try and remember every single anchor and podcaster's name. I try. I honestly do try my best, but it's tough. It's difficult. All right, let's go to a place where everybody knows your name. The Majority Report. Was I right? Did I say Pumps? Okay. Good.
The Epstein thing. It now appears that they only need 2 more Republicans to do this discharge petition, but it appears that Massey may not be able to find them.
Well, Trump was calling them all up and saying it will be considered a hostile act if you vote for this. And which, I mean, to me, that's such a cell phone, right? A hostile to who? Trump? Well, that kind of proves the point, doesn't it? I mean, if it's hostile to release this, obviously he personally has something to hide here. He's personally
it's just the existence of the file. Look,
he doesn't even
to know that they
I mean, he says,
is
"Oh, it's a
hostile."
hoax," and they're a bunch of Democrats. And I read something, maybe something.
It is kind of hilarious, though, thinking about that. It's a hostile act to the Trump administration to release the files. It's fascinating. What part of it is hostile, do you think? It can't be because Donald Trump's name's in there hundreds, if not thousands of times. Details illicit activities by the president or otherwise. No way that's the case.
Daily Beast or one of the sort of gossipy sites saying that he was known to be saying that these women were all liars and, and whores. So he's definitely, but this has all been behind the scenes. He actually came out and said, it'll be a hostile act. You will be hostile to me personally if you do this. And
that
it
seems weird.
Yeah, why would that be? Why would it be hostile to him? Why would he even involve himself in this thing? Why is he even care?
I have nothing to do with it, except for the memory of Jeffrey. I don't want him.
I wish him well. I wish him well.
This is ridiculous. Let's put this up. This is number 7. This is he posted this today. I so don't care about this at all that he writes what, as far as I can tell, maybe the longest thing he's ever written his entire life. I'll read it here.
Hold on, let me let me cover this one. The confused and badly failing Democrat, capital P party, did nothing about Jeffrey Epstein while he was alive except befriend him, socialize with him, travel to his island, and take his money. They knew everything there was to know about Epstein, but now, years after his death, they, out of nowhere, are seeming to show such love and heartfelt concern for his victims. Does anybody really believe that? Where were they during his very public trials and for all those years before his death? The answer is, quote, nowhere to be found, unquote. The now dying, parentheses, after the DOJ gave thousands of pages of documents in full compliance with a very comprehensive and exacting subpoena, capital S subpoena from Congress. Close parentheses. Epstein case was only brought back to life by the capital R, capital L, capital D, radical left Democrats, because they are doing so poorly with the lowest poll numbers in the history of the party, 16%. While the Republicans are doing so well, among the highest approval numbers the party has ever had, the Dems don't care about the victims, as proven by the fact that they never did before. This is merely another Democrat, all caps, hoax. Just like Russia, and all of the others, in order to deflect and distract from the great success of the Republican president and the record-setting failure of the previous capital A administration. And the Democrat Party, might as well get that in there before I end the sentence. The Department of Justice has done its job. They have given everything requested of them. It's time to end the Democrat Epstein capital H hoax and give the Republicans credit for the great, even legendary job that they are doing. That's not where you put the comma, but whatever. I'm going to leave it. It's just fine. Commas don't, you can put commas wherever you want. All caps, make America great again.
Testifying behind closed doors, I think in a week or something. But now, years after his death, they out of nowhere are seeming to show such love and heartfelt concern for his victims. Does anybody really believe that? Where were they during the very public trial, his public trial, and all those years before his death? The answer is nowhere to be found. Now dying after the DOJ gave thousands of pages of documents in full compliance with their very...
All right. I forgot Sam goes over this for a minute. Why does he stop? Around here, maybe?
His saying that the bags being thrown out of the White House, his instant lie of like, it's all AI. Anything bad is AI. And then his little treatise he's written about like the Democrats. It's interesting.
I was talking to Barron the other day, and he said, Dan, anything that's bad is actually AI. The Democrats are using AI to fake all of the bad stuff that they claim I'm doing. When in reality, everything that the Trump administration has done is greater than any other administration has ever done before.
Because this radical left-wing organization set up like a sting with a guy who turns out to be acting deputy secretary of the DOJ, or acting deputy chief of the DOJ. Oh, in this radical left-wing organization is like James O'Keefe. I don't know if he's still involved with Project Veritas.
No, it's his new group that did this.
New Veritas or whatever it is.
He got kicked out of Project Veritas because he
I know
he
that.
stole money. Yeah,
I know he did, but he on the video he's talking in front of a Project Veritas thing, so I can't quite make it out. But this is Joseph Schnitt. He is the acting deputy chief, Office of Enforcement Operations in the DOJ. Now, there's, I think, like a dozen deputy chiefs, although like traditionally, but they've gotten rid of the civil rights division practically. So I don't know if there's any deputy chiefs, frankly, around. Enforcement operations is really sort of like the he's in charge of the shock troops. And so I would imagine he is like he's not like some holdover from the civil rights division, in other words. Like he is a Trump political.
Yeah, exactly. He's a Trump political appointee who's there to do the bidding of the supreme leader, not to uphold integrity of institutions.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
All right, let's keep this puppy moving. Let's go here. Apparently, a number of journalistic outlets got a hold of 18,000. That's right, 8,000 emails of Jeffrey Epstein's. And they were quite revelatory, led to a number of things happening this week, I believe, including the sacking of...
Forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our
ambassador to the United States. But we will get to that later in this stream. During the UK half, we'll talk more about that. What just happened? Why did I click that? You son of a bitch.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Full screen your ass right now, I swear to God. All right, let's talk about those emails. And this is one of the last Epstein's. In fact, this is the last Epstein story we've got for the day. Kind of. If you don't count
Bloomberg Audio Studios.
Peter Mandelson.
Podcasts, radio, news.
Bloomberg News has seen what's in Jeffrey Epstein's email. 18,000 messages to and from the disgraced financier and convicted sex offender from one of his personal email accounts.
There are messages that cover a wide range of topics and subjects. You have messages about his Amazon shopping habits, messages about his finances. There's even a message about moving a 40-pound tortoise to and from Epstein's private island.
That's Bloomberg senior investigative reporter Jason Leopold.
We really get a sense of what was going on in Epstein's life during these critical years.
These are messages dating back to 2002, but most of them are from 2005 to 2008. Bloomberg reporters and data analysts spent the last month poring over these emails to better understand how Epstein built and sustained his vast influence machine and sex trafficking operation.
We're reading Jeffrey Epstein in his own words, and you're sort of like a fly on the wall. You get a look into his wealth. You get a look into how he emotionally, psychologically manipulated and abused, his victim. You get to see how he worked behind the scenes trying to beat back these criminal allegations. His indignation as he's being investigated. Really, though, to me, what stands out is his callousness toward these young women, these young girls, as they were brought into his world.
One picture that emerges from these messages is that Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's one-time girlfriend, had a more involved and enduring role than she said previously. In 2021, a jury found Maxwell guilty of recruiting and grooming women for Epstein to sexually abuse.
Illegal.
Recently, she sought to downplay how close she was to him. Some of these emails appear to contradict that.
It certainly adds to questions about her credibility and truthfulness.
Bloomberg legal reporter Ava Benny Morrison.
I think it certainly poses more questions than answers about
her credibility was already has come into question, has been found to be lacking. Right, she's already found guilty of perjury, I think twice, during the proceedings in her first trial, and yeah, I think we all know that she's a goddamn liar.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
But this certainly does confirm it and would suggest that she was with Jeffrey to the very end.
the true nature of their relationship was, and also comes for a critical time for Maxwell. Her lawyers have indicated that they would welcome any relief from the Trump administration, whether that looks like a pardon or a commutation of her 20-year sentence for sex trafficking.
I'm David Gura, and this is The Big Take from Bloomberg News. Today on the show, Jeffrey Epstein's emails. What 18,000 never-before-seen messages reveal about Epstein himself and his relationships with Ghislaine Maxwell and powerful people all over the world. This is an incredible trove of email messages, and I'm curious sort of what you can tell us about how you got them.
Sure. I'm going to give you a really short answer. I cannot discuss anything related to sources or methods. I sound like the CIA now. But yeah, I really can't go into anything related to how we were able to obtain this.
When they did get their hands on this collection of emails, Jason Leopold and Ava Benny Morrison wanted to see what they reveal about the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
Over the years, we've only really heard Maxwell describe that relationship in her own words on a few occasions, in a 2016 deposition, and then most recently in a 2-day interview with a top DOJ official.
And I'm Ghislaine Maxwell.
Good morning, Ms. Maxwell. How are you?
Good morning.
In July, Maxwell sat for an interview with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. The Justice Department later released the recordings, and it happened as the Trump administration sought to quiet an uproar over its refusal to release the so-called Epstein files. The conversation started with Blanche explaining the terms of the interview.
Epstein?
Whatever you talk about today, you have what's called immunity. So that means that the words that you say today, we cannot use against you in a case in chief if we were ever to bring one. Okay?
This is ridiculous.
There's exceptions to that. The most meaningful one is that if you...
Hold on, we've already heard.
He and Jeffrey Epstein met.
In 1991, I met him at his offices on Madison Avenue. And I think the most memorable thing I can think about that is he was wearing a tie which he didn't often give me. It had a giant tomato ketchup stain on it. So I was like, wow, okay.
She really described herself as a one-time girlfriend of Epstein, someone who was then hired to become his property manager and look after his luxury homes all over the world, but was drifting away from him as she entered into a long-term relationship with someone else. She has said that her role in his life was very, very diminished by about 2008 when he reported to jail in Florida.
So when he's going to go to jail, he says, can you stay around and manage everything?
Yeah.
And do you do that?
I do.
Okay. And then we'll come back to that.
I will not manage everything, no. I mean, there are other people at this point. My specific role then was very, very diminished.
But these emails seem to call into question the truthfulness of some of those statements. You know, in 2008 alone, as he was preparing to report to prison, they were exchanging emails at a rate of almost one per day. She was helping wind down his affairs, his properties all around the world.
Oh my God. Wow, that sounds highly diminished. An email per day. Email per day keeps the PDFs away.
Illegal.
Wow, that does not sound very diminished, if you ask me. An email every single day sounds highly involved, if you ask me. Incredibly involved, some might say. All right. Now, there is a trend in the polls right now in the United States amongst the younger generation, specifically Gen Z. Let's talk about what's going on in Gen Z right now. And I think most importantly, the women, but also the men too. Let's go here. NBC News, Kornacki. It's got the numbers.
NBC News White House correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins me now, along with NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster, who's in Chicago. Also with me to break down the numbers is, of course, Steve Kornacki, who's going to break down the latest NBC News Decision Test polling. So thank you all for being here. Vaughn, I'm going to start with you. I wonder what you're hearing from the White House, especially when it comes to today's decision with the Supreme Court, because, of course, it lifted this sort of limits on roving immigration patrols. Some people were saying that this is essentially racial profiling, but the Supreme Court essentially siding with the Trump administration.
Right, and we have seen, Yamiche, here, this Trump administration tried to push the bounds of what type of enforcement they are able to execute in these major cities. In Los Angeles, it was really largely not just a test case, but a legal one in which now here, ultimately, after 6 months of litigation, this decision came down to the Supreme Court. And in a 6-3 decision with the conservatives in the majority, Justice Kavanaugh writing for those 6 justices that effectively that they are able to use as factors for reasonable suspicion the idea that race can very well be used, or the location of where they allege undocumented individuals to frequently look for jobs, for example, a Home Depot parking lot.
Otherwise known as racial profiling. Multi-tiered system of justice. And this white guy on NBC talks about it like it's no big deal. Probably because he gets to be at the top tier. Okay, let's keep this moving. I need to get the numbers from Kornacki, not all of this garbage. There we go.
Numbers in this poll. Do most Americans approve of the job he's doing?
Yeah, well, you showed some of those issues a minute ago, and what that adds up to is a 43% approval rating in our new poll. This is a decision desk poll. Again, this is all adults here. This is voters, potential voters, so we're kind of casting a wide net, but a 43% approval rating for Trump. That is pretty much at the level it's been now for a few months for much of this second term for Donald Trump. And even it's sort of been similar to the level we saw back during his first term. And one of the key ingredients to this, you mentioned too, the economy. That's the issue voters cite more than any other as the most important issue to them right now. And when you ask folks how Trump is doing specifically on inflation and the cost of living, again, we've seen this for a few months now. He's under 40%. He's at 39%. Some of his worst marks from voters coming on the economy and on inflation. And that is a departure from his first term when his best marks tended to come on those subjects.
You talked about people, of course, thinking about inflation and the cost of living. What other important issues are Americans thinking about as most important for them, and how do they think the president's doing?
He gets his best marks on border security and immigration, where he exceeds his approval rating there. We also asked this time about deportation, so not just border security and immigration, but we asked about deportations as well. His numbers fell a little bit, but he's 47% approval on border and immigration. He's 43% approval when you ask about deportations.
I also want to ask you about something that the president talks about. In some ways, he was appealing directly, I think a lot of people thought, to young men. So this poll shows that there's a wide gender gap, apparently, among Gen Z Americans. How wide is that gap, and what's fueling it?
Well, it's a major divide that has to do with politics, but I think takes in a lot more. That's the surprising finding in this poll for us. So let me take you through it. Gen Z, we're talking about adults under 30 years old, sort of the new rising generation here. And take a look here, just when it comes to attitudes towards Donald Trump. Again, we told you, with all voters nationally, with all Americans nationally, I should say, he's at 43% job approval. With men under 30, 47%. So a little bit better, but with women under 30, look at this, way under his national level, just 26% approval for Trump right there. So that's one of the things we find. Not only is there...
One thing I would like to point out is that he is, in fact, underwater with men, still at a 47%.
Huge difference in Gen Z between men and women when it comes to their attitudes towards Trump and politics. This group right here, Gen Z women, is the most anti-Trump group you're going to find any generation,
Illegal.
gender combination. Most anti-Trump, most politically progressive, and these big differences between men and women. We saw them, look, again, this is the rising generation, the emerging generation. We thought we'd get a portrait. We asked about some basic questions about what they think about life, about the future, about priorities. And take a look at the difference we found here when you do gender and politics. Again, this is just Gen Z here. Look at this. We gave them a whole bunch of choices here about what do you think defines success in life to you? Asking a basic question. Gen Z men under 30 who voted for Donald Trump, their number one answer was having children. That makes, in their view, more than anything else for a successful life. Gen Z women under 30 who voted for Harris, that same option, having children, dead last. Look at that. First in one group, last in the other. Being married right at the bottom there, too, for Gen Z women who voted for Harris, being married.
Gen Z could not be more divided along gender lines. And the men are troubling when you look at the answer that they gave. Okay. Well, we are 2 hours into this puppy, so it is time for us to take an obligatory galactic intermission. Do not worry, though. We will be right back after these brief space messages. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying this show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too, so that you don't miss a single episode of this show. While you're at it, do also remember that we are completely funded by individuals like you. Without your support, GNN would cease to exist. Thankfully, we have a myriad of ways for you to contribute to the production of this show. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a galactic patron. That's right, myriad space benefits awaits you over there for the very low price of $3 a month. And right now, of course, as we have the galactic deficit financing goal right now, you can contribute to both the galactic deficit and the galactic content goal simultaneously by using Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon. Anyone can do it. Just a couple dollars really helps out. Anyway, everyone, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. All right, everybody. You know what that sound means. It means that it is time for us to get back to the stream. That's right, the break is over, and the second half is about to begin. So you better get back in your seats, otherwise you're going to miss it. And don't forget, we are making great progress in the galactic content goal, but we have not yet completed it. We are further along than the goal would suggest, though. 7 of 10 rather than 10 of 10, because of course, 5 rather than 5 of 10, because of course some people contributed over on in different ways than super chats. We've also made some incremental progress in the galactic deficit financing goal. $5 has been contributed already tonight. And we still got like 18 days left to complete the galactic deficit until things get a little spicy in October. We got done talking the Epstein files in the first half and ended it with the video about how Gen Z women are incredibly anti-Trump. Could have something to do with that, maybe other things, of course, too. Let's talk about let's talk about police and the use of policing forces and the military against Americans. How they're being dealt with and applied in the Trump administration. Starting in New York, where Eric Adams is, of course, still mayor. Man who used to be a cop and has been incredibly pro-cop and anti-cop accountability. But it would seem like this next story would call for some of that.
The city's police oversight board is recommending discipline for the officers involved in the beating and arrest of a homeless shelter worker in Brooklyn. It was the subject of a CBS News New York investigation last year. And tonight, investigator Tim McNicholas is following up as the NYPD commissioner considers whether to follow that recommendation.
Abuse of authority and excessive force. New York City Civilian Complaint Review Board says that's what happened when police beat and arrested a Brooklyn homeless shelter worker, Jason Salters. CBS News New York obtained a report from that oversight board recommending discipline for 4 of the cops.
It will always affect me and be with me. From the pain in my neck to me just waking up in sweats, worrying about is somebody beating on me. It's horrible.
Salters, who first shared his story with CBS News New York last year, says the officers entered the shelter looking for a domestic violence suspect who'd been staying there. An internal report from the city's Department of Homeless Services says Salters called a supervisor who said the officers can't search for the client if they're not in active pursuit. Salters says he tried to keep them out, but they barged in. And now NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch is considering whether to follow the board's disciplinary recommendations.
I hope that she does bring true change in what she speaks about. Going from the past of the other commissioners, they deviate from this greatly. They ignore it totally.
The Civilian Complaint Review Board report we obtained found Sergeant Tashita Wilson and Detective Stephen Mednick and Christopher Chin used excessive force. It also says Chin, Mednick, and Officer Benjamin Hinderman failed to activate their body cameras, and it's not clear which officers those are in these videos. They could face a wide range of penalties, but the board recommends Wilson and Hinderman lose up to 10 vacation days.
Three people just unloading on this man. In a corner. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
Which officers those are in these videos. They could face a wide range of penalties, but the board recommends Wilson and Hinderman lose up to 10 vacation days, and Chin and Mednick lose up to 15.
15?
Vindicated?
They lost 15 whole vacation days for brutally beating a man? Wow. Oh, geez. justice.
Officer in charge, the sergeant, disciplinary. That's what, vacation time and, no real disciplinary action.
What would your message be to Commissioner Tisch as she considers this case?
Hold these officers accountable for the brutality that they exampled against my client. They need to be held responsible under the law. They need to lose their jobs or at minimum be suspended.
I mean,
protesters
honestly,
took to One Police Plaza earlier this year after Tisch rejected the Civilian Complaint Review Board's recommendation to fire a lieutenant.
It shouldn't be them losing their jobs or being suspended. At the very least, they should be going on trial. They brutally beat a man 3-1 in a corner. I mean, you do that. You go do that. See if you wind up in prison. You know, if you're a cop, qualified immunity, no charges. Nothing wrong, nothing to see here. Everything's fine. It's not just local cops doing wrong things, of course. ICE agents out there running around unmasked, unidentified, unaccountable, but acting with impunity across the country.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We begin today's show with President...
By the way, this is from 4 days ago.
Trump's growing nationwide immigration crackdown as agents arrested dozens in and around Boston this weekend, and Trump's threatening more actions in Chicago and other so-called sanctuary cities this week. But in Georgia last Thursday, federal officials say they carried out the single largest single-site immigration enforcement action in history when they conducted an immigration raid on the construction site of a new electric vehicle battery plant. The facility is a joint venture by Hyundai Motor Group and LG Energy Solutions. Some 300 of the 475 arrested are Korean. This is DHS Secretary Tom Homan on CNN.
We're going to do more work site enforcement operatives because, number one, it's a crime to enter this country legally. Number two, it's a crime to knowingly hire an illegal alien. And these companies that hire illegal aliens, they undercut the competition that's paying U.S. citizens salaries. Look, no one hires an illegal alien on the business they're hiring.
Now, what's fascinating about all this, to me, is that this sort of undercuts... I mean, this particular raid, among many of the other ones, undercuts Donald Trump's own desires to have manufacturing happening in this country, but especially this one, because of the fact that this was a construction site for a manufacturing facility that now has 500 less people to build that manufacturing facility, thereby undoubtedly delaying the finishing of that manufacturing facility and getting online to add to the supply chain, therefore definitely not helping with keeping prices stable. Okay.
They hire them because they work them harder, pay them less, and undercut the competition that hires U.S. citizen employees. They drive wages down.
Over 500 federal, state, and local officials participated in the raid. The agencies involved included not just ICE and Border Patrol, but also the Department of Labor's Office of Inspector General, the FBI, the Drug Enforcement Agency, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, the IRS, and the Georgia State Patrol. The construction site that was raided is in Elabel, Georgia, near Savannah, is part of Hyundai's massive 3,000-acre Metaplant campus. State officials say the $12.6 billion project is the largest economic development deal in Georgia's history. Hyundai also has a factory in Alabama and plans to invest $5 billion in a steel plant in Louisiana.
The biggest development deal in Georgia history. Donald Trump just shutting it down. No, can't do it that way. Gotta do it the very specific way.
South Korea's President Lee Jae-myung promised at least $50 billion of investments during his recent meeting with President Trump. The South Korean government's now sending a charter plane to pick up the hundreds of Korean workers after they negotiated their release. This is Kang Hun-sik, Chief of Staff to the President of South Korea.
As a result of swift and united efforts by government ministries, business groups, and companies, talks with the United States for the release of the detained workers have been concluded. But what remains now are only administrative procedures, and once those are completed, a chartered plane will depart to bring our people home. To prevent a similar incident in the future, we will work with the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy and related companies to review and improve the residency status and visa systems for travelers on U.S.-related projects.
So yeah, this is an important distinction to make, but many of these people were here on visas, work visas, but this specific kind of work was apparently not adequately, or was not adequately covered under the kind of visa that they were here under. So they were all picked up under a fucking technicality. They're not like illegal, you know, like they didn't like come over like in a freaking shipping container across the border, like over a wall or something. Like they came here on the say-so of Hyundai. They probably took a plane directly from South Korea. Colombia Rican with a sweet super chat. South Korea already decided to pull back investments and plans for this plant and others. On top of that, every person who had supported it had legal visas. Yep, that's kind of what I was trying to say. They're here, and this is just like they're going on a very niche technicality in this moment. And the fact is many companies are doing this sort of thing because they can't find the necessarily skilled workers here in the United States. Because all of the manufacturing for things like chips are in Asia. So very few Americans have experience.
Or we go to Savannah, Georgia, where we're joined by Meredith Yoon, Litigation Director for Asian Americans Advancing Justice, Atlanta. Yoon is the daughter and granddaughter of Korean immigrants. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Meredith. It's great to have you with us. If you can explain just what unfolded last Thursday.
Thanks so much, Amy.
By the way, that gets us
the raid
to 8
at the
of
Hyundai
10.
mega site.
You only need 2 more super chats, 2 more teal level super chats or super stickers, or equivalent donations of $10 on either Cash App or PayPal.
Thursday.
Thanks so much, Amy. So the raid at the Hyundai mega site began around 9 or 10 in the morning last Thursday and lasted the entire day into the evening as late as 6:30 p.m. Approximately 475 people were detained, filling at least 7 buses. The nationalities of those detained were mostly from South Korea, but individuals from Guatemala, Colombia, Chile, Mexico, Ecuador, and Venezuela also were detained. There are reports that some U.S. citizens, mostly younger workers, initially were subjected to investigatory detention. Some of them were released, and many of those detained had valid work permits. So far, everyone who the folks on the ground have been tracking has some kind of documentation.
Kind of indication that this was about to go down? I mean, this is historic, the largest single-site raid in the agency's history.
That's right. And from what we're hearing, the circumstances of the raid were just absolutely abusive, not only in their scope and just the sheer size of it, but the way that those the folks at the Hyundai plant were treated by law enforcement. Phones were taken from workers. People were pressured to sign papers. There are reports that tear gas was used and that agents on site were heavily armed. There were helicopters, drones, ATV, and other military-style vehicles that were there at the site. And from what we heard, ICE was blocking the exits.
Yeah, massive raid at this Hyundai battery plant factory construction site. Almost 500 people picked up by ICE in the largest sweeping raid of its kind in the Trump administration, as of at least in the second one. Little Furrow with a sweet super chat. A half a chat, but I'll count it. Yo to you. And Epi Mew with a sweet super sticker. One I don't think I've seen before. Green's turquoise skinned, teal skinned person, purple hair, and polka dot shorts, lolling on the ground, fist pounding lols happening over here. That gets us to done. I just realized that gets us to completed. That is insanely loud. Well, there you have it, folks. We have done it. We have completed the galactic goal for the evening. We still have, of course, the galactic deficit, but we at least know for sure that all of the galactic content is going to be coming our way, as we have made great galactic progress. We have ensured that every single video that I have, every single topic that I have prepared for us tonight will be covered, bar none. And boy, oh boy, is there a lot to get through. Good night to complete the goal early, because we've got a shit ton of content to get through here tonight. It would be an utter disaster to not get through it. So just take a moment, bask in the glory. Take a look at the visual cue that you and chatters like you have helped to make this confetti party happen. The confetti party that signals to you that you're gonna get a ton of galactic stream tonight. It's great news, certainly for everybody, for all of the Milky Way galaxy. All right, chat. That's I think that's enough recognition of our completing the goal. We did it. We did it. Our powers combined, we can make sure that we get all of the sweet, sweet galactic content. All right, let's stay talking about what ICE has been up to this week. Now, before let's go here. We're gonna come back to democracy now again in a moment, but first let's go here to NBC LA 4 days ago. Talk about the Supreme Court ruling, which isn't actually a ruling. It's really it's like a pause. It's complicated. Point is the earlier federal judge ruled that ICE could not do raids based upon ethnicity, language, nationality, place of business, you're being in a particular place. And the Supreme Court said for now they can, until they actually hear the arguments later, using that Supreme Court shadow docket. Once again, I could swear I said that they were gonna do this, and great job me. I predicted another terrible thing to happen. I'm like Nostradamus, if like Nostradamus only predicted bad stuff.
Other top story here today, LA's mayor and other top leaders are responding now to the U.S. Supreme Court decision to lift restrictions on immigration stops across LA. NBC4's Conan Nolan live right now in downtown LA with more on what this means and the messages from city leaders. Conan.
That's right, Colleen. City leaders, the mayor of Los Angeles, outraged. We'll have her comments in a moment. This was a 6-3 decision from the conservative majority of the U.S. Supreme Court, which essentially overturns an L.A.-based lower court, which last month and earlier had said that immigration and customs enforcement agents could not use, at least in the 7 counties of Southern California, somebody's language where that immigrant worked, a car wash or a Home Depot or a construction site, whether they spoke Spanish or not. Said any kind of combination of those elements were a violation of the Fourth Amendment against unreasonable searches and seizures. But the High Court on an emergency order said no, it is not a violation of the Fourth, at least temporarily. They will hear the arguments, the pros and cons over this whole issue later.
Yeah, we'll hear the arguments for why it's okay to racially profile people later. What's most important now is that you're allowed to do it until we get to it.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Just utterly unbelievable. It's true. I mean, this week has been a fucking week from pure hell. The week of just hellishness. And one man certainly evoked images of hellishness this week. Donald Trump posting to Truth Social memes. Shypocalypse now.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Just days after President Trump threatened to wage war on Chicago, ICE has launched a major operation to target the city's undocumented population. ICE has dubbed the effort Operation Midway Blitz. Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin said Chicago is being targeted in part because it's a sanctuary city. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker criticized the ICE sweep, saying, quote, instead of taking steps to work with us on public safety, the Trump administration's focused on scaring Illinoisans. On Saturday, President Trump wrote in social media, Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department of War. That's a reference to his order to change the name of the Department of Defense Friday. Trump accompanied the message with an AI-generated image depicting himself as Lieutenant Colonel Bill Kilgore from the epic Vietnam War film Apocalypse Now. Trump's pictured in front of the Chicago skyline with helicopters, flames, and the phrase Apocalypse Now. He also wrote, I love the smell of deportations in the morning, a reference to one of the most infamous lines in the film, I love the smell of napalm.
What a cruel and terrible thing. What a cruel and terrible thing to say, you know? I love waking up and thinking about people going through the very worst moment in perhaps their entire life. I love thinking that every morning, because of me and my administration, there are people, children being separated from their parents. Brings me great pleasure. It's like coffee. It's like Folgers, you know, like you wake up, you smell the Folgers, you're like, I am ready to start the day. Instead for me, Folgers is the screams of immigrant children.
After facing widespread criticism, Trump then walked back the war threat. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court's allowed the Trump administration to resume indiscriminate immigration raids in the Los Angeles area. In her dissent, Justice Sonia Sotomayor wrote, quote, we should not have to live in a country where the government can seize anyone who looks Latino, speaks Spanish, and appears to work a low-wage job. We go now to Pasadena, California, where we're joined by Viet Thanh Nguyen, Pulitzer Prize-winning author and scholar, his most recent book, To Save and to Destroy, Writing as an Other. He's professor at the University of Southern California, which is in Los Angeles. We welcome you back to Democracy Now! Yet, let's begin with this Supreme Court ruling that the ICE raids can continue in Los Angeles. Your response?
Well, thanks for having me again, Amy. Of course, it's outrageous. It's a ridiculous enactment of racial profiling, which seems enormously hypocritical in an age when the Supreme Court ruled that race could not be considered for university admissions, but clearly here says that race and other signifiers of supposed foreignness can be considered for ICE to just pull over anyone who they consider to be brown and potentially a foreigner.
And talk more about what this has meant for Los Angeles, the level of racial profiling. We heard just now what Justice Sonia Sotomayor said, the ability to stop people simply because they're brown, the number of people who have been detained in raids from the Home Depot parking lots and beyond.
And Donald Trump is targeting Los Angeles and California because this is a city and a state in which multiculturalism and ethnic diversity have worked. California has the 4th largest economy in the world. We've incorporated large numbers of people from all over the place doing different kinds of jobs. And we've demonstrated that the American experiment in multicultural democracy and capitalism can actually function. Donald Trump doesn't like to see this kind of thing. He wants to see a white supremacist, white nationalist version of capitalism, hence his targeting of successful, democratically led, and oftentimes black-led cities. And so the targeting is really obviously a terrible thing. Many of us in California know people who are Latino, who are brown, who are immigrants, who are documented, who are undocumented, and so on. They are productive, helpful members of our society. And by terrorizing them, Donald Trump seeks not only to cow them and to drive them out of this country, but he also seeks to terrorize and to cow those who are friends and allies of these people as well.
Mm-hmm. We're talking to Viet Thanh Nguyen, Pulitzer Prize-winning author.
Okay, let's keep going through this week. Like I said, it's been the week from hell. Let's go here to Western New York. Syracuse.com from 3 days ago. Oswego protesters confront U.S. Border Patrol office.
Nazi alert!
Tensions boiled over Monday morning at the Border Patrol office building in Oswego, New York, where protesters have spent the last 4 days camped outside.
Why are you pointing at us? We're unarmed.
We're unarmed. We're peaceful protesting. Please do not.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed! Show your face, coward!
How those pepper balls doing for you, officer? That nice Walmart Cronus.
Well, there you go, people in Oswego, New York, camped out all week outside of this Border Patrol office, protesting the fascist takeover of our country. But you know what? Actually, they actually like it. Okay, you know, they're protesting. They're camped out. They've brought their tents. They're dug in. But actually, they like it. They actually like it. You know how I know that? Caroline Levitt.
Yesterday, the president spoke about D.C. crime and talked how there was virtually none. And then he expressed frustration about things that take place in the home they call crime. He said, you know, they'll do anything they can to find something. If a man has a little fight with the wife, they say this is crime. See, now I can't claim 100%. Exactly what crimes was the president referring to?
He wasn't referring to crimes. That's exactly the point he was making, Ouija. What the president is saying is that these crimes will be made up and reported as a crime to undermine the great work that the federal task force is doing to reduce crime in Washington, D.C. And I think the president has every reason to believe that. the efforts of many reporters in this room who actively seek to.
Oh, I see. And this isn't even the point I want to get to, but now I get it. I get it. So even though there's reports of things like murders still happening in DC, those are just fake. Those are fake murders. Don't you get it? Don't you get it, you stupid people? How stupid do you have to be to not get that all of the murders and the other crimes that have been happening in DC, they're fake. They're all fake.
The president and what he's doing in our nation's capital. We all know that deep inside you all agree with this because you all live here, and I'm sure you are very grateful for the administration's efforts to make the city, which we all reside in, much safer for ourselves and
There you go, Caroline Levitt, to tell us all, specifically the reporters there at the Ministry of Truth press briefing office there. Actually, all of you complainers talking about the crimes that are happening, actually, you like the president bringing it. You like the National Guard. For those of you that are complaining about the National Guard being in the Capitol, you're just a dirty liar. You're just a dirty liar who actually likes it.
Come on!
Columbia Rican with a sweet super chat. The Yankees welcoming Trump and doing a tribute to a Kirk is utterly this. Oh no, God. The Yankees was beloved by many Latinos too. Can shove it. Is it true the Yankees did wait, is Trump coming to New York? Did this happen already, or is this happening? Did they already do a Charlie Kirk tribute? Awful.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
All right, let's go here. News 8, WROC Rochester, New York, 3 days ago. Border Patrol spotted on Westminster Road. Protests follow.
The president says that she saw Border Patrol agents outside of her window, quickly changed out of her pajamas and ran out the doors to join the protest. More than 60 protesters took to Westminster Road in Rochester when federal agents were spotted at a home on the street.
These are strangers in our city and taking people out of our city. And city by city, state by state, we have to stand up and we have to fight.
News 8 arrived to the scene around 11 a.m., capturing video of protesters standing in the street, holding posters and chanting, "ICE out of Rochester." Elected officials, including State Assembly members Harry Bronson and Jen Lunsford, State Senator Samara Brook, and Monroe County Legislator Rachel Barnhart also showed up. Lunsford said they were notified by the New York Immigration Coalition of the federal agents' presence at Westminster Road.
Customs and Border Control showed up, entered onto the rear of the property. I do not know if they had a warrant. Many of them were masked, some of them were not. They were looking for at least one of the workers on the roof.
News 8 did get video of the two men on the roof of the home that agents entered the property of, but we have not been able to verify who these men are and why they remained on the roof during the protests.
They were trying to abduct some people that was doing their daily job. They're here putting on a roof, trying to make $1.
We also captured video of a Border Patrol van with flat tires. We don't know how these tires were damaged or by who, but we're told by bystanders that agents left in the vehicle.
I'm sure it's happenstance. I'm sure that all of the tires just happened to deflate simultaneously, and that in no way did, there were, sure, it's probably faulty tires. It's probably, like some sort of factory defect in the tires. Just get those looked at. Exactly. See, Chad gets it. It just happens. Sometimes it just happens. Sometimes simultaneously, all the tires on a vehicle just go flat with no logical explanation. All right, let's go here to Congress. Yasmin Ansari discussing the detainment of an Iraq War veteran in Arizona.
Thank you. This week I offered 4 common sense amendments, several with bipartisan support, that would have made the fiscal year 2026 National Defense Authorization Act stronger and more responsible. I want to specifically highlight 2 of these important amendments for you all in the limited time that I have. The first amendment would have included a penalty in law for using artificial intelligence to impersonate federal officials. This provision is identical to a bipartisan bill I introduced earlier this year titled the AI Impersonation Prevention Act. I introduced this bill to safeguard national security from the clear danger of the misuse of AI to impersonate federal officials. There have been multiple recent incidents of AI being used to falsely impersonate federal officials, posing a very serious threat to our national security.
Illegal.
Recently, an imposter using AI attempted to contact high-level U.S. security personnel pretending to be Secretary of State Marco Rubio. AI will only continue to become more powerful and accessible, so we must act now to establish strict guardrails and accountability. That's why we need this amendment. As AI continues to become more widely adopted and more sophisticated, measures such as this amendment will ensure that we have critical trust in the messages and content we all receive on a daily basis, and that there are penalties for the abuse of this very powerful technology. The second amendment I want to highlight speaks to a deeply disturbing issue that we all, both Republicans and Democrats, should be horrified by. This is about the Trump administration's deportation of veterans and service members, including an Iraq War veteran detained by ICE in my district, Arizona's 3rd. Veterans are the best of us, our most patriotic Americans. This amendment to the NDAA would have required a study by the Defense Department and other relevant agency on the procedures in place to assist non-citizen service members with their citizenship applications. Ultimately, this disregard for the welfare of veterans and service members stems from the top. I am disappointed but not surprised that none of my important amendments were allowed to be considered on the floor by House Republicans. Thank you, and I yield back.
That is disturbing. Deporting Iraq War veterans. I thought Republicans loved the troops. What happened to that? What happened to all that troop love that the Republicans supposedly had? Or is it only when they're trying to shut down criticism of the military-industrial complex do we care about the veterans? No. I'm sure that's not it. But I'm sure Caroline Leavitt's got answers for American citizens being swept up in immigration enforcement actions. I'm sure there's some reasonable explanation for ICE going outside the bounds of its jurisdiction and doing anything to American citizens.
Sure, Caroline, thank you so much. Regarding Israel attacking Doha, beside a phone call, what was President Trump's involvement in the attack, if any?
Look, I don't have anything more to for
raids in Los Angeles, particularly non-white U.S. citizens. After the Supreme Court ruling yesterday on the ICE raids in Los Angeles, some particularly non-white U.S. citizens are saying that they're going to begin carrying their U.S. passports with them at all times. What is the White House's response to Americans who are concerned about being swept up, as others have been already in these enforcement actions?
They should not be concerned because this administration is focused on the detention and deportation of illegal alien criminals who broke our nation's immigration laws. And the Supreme Court upheld the Trump administration's right to stop individuals in Los Angeles to briefly question them regarding their legal status because the law allows this, and this has been the practice of the federal government for decades. And the Immigration and Nationality Act states that immigration officers can briefly stop an individual to question them about their immigration status if the officer has reasonable suspicion that the individual is illegal.
Lie by omission. Okay, well, there you go. There's Ministry of Truth Representative Caroline Leavitt at the White House press briefing room telling us American citizens that stop worrying about people like yourself being swept up in immigration enforcement. Trump only cares about the illegal alien criminals. So while you're sitting in the detention center asking why you're there, having ICE agents ignore your pleas for due process and to be released, just be assuaged by the fact that Donald Trump doesn't actually care about you. That you're just an accident. You're just accidentally in ICE detention, and at some point, surely you will be released. I'm sure your job will understand. You know, your kid's wife, girlfriend, boyfriend, whomever. We'll all understand. Your school, whatever obligations you might have to the world, we'll all wait for you to be released. I'm sorry. Wait, did I say all? I'm sorry. Some people might not. Wait. And some things might not actually, they might be time sensitive, actually. Your life might be ruined by this, but no, don't worry, Donald, you're not even the main focus. You're just, what's the word? You're fodder, you're byproduct, you're bycatch, like, have you heard of this term before? Fishermen use it, right? Like, say you go out there onto the open ocean, and you got the bell dinging, and you can smell the salty air, and you cast your nets out, you're searching for tuna. There's some bluefin somewhere down there deep. And you trawl, and you trawl, and you trawl some more, and then you bring up the nets, and you plop them down onto the deck. Then you open up those nets, and you find out, not all tuna. Turns out there's a bunch of other shit in here. Well, that's fine. No worries. You're that non-tuna. You're that dolphin gasping on the deck of the ship, almost certainly slated to die and become a can of tuna in the near future. Now, some people, some citizens, rather than accepting that fate from Caroline, that she just spelled out for us, decided to go to the streets and protest, as it turns out. CBS News 3 days ago, protests erupt in Chicago over immigration raids.
All right, to Chicago now, where protests have erupted there. That is where the Trump administration is ramping up immigration enforcement in a plan it calls Operation Midway Blitz. The Department of Homeland Security says it will target the criminal illegal aliens who flock to Chicago and Illinois because of sanctuary policies. Chicago's mayor says the city received no notice ahead of that announcement. For more on this, I want to bring in CBS News correspondent Usher Qureshi, who joins us now from Chicago. Usher, I note that the Operation Midway, which was a big battle during World War II, but also Blitz, which was associated with the German Wehrmacht. This is the name of this operation. Kind of interesting as a history buff. But what does this operation mark as far as a shift in tactics for ICE?
Right, and talking to people here on the ground, they'll say so far it's been more bluster than blitz. We haven't seen those mass arrests that have been promised as of yet. Several people arrested over the weekend, but it does represent a marked shift towards more visible, aggressive street-level enforcement here in Chicago. ICE has now promised to deploy tactics that we once saw in mass raids, using unmarked vans and targeting individuals in public like vendors or people waiting for buses, rather than focusing strictly on those with serious criminal records. We know that one of the men that was taken into custody this past weekend was selling flowers on a street corner. Now, ICE may...
Illegal. Yeah, I thought. Wait, didn't Caroline just tell us that they were going after illegal alien criminals? Flower vendors, people selling flowers, that's a crime now? Selling flowers illegal. Okay. Let's go from Chicago down to D.C., where the Real News Network was on the ground 3 days ago.
We're at Meridian Park, also known as Malcolm X Park, where we'll be covering the rally from Free DC, a coalition group of all organizations in the District of Columbia that's coming together to call for the freedom of D.C. What does freedom of D.C. mean? It means they saying that in the federal occupation, but it means more than that. It means statehood. It means the right to self-determination. As you can see, a lot of people have come out here today to be a part of this process. What you're going to see today is a textbook in organizing 101. What do you think about this movement today?
Well, I think it's very popular. There's a lot of people. It's across generations, across all walks of life. So I'm really hopeful.
Right. And in terms of like the connection between the D.C. federal occupation and what we see going on in occupied Palestine, is it a connection?
Well, I guess there is a connection, no? There's but it's much worse and much more serious what's going on in Gaza. So
I agree 100%, right? It's more serious. But do you think that in terms of your presence here and the fact that I walked around, I see a lot of Palestinian flags. I see a lot of, get out of Gaza, free Palestine. So it's obviously international connection. People are looking at from the perspective that none of us are free until all of us are free.
Absolutely. I think we have a lot of things to protest against. So I think it's a good moment to gather and ask for all of those things, right?
We're here today with over 100 CASA members, over a dozen organizations, with one simple ask: to stop the militarized occupation in D.C.
They're using the law to say that if you're committed a crime and you're an immigrant, then they hold you to the outcome of your crime to determine whether or not they're going to deport you. But they're rounding people up saying that under the pretense they committed a crime. What do you think really the story is behind why they rounding people up?
We are seeing a time that is unprecedented to us, but a time that has repeated itself over and over again. Under this administration, we have seen the constitutional crisis of the injustice of this president not respecting due process. We saw it in Quilma Abrego Garcia's case, and we continue to see it every time they detain our immigrant communities here in D.C., in Baltimore, all across the country. Folks are being detained and targeted, and there's a PR machine saying they're criminals, but the reality is that they see black and brown people, and they have already targeted us as criminals and are taking away our due process. It's happening to Kilmar, it's happening to immigrants, it's happening to black Baltimoreans, and it's gonna happen to all of us if we don't put a stop to this right now.
And I like that articulation, because I want you to unpack this right here. All right, as you said, they're rounding up people under the pretense of being criminals. Do you think that the fact that they're using their lack of citizenship status to ignore their rights as human beings?
We know there's no dignity, and there hasn't been dignity in this country.
This could all end right now if they just rounded up the criminal in charge of it all. You know, just start with the White House, grab Donald Trump, put him in jail.
right to jail, right away.
And we can just end this right now. You know, and just call a snap election. Okay, hold on. Let me, I just want to listen to some more people here. See what everyone had to say on the ground at this rally in D.C.
From Philadelphia, people from New Jersey, Vermont, Florida. So I think people understand the threat this means, not just for people in D.C. and for the country. And I guess particularly from Pennsylvania, people from D.C. every election go out and canvass and do things because we don't have people to vote for. So I kind of feel like it's paying back, and they're appreciative of that.
There's 60 of us here from Vermont because we want D.C. to be free. This invasion is terrible.
Why did y'all feel like y'all had to come down here, though?
Because if Trump does it here, he's going to do it in the next city, and the next city, and the next city, and this is not a dictatorship.
Immediately, it's
and
not
just because
sooner.
most of the people in D.C. voted against him, he's now pissed, and he's taking it out on them.
Exactly. This woman is based. She's absolutely freaking right.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Did I cover... Oh, no, I did not cover Charlie Kirk's wife's response yet. No. We haven't even gotten to Charlie Kirk yet. This is the week-ending report. We always do it on Friday. At least I try to on Friday cover everything from the week. This week is going to be very much including as many things as possible. I really tried to narrow down the number of vids that I have on each topic so that we could cover as many topics as possible today. And I put Charlie Kirk a little bit later on in the stream because it happened later in the week. At least that's the one of the main reasons. Also because I know it's one of the hottest topics right now, and I just didn't want to lead with it today. I wanted us to, because it's taken so much oxygen out of the air recently, I felt it important for us to talk about at least a couple of other topics before we even got to that. I've got that in here for one of the last videos we watch on Charlie today, but we're not there yet. That'll probably be third half. It'll probably be third half material right there. Would be my guess. And right now we're only halfway through the second half. So you do the math.
It's not right. This is not a dictatorship. This is a country where we all vote. And if people don't like what he's doing, they'll vote him out. And bye-bye, Mr. Trump. We're here to support the people in D.C.
We have basically changed our rhythm from focusing on climate change legislation and getting elected officials in that are for a Green New Deal. And we've shifted completely to trying to combat the administration and the oligarchy and occupation that's happening because we can't get anything done with them in office.
So you think it's a connection between climate change, immigration, and free D.C.?
Absolutely. And there.
All right. Let's keep going through these. See who else is up in here.
That they provide for, which can be a large family in the community as a whole. Even if they're not legal citizens of the United States, they still pay taxes. They still belong here. We are the melting pot of America. Isn't that correct? We have a statue in New York Harbor that is meant for exactly that.
Okay, I'm about to do grammar police right now. Yeah. French grammar police. Real quick, this is the wrong conjugation of the verb être. It would be je ne suis pas Charlie, not je n'ai pas Charlie. That making no sense.
And most people just want to be treated as human beings.
That's correct. Why can't everybody just be treated like human beings? Because there's a lot of people out there that are intimidated of large groups of people or people they don't know or understand instead of loving them.
Why are you here today?
Well, I'm an immigrant and I don't feel like we're being treated fairly. We are here to work, to be part of America and support the American dream. and the way that we're being treated is just unfair. So I'm here to protest.
Bottom line, you here to do the same thing his father did. Came here to find a place to live and get living conditions, and you're no different. You're not an immigrant. You're a human being.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Talk about your sign.
My sign indicates today that our president can go into the White House. He can exercise his right of free speech. I'm doing the same. I'm keeping it in plain text English. Let's impeach this bitch. What's happening in our world is not okay. What's happening in Palestine is not okay. And we as a people have come together today to stand for justice, for unity.
Hell yeah. Impeach this bitch. All right. Paige Larson. Using her membership message highlight of the month. MAGA people are so out of touch with reality. As Mark Wayne Mullins of Oklahoma would say,
I don't want reality. I don't want reality.
okay, now, while Donald Trump sends in troops to city after city, Los Angeles, D.C., Chicago supposedly next, Mike Johnson had this message to Democrats.
See how that plays out. Yes, sir.
Mr. Johnson, one question for you specifically, and then one for anyone who'd like to take it. You were just talking about Muriel Bowser, who went from opposing Trump on crime to...
He's been impeached twice. Well, technically, I mean, there's been 2 attempted impeachments, but he's never been impeached all the way through the entire process. The Senate never approved. So technically not impeached. Like, there's 2 attempted impeachments, but never successful impeachments.
Now welcoming the National Guard indefinitely. And you were talking about Charlotte. The mayor there said you can't incarcerate your way out of this problem, even though this person was incarcerated 14 times. I'm curious if you have a number or a thought on how many Americans and refugees will need to be murdered before Democrats want to perhaps work with President Trump. And then my second question for anyone,
what a
as we're
leading
all
question.
driving and walking in here,
What a leading
Israel
fucking
struck
question from this asshole.
to take out Hamas.
I don't know who this dipshit is, but like the people that are hanging around, like the reporters that are hanging around lately are just like a bunch of Groyper trolls. Like, how many people are going to have to die until Democrats allow daddy to send in the military to their cities?
This is ridiculous!
What framing?
As we were all driving and walking in here, Israel struck Qatar to take out Hamas leadership. I'm curious if any of you think that whoever survives there should be evicted from Qatar.
I don't know anything about that development. That's news to me. I've been a little busy the last couple hours, but we'll have to see how that plays out. I mean, look. I was in Israel myself a few weeks ago in early August. It's a very dangerous time there, and they have enemies encamped around them, and they're trying to bring that to a peace as well. But Hamas, you know, by anybody who looks at this reasonably, and in my view, this is my personal view, that Hamas has to be eradicated. You've got to remove that threat on the immediate border, frankly, within the bounds of Israel. And I'm not sure about that development. We'll have to see. I'll reserve judgment to talk about that. But I will say with regard to the crime stats, it's a very good question, and not a rhetorical one. I mean, these mayors in these big blue cities have to ask this question, and I think their voters and the residents and the law-abiding citizens in all these cities should be asking local leadership, how long are you going to put up with this? When are you going to put your foot down and do the right thing, the common sense thing, the thing that is wildly popular with anybody you do ask them? Do you want
it is not broadly
do you want to
popular.
reduce carjackings by 85% in your city? Because that's what's happened in D.C.
That is a lie. What Donald Trump is doing is not broadly popular. It is, in fact, broadly unpopular across the nation. The only people that are, in fact, in favor of this are Republicans, people who voted for Donald Trump already.
Since President Trump got involved.
And even with them, it's not the most popular of issues, I gotta say.
And he will look at you and say, of course, right? Do you want to reduce robberies by 25 to 30%, which is what's happening in D.C.? Of course. I mean, murders are down dramatically. it makes a big difference. It's quality of life. We live in the greatest nation in the history of the world. We have the greatest capital in all of the world. And we need to show that. We need to put that on display. And we need to confirm to the American people that they do not need to fear for their lives when they drive to the grocery store or they pick up their son or daughter from school. This is common sense. I cannot for the life of me understand that message. Yield, man. Let the troops come into your city and show how crime can be reduced. It's a morale boost for the country, and it's.
That's the new Republican message. It's no longer "don't tread on me." It's look. Tread on me. Tread on you. Tread on red. Tread on blue. Everybody. Let those troops tread those fascist boots on you. You're gonna love it. You say you won't, but crime is gonna be down. And then you'll be so glad that you yielded. You'll be so glad that you let us tread on you. You'll say, actually, tread on me more. Tread on me 2, 3, 4. Tread on me, Pop Pop. Tread on me. Till I'm sore. That is the way of America. Fuck yeah! Now, Donald Trump, earlier this week, I think this was on Wednesday, went out, take a little victory lap. Even though there are, in fact, crimes still happening in D.C.
Illegal.
He went out to the restaurant. Decided to, get out, take a break from Big Macs back at the White House. Went to Joe's Seafood.
Thank you very much, everybody. We wanted to take some of the members of the cabinet out to dinner to say, and here we are, we're standing right in the middle of D.C., which, as you know, about over the last year was a very unsafe place. Over the last 20 years.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. This wasn't Wednesday. This was Tuesday. This was Tuesday. I see somebody correcting me. They're right. This is Tuesday, September 9th. Wow. Now, it seems like there's not a lot of security, but when you look around, you notice that the entire street is just shut down. It's just filled with black Yukons. Just black armored cars. This is all you can see. Yeah, hopefully you don't have anywhere to go in this general vicinity during this time, because you won't be getting there.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Here was a very unsafe place. Over the last 20 years, actually, it was very unsafe, and now it's got virtually no crime. We call it crime-free. We're going to be announcing another city that we're going to very shortly. We're working it out. The governor of a certain state would love us to be there, and the mayor of a certain city in that same state would love us to be there. We'll announce it probably tomorrow, and it's going to be something where we'll do like we did here. But this city, here I am, standing out in the middle of the street. I wouldn't have done this 3 months ago, 4 months ago.
Wouldn't have done
I
it.
wouldn't have done it a year ago. This was one of the most unsafe cities in the country. Now it's
Yeah, look at that
as
neighborhood.
safe as there is
That
in
looks
the
like a
country.
rough neighborhood.
So we're here with cabinet.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this neighborhood. I mean, let's be real. I don't know DC that well, but this looks like a very ritzy area. Look at your pretty little gardens and your trees, little potted your planters. And, oh God, you got your awnings and all that. Look at it. It's a lovely neighborhood. It doesn't look very dangerous, if you ask me. It looks like a perfectly nice place to go get dinner. Probably not a very high crime area if we were to check the stats.
Having dinner, and everybody should go out. The restaurants now are booming. People are walking. Thank you.
All the restaurants, they're making money like they never have before.
The restaurants now are booming. People are going out to dinner where they didn't go out for years.
They didn't go. They had people who had not left their house in many years finally going out again and eating food. Many people starving in the Washington, D.C. area, just like Gaza. A lot of people unable to get food. Trump's face keeps losing it. It's on a slump right now. Is it? Is it slumping? Good use of a galactic individual message highlight, I think. We'll be talking about the slumpy face a little bit later. We'll get to that too. Like I said, it's the weekending report. We're going to try and cover absolutely freaking everything. Even if it kills me. All right, let's get a view from inside Joe's Seafood. Yeah, I just got to look something up real quick. I just got to do it. I just got to do it. Joe's Seafood. Let me see. Oh God. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I just intrinsically, I think we all know. But Joe's Seafood, prime steak, and stone crab, which is clearly in a very ritzy part of Washington. $100+ per person. $100+ per person. Not per party, per person. The appetizers cost $30. $90 filet mignon and lobster tail. That sounds ooh, yeah. Prime dry aged ribeye, $110. Alaskan red king crab legs, $181. Oh yeah, this seems like a really rough part of town. These guys seems like they're really having a rough time doing business over here. $180 for crab. Jesus Christ.
That's too much, man!
Nobody goes to restaurants, and that's why they're able to charge $200 for crab legs. That's how you stay in business. When no one's coming to your restaurant, you raise the prices to an unattainable level for almost everyone.
We have a safe city now. Great job.
Everything's safe. People can finally come to Joe's Seafood. The grand reopening of Joe's.
We won't be mugged going home, okay? Have a good time, everybody.
Brandon B. Hey, thanks for that business card.
Yeah, I gave it to you.
Big stuff. I like it. Thanks.
Where's your...
Crime-ridden neighborhood with restaurants that serve $200 stone crab. Yeah. Why do I get the sense that literally nothing has changed at this restaurant since Donald Trump took office? There you go. All right. Let's see how right-wing influencers have been navigating the waters of Donald Trump's federal sort of crackdown, sort of, martial law-esque crackdown.
We have a Tim Pool clip. Oh, what ridiculousness is he saying now?
He's debating a guy I've seen on...
is this the Alex Jones guy?
I'm not sure who this is.
Isn't that guy the Alex Jones guy?
Joel Webbin? I'm not sure.
I don't know
Tomlinson, but he's debating a guy named Pisco Liddy, and who I've seen on Twitch before. I'll have a citation here in a second. But here are them talking about...
what show is this?
This is Culture War.
This is Tim Pool's show. Okay.
Yeah.
conversation about Mahmoud Khalil. And
So let me just stress something real quick. What Peace Go does is he tries to trap you into an absolute position that you will deny 800,000.
Didn't he accuse me of doing that too? He accuses everybody
This reminded me
of trying to force him to take a position on stuff.
Now, I hate to be an elitist, but, I feel like this is one of those things that maybe Tim Pool could have picked up on back if he had decided to complete or even... Did he even enter high school? Didn't he leave school in like 8th grade or something? Either way, if he had stayed in school for just a little longer, he might have figured out that actually in debate, you are supposed to, in fact, defend something. You're supposed to take a side. You're not supposed to just sort of waffle about saying words for no good reason. That's kind of a waste of everyone's time.
Come on! Pretending like he's sort of plays both sides of the fence.
Yeah, he's just a weather vane or windsock.
Tries to trap you into an absolute position that you will deny 800,000 times like I've done throughout the entire show.
More like a wind beanie.
Right. You deny that you supported Mahmoud Khalil's deportation. You said whoa. You supported that deportation.
Clip this, guys.
For Israel.
Clip this, guys. This is a really, really great one. He said, I support, in general, people being deported over Israel.
Wait a second.
Prop clip that.
Didn't Tim Pool criticize me for saying clip this?
Prop clipping.
Prop clipping?
Now Tim thinks he's the prop clipper now.
Oh, interesting.
The prop clipped has become the prop clipper.
I see.
I mean, use your tactics, their enemies' tactics
Darbo.
on them.
But I'll
guess.
say, I don't think Tim makes a good point here.
You supported that deportation.
Clip this, guys.
For Israel.
Clip this, guys. This is a really, really great one. He said, I support, in general, people being deported over Israel. Then, when challenged, he did the Mott and Bailey back to a single individual with certain contexts.
Well, that's why he's being deported, isn't he? And the same thing with Meza Ozturk. Didn't he call to destroy Western civilization?
My point is made.
Hang on a second.
Wait. His point was made? His point was made. You support people being deported because of their views on Israel. Oh, what are you talking about? You supported Khalil's deportation. Well, that's just one example of exactly what you're talking about.
The most high-profile, basically political prisoner for his political
This is
speech on Palestine.
This is where Tim Pool would, if he actually had a genuine position against it, would say, I did support that, but I didn't support this, and this example of what you're talking about because the Khalil deportation was specifically different on these terms. Now, Tim Pool won't say that because he doesn't believe that. He doesn't know of any other circumstances. Yeah. But he needs to maintain this notion of like, yes, I am sort of against this, but I can't be too explicit about it. So let's Mott and Bailey.
Yeah, and also Mahmoud Khalil didn't say he's trying to end Western civilization.
That's
not something he said. He's actually picked as a mediator between the activists and the administration because he's fairly measured.
And because Jewish students said explicitly he's not anti-Semitic and we like dealing with him.
Yeah, so they're just making stuff up to justify it.
Okay.
Because they do support it.
Meza Ozturk. Didn't he call to destroy Western civilization?
My point is made.
Hang on a second. He's being deported because he was critical of Israel.
You ask a question about a specific criminal context, but then try to
criminal context. What is he being charged with criminally?
Well, let's see. You see, this is the game he's playing.
Illegal.
This is the game he's playing.
He's listening to me.
He's listening to what I'm saying.
Exactly. This is the game he's playing. He's listening to me, and he's pointing out details of things that I'm saying right now that, he's picking them apart, and then he's criticizing them. It's almost like he's debating me right now. It's very rude.
How rude.
He's trying to.
I know this listening game.
I know this. Make me define my terms.
Oh my God.
He's being deported because he was critical of Israel.
You ask a question about a specific criminal context, but then try to
criminal context. What is he being charged with criminally?
Well, let's see. This is the game he's playing. He'll say, you'll say something like, "Here's a guy who stabbed the baby. Should go to jail."
Wow.
And he was black, and you're like, "Yes." He was like, "Well, Tim said black people should go to jail." It's like, what the fuck are you talking?
Wait, no. You support someone who's
one guy, one time.
Criticizing Israel equals stabbing a baby. I'm not sure that those two things are analogous to one another. I think you sort of gotten away from things somehow. Criticizing Israel, the same thing as taking a living and breathing human being, a child, a baby, an infant, and then stabbing it.
Illegal.
Same thing, as it turns out.
Anti-Semitic.
One guy, one
because
time
he was
is not-
critical of
one guy,
Israel.
one
That's
time.
why you did support that. I mean,
I did not
because of
support-
that, or because he did other things that were objectively
He's
immoral.
lying.
No, I'm not lying. What's the lie?
Pause it. Oh, did he do other things that were objectively immoral? Like, list one.
That guy thinks women shouldn't be allowed to work.
Oh, all right. Well, that was it. Okay.
One woman, one time.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I mean, this
I
woman
don't
is
want to be too
dangerous,
indulgent, but I do have to
ladies and
back up to where Tim Pool repeats, one man, one time.
Hang on a second. He's being deported because he was critical of Israel. Isn't
You ask a question about a specific criminal context, but then try to claim-
criminal context? What is he being charged with criminally?
Well, let's see. You see, this is the game he's playing.
What's the game?
He'll say, you'll say something like, "Here's a guy who stabbed a baby. She go to jail, and he was black." And you're like, "Yes." He was like, "Well, Tim said black people should go to jail." It's like, what the fuck are you talking
Wait, no.
about?
You supported someone.
Pause it for a
who's-
second.
guy,
No.
Could you drum
You
up?
could do one guy one time in a second, but the analogy is not, here's a guy who stabbed a baby.
I love how he added an element into it, but also the black baby the stabber of the baby is black. Like why that element had to be brought into the situation, I'll never know. I'm not sure any of us will ever understand how it is that Tim Pool got there. It's a very strange man. Not everything Tim does is intended to make sense, and it's better sometimes to just let those things that he does go on into the future. Just sort of let them linger, let them not make sense. It's more it's better to sometimes just try and not make sense of them for yourself, because it does take a lot of effort. Speaking of crackdowns on people in the street, more enforcement, immigration enforcement, seemingly, is being seen throughout the country, including in California. This is in Van Nuys, where several people were seen being tackled by masked, armed individuals.
Well, this weekend, the White House promised to ramp up immigration enforcement, and today 2 operations went down in Van Nuys, less than a mile apart. One was at a car wash, the other in a strip mall parking lot, federal agents with guns drawn. Alex Rozier has been on top of today's new developments. Alex, do we know why these people were targeted?
Well, Michael, we reached out to ICE and the Department of Homeland Security for specifics on why they were targeted and what exactly happened here, and they have not responded at this point. But we do know that one of the operations took place in the parking lot behind me at Kester and Sherman Way in Van Nuys. All of it captured on video. I'll show you that right now. Surveillance video showed what appears to be agents with guns drawn as they surrounded an orange Chevy Camaro around 10:45 this morning. 3 people were in the car. 2 of them, the driver and 1 passenger, were detained. The other passenger was not detained. She said she's an American citizen and said the agents followed their car for 7 miles from Northridge to Van Nuys. She said the 2 people
7
who
miles.
were detained are here legally with green cards. And that was the second known immigration.
Yep. People here legally being harassed, terrorized by what we assume is ICE. But since they refuse to ever identify themselves or provide warrants for the things that they do, which of course they're supposed to be legally mandated to do in this country, we have no way of knowing for sure. But certainly people are being affected, even if they have every right to be in this country. Now, let's keep this moving. Sorry, I had to refresh my list here. Where were we? Yes, okay. How are we doing on time? Oh my god, how have we already almost gone through 2 halves, people? We're 3.5 hours into this puppy. Okay, let's... How much have we gotten through so far today? Let me just quickly look at this, see how fast we're moving. Could be worse, I suppose. Okay, let's go here. Forbes breaking news from 3 days ago. Caroline Leavitt, back at the Ministry of Truth, asked about the criticism that Donald Trump is targeting cities with black mayors.
Is the president considering offering Mayor Eric Adams a job? If so, why? And does he think Curtis Lee was a serious candidate for New York City mayor?
Look, the president has made it quite clear he wants this race to move forward in New York City. He does not want a communist to be running New York City, but as for weighing in on other individual candidates, I'll leave that to the president to do himself.
And then following up on Reagan's question, you know, many of these highest crime cities in America, they're led by black mayors, including the three that you mentioned, Jackson, Memphis, Birmingham. So given that, what's your response to criticism from the left that Trump is targeting black mayors? Isn't he just trying to protect black people?
The president is
Oh
trying to
my
protect all
God,
Americans
this guy.
from crime, and he
Wow.
wants to make all of our
What of this? I don't know who this fuck is, but what framing from him? All of the cities in the United States with the worst crime are actually the fault of black people, and so isn't Donald Trump, by targeting black cities, actually just protecting black people? Wow. Wow. What a claim.
cities in America safe, and the fact is the most dangerous cities in America are run by Democrats overwhelmingly. And according to the FBI crime statistics, 19 of the top 20 cities with the highest murder rate are run by Democrats. And these high crime Democrat-run cities are driving up the crime stats. And
So I guess there is no real response to this. Is actually, yes, you're right. Black cities are the worst, and we're going after them. But they should be happy about that because we're just protecting black people. Don't you get it? Don't you get it, you stupid leftists who claim we're being racist? We're being racist, but we're doing it to protect black people. Don't you get that? It's all Democrats' fault, too, by the way. Write that down while we're talking about it. Now, an escalation in ICE enforcement happened earlier today. This one is truly fucking disturbing, and should trouble absolutely every single person listening to this right now, certainly if you're in the United States. Someone was killed by ICE earlier today. That's right. On American streets, ICE enforcement killed someone. Here we go. CNN, 9 hours ago.
The following breaking news out of the Chicago area. Homeland Security officials say an ICE operation left an enforcement officer severely injured and the target of a traffic stop dead. Let's go to CNN senior crime and justice correspondent Shimon Prokupez. Shimon, what are you learning about this incident?
Yeah, so Boris, we just got here a short time ago. This happened several hours ago, but the information is just now coming out about what exactly happened here. And all of the information, I should point out, that we have right now is coming from the Department of Homeland Security. We're in the Franklin Park suburb of Chicago, about 15 miles outside of Chicago. And what we have learned from the Department of Homeland Security is that they were targeting an individual as part of their enforcement action here in the Chicago area. They've been surging ICE officers.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Now ICE is just gunning people down in the streets. I mean, I just want you to think about that. This is literally totalitarianism, okay? ICE agents are supposed to be there to bring people to immigration courts and to have them, follow the law if they are not. They are not here to start blasting off at people, okay? They have no justification in doing what they've done. And this is you know, this is the beginning. And the fact is the fact that this happened a day and a half after Charlie Kirk died, and I claimed on Wednesday that this was going to be Trump's Reichstag fire, seeing his, you know, his Gestapo murdering people in the streets really sort of brings it all home.
This neighborhood for enforcement action, and that this individual was targeted as part of that enforcement action, and that when ICE officers attempted to stop this individual, attempted to detain this individual, he was in his car. They did a car stop, and what they say is then that the driver dragged one of the officers in essentially an effort to evade ICE officers.
That's what they claim.
What they tell us is that this was a vehicle.
That's what they claim, but there is video of this incident. Is it in this video or is it in the next video? I have 2 videos on this fucking thing. Is it this one? There is video of this fucking incident, and in no way was anybody in danger. They just murdered a guy. They just fucking murdered a guy. Let's go here. CBS 6 hours ago, 4 hours ago, excuse me.
An ICE officer fatally shot a driver today in the Chicago suburb of Franklin Park, Illinois.
ICE says the driver was trying to evade arrest and had aimed his car at the officers. Camilo Montoya Galvez has details.
Surveillance video from this morning shows 2 ICE agents conducting a vehicle stop. The agents surround the silver car. The driver reverses the vehicle. The officer on the passenger side can be seen pointing his weapon as the driver attempts to flee the scene. As the car drives away, the agent on the driver's side can no longer be seen in this video. In a different surveillance video, 2 gunshots can be heard as the vehicle drives away. In a statement, DHS said the driver, Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, struck one of the officers and dragged them as he drove away. That officer then fired his weapon, hitting Villegas Gonzalez.
Show us the evidence.
So
I didn't see any evidence that suggests that any officers were hit. Fuck these guys. They just murdered that guy in broad daylight. They just murdered that guy in broad daylight. And we have no idea whether this man is, in fact, an undocumented immigrant. He could be an American citizen. ICE has picked up plenty of American citizens at this point. That guy could be here legally and is now dead. And we have no information on it. Everyone should be fucking disturbed by that story. These guys should not be like I don't care what's going on. I genuinely don't give a fuck what's going on. If you're ICE, you know, you shouldn't even have guns. You know, your job is to get people to immigration court, to their day in court, so that they can, so that adequate justice can be had. Whether or not they stay here or not is up to the judges. But it is not the job, it should not be the job of ICE to just start unloading in the middle of Chicago or any other city streets in order to get this done. It's just making the world more dangerous. Cops just blasting it off the middle of downtown Chicago. Well, it's not downtown Chicago, but whatever. What did they say it was? I can't remember what neighborhood they said it was. Anyway, it's just out of control. Just out of fucking control. Now, speaking of murder, a woman was murdered earlier this week, a Ukrainian refugee, while on a train in, I believe it was, don't quote me on this, South Carolina? I think it was either South or North Carolina, I think. Let's go here, CNN 4 days ago.
And new this morning, a heinous act captured on video. I want you to warn you that this is disturbing. It is very graphic. This is surveillance footage, moments before a 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee was stabbed to death aboard a train in Charlotte, North Carolina. Now, after she boards the train in her work uniform, she sits in front of her alleged killer. And after a few moments, in a seemingly just random act, the suspect pulls out a knife and attacks her.
Heartbreaking indeed. I want to go live to CNN's chief law enforcement and intelligence analyst, John Miller, who's joining us from New York. John, what do we know, first of all, about this horrible attack and the alleged assailant?
Well, this happened back on August 22nd. The assailant, who's charged with murder in this case, is DeCarlos Brown, 34 years old. He's got 14 arrests in the Charlotte-Mecklenburg area. He just finished a 6-year stint for an armed gunpoint robbery and got out of jail a couple of years ago. And what we're trying to learn is more about what his encounters with law enforcement on the street have been since the time he was released from prison up until this incident.
Now, the attack, as you know, John, has
I have done a little bit of
political fight.
Looking into that, and from what I understand, in that time, the number of however many years they said, like the 4 or 5 years that he's been out, or 3 years, I can't remember exactly how many years he's been out of jail, but in that time, he had not been, he had really done no crimes. The only thing that had happened is that he had had a mental breakdown. He attempted to call 911 to get help, did not receive help, and after calling multiple occasions, he was arrested, I think, or cited. I can't remember if it was actual even arrest, but he was basically cited for false 911 calls, right? Like basically just pestering 911. You're calling us and there is no emergency. Here's a citation. You don't even go to jail for that sort of thing, right? And it's just, it's just horrifying. This guy could, like, this whole tragedy could have been averted if we actually had mental health, like, professionals, like people like Zoran have been suggesting that we fund in cities, rather than having, police officers deal with all of these things, having 911, having only so many options, getting social workers and things like that to deal with people who are having mental health episodes. And if he had instead, rather than being ignored by the system, punished by the system for having a fucking mental health problem, and been treated, this never would have happened. Completely avoidable tragedy that occurred. But the Trump government is taking these taking this attack incredibly seriously, even more seriously than the murder of Minnesota Congresswoman. Oh shit, what's her name? I can't even think of it right now. Melissa Hortman and her husband. They are filing federal charges against this man. So they're taking this murder, this completely preventable murder, more seriously than the murder of a sitting congressperson. That's the Trump government. Suspect in stabbing of Ukrainian refugee faces federal charge as Trump puts attack in culture war spotlight. The Justice Department on Tuesday filed federal charges against DeCarlos Brown Jr., the 34-year-old accused of killing Ukrainian refugee Irina Zarutska on a Charlotte, North Carolina train last month. We genuinely live in a multi-tiered system of justice now, one which has political, racial, ethnic lines drawn, as well as class lines. And it's all being, like, literally propped up by the Trump administration. Like, the way that they're applying the law is completely uneven. Terrorism charges for Luigi. No terrorism charges, no federal charges for the murder of Melissa Hortman and and then, federal charges for this guy with mental health problems who the system failed. who, yes, did commit a horrendous crime, but once again, we didn't do what we should have done in the first place, which is deal with somebody having a mental health crisis rather than just ignoring it and just saying, we'll deal with that later. Later, like when he murders that woman. But of course, right-wingers immediately took to using the death of Irina Zarutska to political ends this week.
You can already see this last night. Pam Bondi, the administration had been gearing up to invade Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
And Pritzker came out and was very strong to the point where people were like entertaining the idea of, is he going to mobilize Illinois National Guard to stop Texas National Guard from invading Illinois?
He also linked arms with Brandon Johnson, who they've been having obviously some I don't know, rancor between the two of them, and threatened essentially to prosecute people, saying, we will not forget what you do and what your actions are here. And I found that to be a pretty strong statement. It's also like kind of a way to signal, if I run for president and I win, this is what I'm telling people I'm going to do. So watch out.
Here's Pam Bondi sort of trying to pivot off of the invasion of Chicago and looking for other things to maintain this narrative that crime is out of control in this country.
Madam Attorney General, we have an epidemic. New York Post had a story front cover yesterday. 68 people committed over 5,000 crimes combined. Only 5 of the 68 are in jail. In the last 2 weekends, Chicago, nearly 80 people shot, nearly 20 dead. They don't want the president's help. Why?
They are a progressive city, and they don't want the president's help. That's on them. It's horrific that they don't want President Trump's help. Look what we've done right here in D.C. President Trump.
Sirens in the.
Ah, yes, the progressive city of Charlotte, North Carolina. Damn you, North Carolina. I mean, isn't North Carolina a red state? Oh, we're just gonna what they're gonna do is I think they're gonna cherry pick. They're like, oh look, it's in a red state, but it's a blue city. It's a nasty blue city, right? They're just gonna cherry pick. They're like, all right. If it happens in a red state, we have to blame it on the blue city, and if it's not a blue city, we have to find some other characteristic, like maybe the perpetrator is black or Hispanic, something like that.
DC. We were with the mayor tonight. We were with the police chief tonight. We are working hand in hand with DC to make DC safe again. Chicago should be begging Donald Trump for help.
Oh, she's talking about
keep Chicago safe. Yet they aren't. So
but isn't she talking about Irina? Like she's on. They have the photo. They had this photo of Irina Zarutska up there, but she's talking about Chicago. Okay, I guess I'm just confused. She's kind of jumping back and forth between topics.
City who wants us there. President
Hold on. What happened? What happened? I thought Donald Trump was so powerful and he could do whatever the hell he wanted.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
But all of a sudden, we're going to go to a different city. That's an interesting sleight of hand there by Pam Bondi. Turns out states' rights are still a thing, alerting the Republican Party.
What?
Chicago safe. Yet they aren't. So we're going to go into a city who wants us there. President Trump wants to make all of America safe. Irina is just one example of what progressive, liberal politics do and politicians do. I have heard so few words about that beautiful young woman. Try being her mother. They came
pause
to
it.
this
Okay.
country.
They're referencing a Ukrainian refugee.
Crimes are only happen as a result of the existence of leftists and progressives, apparently. It's fascinating. Karachi with the sweet super chat. 4,900 hoagies were thrown with vicious intent.
Illegal.
Illegal hoagie throwing. Now, other near tragedies happened this week. 3 days ago on Tuesday, a 13-year-old child was arrested.
Illegal.
23 guns seized.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
After an alleged school shooting threat.
To Washington now, where police say they seized 23 guns from the home of a 13-year-old who appeared to be fixated on school shooters. Police arrested the teen after finding some disturbing social media posts. Yesterday, he pleaded not guilty to charges of unlawful firearms possession and making a threat. Let's go to CBS News reporter Andres Gutierrez covering the story for us. Andres, what did deputies find and why did they act so quickly?
A fucking arsenal is what they found.
Well, Elizabeth, a possible tragedy was averted all because someone saw something and said something. Let's take you back to Friday. That's when Pierce County Sheriff deputies
haven't given
received a tip
up on
that
that.
a 13-year-old was online making threats.
See something, say
guns.
something.
About 12 hours.
A vestige of 9/11 that's stuck through in our society for 25 years. See something, say something.
Let's take you back to Friday. That's when Pierce County Sheriff deputies received a tip that a 13-year-old was online making threats that he had guns. About 12 hours later, at 1 a.m. Saturday, SWAT members showed up to the kid's house in Parkland, Washington. Inside, deputies found 23 weapons. You could see them right there on your screen. 8 handguns, 2 shotguns, and the rest of them semi-automatic rifles. Some of them were in a safe, but many, according to authorities, were out in the open, mounted on walls or left around the house. As you can imagine, there were also several boxes of ammo. And here is the disturbing bit. They also found loaded magazines inscribed with references to the Columbine massacre on them. This was allegedly found inside the teen's go bag. Investigators say the teen had also posted photos of himself holding guns online and posted on Telegram, quote, "When I turn 21, I'm going to kill people." He was
illegal.
Truly disturbing. 13-year-old child. Get that kid some help, for the love of God. Less guns, more therapy, please.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Now, in the wake of the shooting in Minnesota, Caroline Leavitt was asked if Donald Trump would support banning all transgender Americans from owning guns.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
Let's see what Caroline had to say.
I don't have any meetings for you to read out on that.
Caroline,
Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Is the Trump administration considering a ban on transgender Americans owning guns? Is that something the president would support, even as we've seen some gun groups oppose the idea of it?
I saw reporting on this. I understand there were very preliminary, low-level discussions about this at the Department of Justice, and then sometimes those discussions are reported as fact. I'm not tracking any potential actions on this front, and I'll let the president weigh in on that. It's a policy decision, and it's far too early or would be premature, inappropriate for me to weigh in on it at this point in time. Behind you. Go ahead.
Could happen. Could happen. Who's to say? Wouldn't want to rule it out. Wouldn't want to rule it out, Caroline. Okay. Great. There we go. Could take away people's constitutional rights.
In our national lead, an
based
update from the
upon
family.
Their sexual, their gender. And or I guess really, I mean, we're doing it for all sorts of reasons these days, so might as well get that in there too.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
right? Speaking of getting rid of the Second Amendment, yesterday, around the same time that Wednesday, around the same time that Charlie Kirk was assassinated, a mass shooting happened at a Denver area high school.
In our national lead, an update from the family of one of the students wounded in Wednesday's school shooting at a Denver area high school. The victim of is now identified as 18-year-old Matthew Silverstone. The family saying that they appreciate the community's concern. They're asking for privacy. County officials today identified the shooter as a 16-year-old student at Evergreen High School, whom they believe had been radicalized by an extremist network. Here with us now is the Democratic governor of Colorado, Jared Polis. Governor, thanks so much for joining us under such awful circumstances. This marks yet another high-profile mass shooting in your state. Tell us more about this new information we've learned about the shooter and this extremist network.
Well, I think we all await information about exactly how he was radicalized, whether there were any signs to look for. I just want to commend the actions of the teachers and the students at the school. The quick lockdown saved lives, and you'll be hearing more about this. The shooter in the hallways couldn't access the classrooms. There were 2 students very seriously injured. We're still hoping and praying that they're able to pull through. But the brave actions on the spot in real time, without those, this would have been a lot worse.
Yes, 2 people were injured, but thankfully no one died, or has at least as of now died. Although, like he said, 2 people are critically injured and could be in danger still. So that's not over. But he did mention he doesn't know how he was radicalized. That was yesterday. Here's CBS Colorado from 33 minutes before I started the stream. Because the online footprint of the Evergreen school shooter in Colorado is disturbing.
Two students are hospitalized tonight, one in critical condition and another is improving, now listed as serious.
That's after a 16-year-old student opened fire at the high school on Wednesday. Your reporter in the Foothills, Alan Janae, was one of the first reporters on the scene that afternoon. And Alan, you've been learning more about the suspect based on his online footprint.
Yeah, we have, and it is troubling. There's no doubt about that. The Anti-Defamation League, in its Center on Extremism, has uncovered that the 16-year-old shooter spent substantial time online at sites featuring extremist ideologies and violent, gory content. And they believe he adopted extremist views himself. A handgun and bullets. This was an image, says the ADL, posted on an X or Twitter account belonging to the Evergreen High School shooter the morning of the attack. He would ride a bus to school, say investigators, and open fire. The ADL's research of his accounts show Desmond Holley developed a deep fascination with mass shooters, expressed neo-Nazi views, and frequented a site featuring violent, gory images. The Jeffco Sheriff's Office has pointed to troubling behavior.
It was stated to us specifically.
They say Desmond Holley
was radicalized through an extremist network.
Radicalization seems quite a common element, doesn't it?
Absolutely. The pattern that we're seeing, at least from what I can tell so far, is not anything new.
Beverly Kingston is director of CU's Center for the Study and Prevention of Violence. They've found school shooters often bear similarities or pay tribute to other mass shooters. On TikTok, Holly wore a mask with inscriptions including Al-Nur, the name of a mosque where there'd been a mass shooting, and 14, a possible reference to 14 words, a popular white supremacist slogan. In one online discussion, another poster wrote, "You got close to a full setup now, man. Time to make a move." Holly, who had
Does need a
collected tech for
GoPro,
years,
and we can go full POV.
liked it.
Getting
Rid of these websites is probably like playing a whack-a-mole game, though, right?
There's probably not going to.
Did you see what he responded? Just need a GoPro. It's going to be cool and POV. This is fucking disturbing. Shock of shocks, a neo-Nazi did another mass shooting at his school. It's not like there's been a historic pattern of these things up to this point. Al-Nur was Christchurch. Yes, I believe so. Yep, 14 words and everything else in there. Truly fucking disturbing. Okay. Last story before we take a break. We are at the point where we're about to start talking about Charlie Kirk. But we're almost 4 hours in, so we're going to do one more. This is Donald Trump talking about the National Guard. And apparently, he has shifted tactics here a little bit. He's claimed that he's going to be sending National Guard troops to Tennessee, a red state.
What?
That's right. That's right, Republicans. Prepare yourselves. Yield. All right? Remember, Mike Johnson told us that we need to yield. We need to accept the fascist thuggery. We need to accept the boots. All right? Tread on me is the new phrase, Republicans. I'm going to start selling mugs, I think, for Republicans who are in need of reminder to accept the government, the big federal government, treading on them.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
I think that'd be a good market to get into. Trump says he's sending National Guard to Memphis. Hey, Clay, don't be a dick. President Donald Trump said Friday he would send the National Guard to Memphis, confirming it's the next city he'll target in his crime crackdown after ending the initiative in Washington, D.C. this week. Trump said on Fox and Friends his administration will send the National Guard and anybody else we need to Memphis, calling it deeply troubled. Trump confirmed the deployment after telling reporters Thursday he was considering sending troops there or to St. Louis, alleging they have higher crime rates than Chicago. Wow, someone actually gave Donald Trump a graph of who has the highest crimes. And it is, in fact, red states. Well, Republicans, you just got to know that Donald Trump is just trying to save you from yourselves. All your crime-ridden states, okay? I want to hear everybody complaining about, jackbooted thugs or stormtroopers. Okay, yes, this is a good time for us to take a break. Don't worry though, everyone, we will be right back after these brief messages. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too, so that you do not miss a single episode of this Spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Thankfully, we have a great number of ways for you to do just that. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream, rather than the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Where an unprecedented number of space benefits, unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy, awaits you, space fans. Things like an avatar on the stream. That's right, you could be here, chilling poolside with me and the rest of the Galactic patrons. Or maybe at the bar, the lake, or the street. That's right, all of these are options for your Galactic avatar. You just gotta tell me what you want to be, and I will make it happen. That's not it though. Shoutouts at the end of every stream, secret Discord channel in the Discord server, and much, much more. Anyway, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, Space Fams. You know what that sound means. It, of course, means that it's time for us to get back to the stream. That's right. Second half and second break officially done. Third half about to begin, which means that you need to get back in your seats. Otherwise, you're going to miss the beginning of the third half, and that would be very sad. No one wants that. So, get moving. Get moving. Get yourself back to the place you need to be to enjoy more galactic content.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, everybody. Well, thankfully, we didn't have to worry at all about completing a goal going into the third half. We completed the content goal very early on in the first half of the stream, if I recall correctly. Yeah, which was a great job, by the way, from everyone who helped contribute. We also broke the ice on the galactic deficit, which I added to the stream. I did a little calculating yesterday on my day off to figure out what the galactic deficit for October was going to be. Figured it out, put it up. We already have broken the ice, gotten $5 done out of 330. And we still got plenty of time. Plenty of time to solve that. Really, we need, it's like, I'm trying to do the math on it. It's like we need like 10-ish dollars a day. A little bit more, like 50, slightly less than 15. I'm trying to do the math. I think it's like $15 a day. We're doing good. We're doing good so far. I think we will complete it. Okay, we ended the stream talking about Donald Trump's use of the National Guard, ICE, and other law enforcement against the civilian population in the United States. Very last thing we talked about was the shooting that happened in Colorado the day that Charlie Kirk was shot in Utah, and how that shooter had gone down a deep, dark internet extremist rabbit hole filled with neo-Nazi ideology and other sort of Groyper adjacent stuff. Shocking no one. Now, let's talk about that. The death of Charlie Kirk. Something which we spent literally 9 hours talking about on Wednesday. But before we do any of that, I gotta say thank you to Sasha G for this sweet, sweet super chat. Speeding. Look at that. Speeding. Mudang. Mudang speeding. On a sweet, sweet office chair. Like a bouse. Like a bouse. Thank you, Sasha. Much appreciated. Look at that hippo go. All right, let's talk about Charlie Kirk. And now I think everyone's pretty damn familiar with all of this, and at least are aware of what happened. So let's just start it off after that, since we dedicated an entire stream to talking about this Wednesday. Let's go here. This is from 2 days ago. Onlooker shares account of Charlie Kirk shooting.
David, stand by. I want to bring in a witness to the shooting, Dallin Smith. Dallin, I understand you're a former student at Utah Valley University where this apparent assassination happened. You were there with your sister. Tell us, what was the atmosphere like before the shot rang out?
Yeah, the atmosphere was buzzing. I wasn't expecting that many people to be there. You know, I wanted to go, and I wanted to be there a little bit earlier to ask Charlie a question. I wanted to have a little bit of a debate with him, but when I got there, there was thousands of people there, more than I expected, and it was buzzing. There was a lot of energy. A lot of people were smiling, calling on the phones, taking videos. Everyone seemed to be having a good time.
Where were you standing? How far were you from him? And could you make out at all the direction of where the shot may have been fired from?
The direction of the shot, no. I wasn't in the crowd, at least on the ground. There was a walkway above Charlie's kind of tent, where normally, you know, on a normal day of campus, you can walk back and forth between the two buildings. But they had it taped off, and up to the degree of where it was taped off, I was on the right side, I guess the left side of his tent. And I was overlooking the entire crowd. And it was I could see basically everything. I couldn't necessarily see Charlie because his tent is kind of, you know, blocked off from all corners except for the front. But yeah, I could see everything, and I couldn't tell the direction that the shot was made out of, unfortunately.
How are you and your sister doing? This is a horrible thing to witness.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit surreal. You know, it was, we heard two pops, and we ran. And a lot of people ran with us. When I was standing by the door, kind of overseeing what was happening, some people were standing there still taking videos. So I went back out to look over the railing to see, like, maybe someone just did some firecrackers, something like that. But more and more people were screaming, crying, dispersing super quickly from the scene. More and more people were headed Charlie's way. And yeah, just pure.
Sorry, everyone. I see your messages. I just turned the volume back up. My apologies. I had it down because I mess with the volume level knobs. Well, I'm constantly messing with the levels over here, constantly monitoring levels, and whenever I play the music during the breaks, I turn it down for me to be able to speak over it. That is my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Huge, tiny mistake. Ooh, almost missed that. Chokey with a sweet, sweet super sticker as well. 3 puns. Sorry, that's a Mitchell and Webb joke. That's my bad. Probably not a lot of people get that one. 3 pounds. British pounds. Thank you. Fist, a bump. A fist, a bump. A fist, a bump. A fist, a bump. Thank you, Jokey. Much appreciated. Is that a picture of the Queen? Is your is your new profile picture a picture of the Queen? This is the first time I am noticing that. Why am I just now noticing that? Oh, dear Queenie. Gone too soon. How old was she? 94 or something?
Then after getting back into the building, just tons of people flooding.
That's darn near
to go
number
outside,
way.
get away from the scene. A lot of tears, a lot of phone calls. Me and my sister were good.
I didn't go to Oxford. By which I mean, yes, I did go to Oxford. It says eat swans.
Illegal.
I think it's illegal. Isn't it illegal to eat swans? Aren't all the swans under the King Charles's protection? Aren't they his swans? Isn't that off with your head type crime? You eat one of the king's swans?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Even on your computer screen, I can't see it. Well, I have. The reason I can see people's pictures really well on my end is because I have another window. I have another window set up. Like, I have the chat window. Like, I have the regular stream window, right, open on Microsoft Edge, and then I have another window which I open out of Studio, YouTube Studio within Microsoft Edge, that is then using a plugin which allows me to blow up the messages and put them on the screen and like highlight the messages. Like, I'm running like another window entirely just for that functionality. So I can, in that one case, when I click a message to highlight it, I can actually see the pictures really, really well. Just for a moment. Okay, I'm getting distracted. Okay, that was 2 days ago. Let's keep this moving. This is from yesterday. A vigil was held for Charlie Kirk in multiple places throughout the nation. Mostly at schools, where I believe Turning Point USA had chapters. This one was in Utah, at the Capitol.
Now at 11, the manhunt for Charlie Kirk's killer, the conservative political activist, gunned down during an outdoor event in Utah. Good evening, I'm Micah Ullman.
And I'm Cher Calvin. It is being called a dark moment for America. The targeted shooting of conservative political activist Charlie Kirk during an outdoor event at Utah Valley University.
Tonight, the manhunt for the suspect is intensifying, focusing on a figure seen running on the roof of a building some 200 yards from where Kirk was sitting. Charlie Kirk, the 31-year-old founder of Turning Point USA, was speaking to thousands of students at an outdoor event when he was killed by a single gunshot. The shooting is being condemned by political figures on both sides of the aisle, many saying it's time to lower the temperature on political violence and rhetoric. Our coverage begins with John Fenolio here in studio. John.
Sure, Mike. Authorities say this was, in fact, a targeted act of political violence. Charlie Kirk was pronounced dead at a nearby hospital shortly after the shooting. There were reports that a person of interest had been detained, but the FBI says that person has since been questioned and released. Tonight, the manhunt continues for Kirk's assassin.
This moment feels like it was so long ago now. I know it's only been like a little over 24 hours since this video dropped, but holy shit. What a crazy week. I mean, talk about week-ending reports. This is the week-ending report to end them all. Jesus Christ. What an insane freaking week. What was I going to say? I was going to respond to a chat, and I just got distracted by my own thoughts. I'm never going to find it. You're all chatting too furiously right now. Never going to find it.
We have to warn you that some of the video in this report is disturbing.
Oh, that's what I was going to say.
Counting or not counting gang violence.
That's what I was going to say. Somebody mentioned that they were the 100th like. I don't know who said that because I can't. It might have been Notchket. I can't find it. Point is, though, 100 likes already? 4 hours? Just a little over 4 hours in. And this stream is going to go on for, honestly, a while. Quite a while. I couldn't necessarily quantify in halves with extreme certainty, but I would say we'd be in the 5 or 6 half range today. I'm shocked. That's fast. 100 likes in 4 hours. Incredible. Really, it's all thanks to you people.
You are not funny.
Great job, chat. Great job. It was you're the ones who did it. You made it happen. I didn't do anything. I'm just sitting here talking. Playing clips from the internet.
A single shot claimed the life of 31-year-old conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Thousands of students gathered at Utah Valley University to hear Kirk speak, since scrambling for safety after the bullet pierced his neck, causing him to collapse in front of the crowd. Kirk's security team seen rushing his lifeless body through the panicked crowd to a nearby SUV. A witness describes the horrifying scene.
I was 15 feet away, and you just hear the gunshot, and I'm sorry, you just see his neck just like open up, and there's just like so much blood that just came out. It was horrible.
Police say the shooter was likely on a campus roof, some 200
There's something
yards
about
from where
seeing somebody
Kirk was speaking. This
in a MAGA hat, in a Trump hat, crying about almost dying in a public shooting, right? There's something incredibly ironic about it, because of course Donald Trump and Republicans have done everything they can to, get as many guns to as many babies as possible. We need more guns is literally, what this hat stands for, at least in part.
Blood that just came out. It was horrible.
Police say the shooter was likely on a campus roof, some 200 yards from where Kirk was speaking. This video shows what appears to be someone on a roof running away moments after the shooting.
Speaking of
I want to be very
which,
clear that this is a political assassination.
I hate to once again bring up the fact that I was right about something. And really, it's once again me being the Nostradamus of all the worst possible things. I think we, in fact, did potentially identify the shooter on the day that it happened, perhaps before anybody else did. And I never even clipped the video. I was too tired after the stream to do it, but we were watching the video and we saw a guy on top of the roof. He looked like he might have been wearing a backpack, wearing dark clothing, sort of in the shadow of a an air conditioning unit. And I stopped the video and then I slowed it down to like a quarter speed and watched it. We watched it like 3 times. And I think we might have literally uncovered it in that moment. But literally to no
moments after the shooting.
To no one but ourselves.
I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination.
Utah Governor Spencer Cox says authorities are looking for more leads.
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to this shooting.
President Trump first announced Kirk's death on his social media site, later posting this video.
The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the capital H heart or the capital Y youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all caps, all. Especially me. And now he is no longer with us. Aww. Melania and my capital S sympathies go out to this beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. All right, let's go here. BBC from yesterday. Manhunt for Charlie Kirk killer continues as Trump says it is a dark moment for America. Oh, wait, I got ahead of myself. Wait. People gather. Sorry, people gather outside Utah Hospital where Charlie Kirk was pronounced dead. This was yesterday. The AP, that's my bad. I got ahead by like 2 videos somehow. Like scrolled down on my list.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Columbia Rican with a sweet super chat. So when is Repubs going to apologize for blaming us on the left for Charlie Kirk's murder? Especially Trump and Nancy Mace literally put our lives at risk. Yep. I mean, everybody on the right is calling for civil war right now over all of this.
What we heard today was just absolutely devastating, and we didn't know what to do. We were pacing back and forth in our home, and we just wanted to come out here and be a part of the community and show support and lift up some prayers for Charlie and his family.
Hearing that it was Charlie that was shot, my heart just immediately sank when the news came out that he didn't make it. It was devastating.
So let's bow our heads. We'll try to get through a word of prayer. You know, there's a lot of people that feel alone. There's a lot of people that feel scared. Not only now, they felt scared when the assassination attempt was done on Donald Trump. They felt scared when Black Lives Matter was out. They feel scared when...
They felt scared when black people existed and were saying that they preferred to not be shot. That scared us. In the same way, the fact that the existence of Black Lives Matter protest is on the same level as one of this man's, one would assume, heroes being shot. Like, just think about that for a second. Just let that sink in. Okay? This man just compared Black Lives Matter protests to Charlie Kirk getting shot. That's the same thing, as it turns out, according to this individual.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
There you go. Those people gathered outside a Utah hospital after Charlie Kirk was pronounced dead, with prayer candles and flags and vaguely racist comments to go with it. How touching. What a racist and touching gathering of people. Let's go here. CNN from yesterday. Manhunt continues for Charlie Kirk's killer.
An urgent, truly all-out manhunt now enters the second day for the shooter who killed Charlie Kirk, the conservative activist. There's so much video out there from this event. There are 3,000-ish people that were there, including the moment right after the single fatal shot was fired. The crowd at Utah Valley University, as you can see, just breaks out into a run. Chaos trying to search for safety. There's another video that also appears to show the figure ducking and running across a rooftop. You see it highlighted right there in a building that's just opposite the event, opposite of where Charlie Kirk was shot. As of now, no suspect has been publicly identified. 2 people were taken into custody but then released yesterday. Kirk was just 31 years old, a father of 2 children, and he was a leading figure among young conservatives and also in the broader conservative movement as well. Leaders from
all
across
the young
the
racists, xenophobes, sexists, general groypers and others really loved that Charlie Kirk. Although I think the groypers less so. I think the groypers, for whatever reason, the Fuentes fans did not think Charlie was funny.
You are not funny. You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny.
And we're speaking out, condemning this political violence, condemning this tragedy, with Utah's governor calling it a political assassination. Charlie Kirk was also very close with President Trump, and the president spoke directly to camera in a video from the Oval Office last night, expressing his grief, shock, and anger.
Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open
patriot.
debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. This is a dark moment for America. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity.
We're gonna hunt everybody down.
Nick Watt is on the scene for us in Utah. Nick, what is let's talk.
Now, CNN doesn't seem to, I mean, they cut out certain aspects of that speech, but Donald Trump basically said anybody who called Charlie Kirk a fascist or a Nazi or that he was a bad guy on the internet or wherever else is part of the problem. Part of the reason why Charlie Kirk died is because everybody was calling him a bad guy all the time online. So he's going to go after all of those people who've said nasty things about Charlie. And Wednesday, I was talking about it's got to be people like Sam Cedar, got to be top of the list.
The fact that there is still a search for the person who did this. What is the latest there?
Well, Kate, it is coming up on 17 hours now since Charlie Kirk was shot, that single bullet, as you mentioned, on this campus here in Utah. And as one analyst told us, time just means the ability to get further away for that suspect. Now, as you mentioned, 2 people were detained, questioned, and released. According to the governor, he believes they are looking for one person. He calls this a political assassination and intimated that if this person is caught, the death penalty could be sought in this case. Now, we are told by Utah officials that crime scenes, there are now multiple crime.
This is the social media influencer government. This is the right-wing social media influencer government. And they see themselves in Charlie Kirk. That's why they're going to go for the death penalty on this guy. So, the killer of Charlie Kirk potentially getting federal charge, will potentially get federal charges and terrorism charges, as well as well, actually we haven't gotten to all that quite yet, but we'll get to it. But they're also talking about the death penalty before they even found the guy. And I just want to remind everybody that I keep forgetting her name because we don't talk about her enough. God damn it. It starts with a fucking M. Melissa Hortman. God damn it. But the man who killed Melissa Hortman and her husband and shot 2 other people, another congressperson and their significant other, as well as a dog. That guy didn't get federal charges. That guy's not getting terrorism charges. That guy is not getting the death penalty thrown at him. It's very clear. Like I said, it's a tiered justice system now. All sorts of tiers. All sorts of tiers. Racial tiers, but also political tiers. If you're not in the right political lining, you're not going to get the same level of justice that other people are. If you're not a Trump sycophant, if you're not a MAGA boy wearing a 47 hat, you might get worse outcomes in the justice system than other people. All right, we don't need to stay on this because we're well past this. The manhunt is technically over. We'll just go to one more from BBC.
The hunt for the killer or killers of Charlie Kirk, a prominent right-wing activist who was a close ally of President Trump, is continuing. It's after he was shot dead at a university campus on Wednesday while he was speaking at an event in Utah. Earlier, one person was detained, but they were released after being questioned. No one's currently in custody. Mr. Kirk had been taking part in an outdoor debate at the university in Utah when he was killed by a single bullet. He was an outspoken supporter of President Trump, someone who was part of his inner circle, and was credited with helping the Republicans rally their youth vote. President Trump has described Mr. Kirk as a martyr for truth and freedom, and the president blamed what he described as the radical left for fostering a climate of political violence. He said the shooting was a dark moment for America. Well, footage from the shooting has been posted on social media showing the incident on campus. Well, we've paused the video at the moment that gunfire was heard before crowds scattered. Officials believe the shot may have been fired from a roof. Our North America correspondent Neda Tawfiq is at the university and she updated us on that situation there.
Orem police tell me that they are very much still investigating the campus, and we have seen police cars kind of patrolling and going across campus. You'll see perhaps behind me some cars that were left here when people were trying to flee to safety, because earlier police were escorting people off of campus, so some have been returning to collect their belongings, to get back their cars. But at the moment, it doesn't seem yet as if there's a massive breakthrough in this case. This intense manhunt is still underway. We were told earlier that authorities were going door to door to ask residents for any tips, because while there were two people of interest, as the authorities called them, that were questioned and then released, they do not yet have a suspect in custody. Remember, authorities...
Yeah, that part of this really threw a lot of people off. I mean, we saw Glenn Beck blaming old white hippies on the Megyn Kelly show the night of. And that was due to images of an old man on the ground being detained by police, but it turned out that was not the shooter. At least according to authorities. And for, Jesus, like 36 plus hours, or maybe longer, we went without any suspects. Now, in the Congress, in the House of Representatives, Republicans attempted to have a moment of spoken prayer for Charlie Kirk.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado rise? Let's wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order.
Oh boy. Mike Johnson getting really angry.
The House will be in
order. Did you hear that? He was really upset. You hear the way he yelled? Oh boy. I think that might be. I think that just broke Mike Johnson.
Let's wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The House will be in order.
He's very upset.
The House will be in order. We will join prayer right after this, okay? The chair lays before the House a communication. The House will be in order.
Oh boy. Angry Mike Johnson. Yelling at the kids. They're being bad. Oh, those kids. Oh, he's shushing them. Oh, and then he's shushing. He's yelling, furiously yelling, and then shushing. Mike Johnson is on the verge of a mental breakdown. Did you hear that? He just lost it. Dude just fucking lost it. Oh, Mike. How you holding up, buddy? You doing okay? You need some help. A bit of tumultuousness on the floor of the House. There yesterday. A little bit of fighting amongst Congress people over a desire for prayers for Charlie Kirk. He got loud. You're right. He got very loud. Incredibly rude.
How rude.
Settle down, Mike. Settle down. Now, late last night, a weapon believed to have been used in the shooting of Charlie Kirk was found, according to officials. Here is CNN from yesterday.
Just to recap yesterday's events, at around 12:20 p.m., political influencer Charlie Kirk was at Utah Valley University participating in a student-sponsored event with Turning Point USA. Charlie was shot at that event. He was transported to a local hospital where he later passed. Last night, his body was moved to the state office of the medical examiner. We will continue to facilitate movements to get him home today and with his family. Yesterday, during the investigative process, we located a couple of persons of interest. We interviewed those individuals, and after releasing them and after clearing them of being suspects, they face scrutiny, they face threats. We asked the public to be patient with the investigative process. These individuals were not suspects, they were people of interest. We ask that you do not impose into those people and that investigative process. They don't deserve that harassment for being subject to that. I'd like to thank all the investigators that are involved in this. They have worked around the clock, all day yesterday, through the night last night. Investigators from the State Bureau of Investigations, from county, from city agencies, the university, our federal partners with the FBI, the ATF, and many others. Those are just a few of the people that we have involved in this. I'd like to thank all of them for their strong work. Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs. We were able to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., the subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood. Our investigators have worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, witnesses, and have thoroughly worked through those communities, trying to identify any leads. We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time. We are working through some technologies and some ways to identify this individual. If we are unsuccessful, we will reach out to you as the media and we will push that publicly to help us identify them. But we are confident in our abilities right now, and we would like to move forward in a manner that keeps everyone safe and moves this process appropriately. Last night I communicated with Erica. The family's devastated. As a commissioner of public safety, as a father, as a husband, I can only imagine what that family's going through. The heinous event that happened yesterday is not Utah. This is not what we're known for. Over the past several weeks, we've seen this state come together to help families in mourning, come together as a community to show what Utah is known for.
What is Utah known for? Polygamy and very salty bodies of water?
For a state of character, of service, of camaraderie, of a neighboring feel. We will not stand for what happened yesterday. We are exhausting every lead. We have every officer invested in this, every investigator, every local agency. The outpouring of support from the law enforcement community has been astounding. We are investing everything we have into this, and we will catch this individual. Having walked through the crime scene, through the hallways of this school, through the classrooms. I can't imagine what the people on scene felt as well. A horrific event where some of them barricaded in classrooms, some of them ran in fear. Can't overstate the tragedy and the horrific event that yesterday was.
Okay, well, suffice to say, they found the alleged weapon used in the murder of Charlie Kirk. And it was, in fact, what I predicted it was on Wednesday. Somehow we saw footage. We thought that we saw footage of the shooter, and I also called what kind of gun was used. It's a little weird. It's a little creepy.
Don't be creepy.
A little creepy. But it was, in fact, a bolt-action long rifle, essentially a sniper rifle. But that is what I thought it was when I saw that video myself. The one that we didn't actually watch on stream, but showed Charlie getting hit. And from my limited knowledge on firearms, I was fairly certain that's what sort of weapon had been used. And it turns out that's true. Let's keep going through these, get us to the current stuff. We got a hell of a lot to talk about today. Hell of a lot to talk about, to unpack. It's been a crazy freaking week, people. Crazy week. Now, Donald Trump announced yesterday that he would award Charlie Kirk the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Shocking. So him and Rudy Giuliani.
We express the horror and grief.
Horror and grief.
So many Americans at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk have felt. Charlie was a giant of his generation, a champion of liberty, and an inspiration to millions and millions of people. Our prayers are with his wonderful wife, Eric, and his beautiful children. Fantastic people they are. We miss him greatly, yet I have no doubt that Charlie's voice and the courage he put into the hearts of countless people, especially young people, will live on. I'm pleased to announce that I will soon be awarding Charlie Kirk posthumously the Presidential Medal of Freedom. The date of the ceremony will be announced, and I can only guarantee you one thing, that we will have a very big crowd. Very, very big.
Huge, the very biggest crowd anyone's ever seen will be had for Charlie. It will be mandatory in D.C. If you don't show up, you go straight to jail.
Right to jail, right away.
It will be mandatory for all men, women, and children. It will be a national holiday. Charlie is getting the Presidential Medal of Freedom. A man who wanted us to go back to the 1800s when women didn't have rights, before the Civil Rights Act, before environmental regulations, before desegregation, before, like all of the stuff that, kind of made America. That guy gets the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Guy who thought women should stop trying to have jobs and just start popping out babies. Who told that to children, young children. Like that 14-year-old girl who was at one of his Turning Points USA events, asked Charlie for advice on journalism, and he told her, go fuck yourself, find yourself a husband.
Hi, I'm Diane Macedo. Let's get right to breaking news. The FBI is asking for help identifying this man who they are calling a person of interest in the shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Sources tell ABC News ammunition found with the rifle was engraved with messages about transgender issues and anti-fascist ideology. Meanwhile, President Trump says he plans to speak to Kirk's family this afternoon. Our Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas has more on that. Pierre, what's the latest on this photo?
Diane, well, here's what we have and here's what we know. This picture is being put out by the FBI and law enforcement because they believe this is a person that they very much want to talk to. I'm told by sources it's from surveillance footage in and around the area where the shooting took place. And you can see this appears to be a male person.
This appears to be a male person. Okay. Oh, there we have it. That was the first images of the alleged shooter released to the public by the FBI. Now, around the same time, reports about the ammunition found at the scene and the messages and supposedly inscribed on that ammunition were released to the public.
I want to bring in CNN national correspondent Nick Watt. He's joining us right now from Orem in Utah, and CNN senior justice correspondent Evan Perez, who's monitoring this investigation for us. Nick, let me start with you. What's the latest out there in Utah that we have learned about this killing?
Well, Wolf, we have just heard from officials that they had what they describe as breakthroughs during the night. This is coming from the special agent in charge from the FBI Salt Lake field office and from local officials here in Utah. So here is what we know. They are calling the suspect he, him. They're saying that this is a male, college age, who blended in well on campus. They say that they do now have, which they didn't yesterday, they do now have a good image of that suspect. And they are right now using technology to try and identify the person from that or those images. If they fail with that technology, they say they will release these images through the media to the public. The FBI says they've had about 130 tips, Wolf, and they are asking for more. Any eyewitness accounts, any images, still or video, they want them. Now, we also got a little bit of a timeline. They say that they have now tracked the suspect's movements on campus. He arrived on campus 11:52, as I said, blended in with the college crowd is what they say this person looks like. Went up a stairwell, onto the roof, after the incident, jumped off the building. Unclear how that happened, but jumped off the building and then fled off campus through a residential neighborhood. So during the night, investigators were speaking to people in that neighborhood, looking for eyewitness accounts, looking for video from doorbell cameras, etc. They also, in a wooded area, have recovered what they believe is the weapon that was used to kill Charlie Kirk. They describe it as a high-powered bolt-action rifle, and right now they say they are working on trying to trace the ownership of that weapon. Now, they say that the suspect is not still in that wooded area. They have swept and secured that area, but they say they do not know how far he has gone. And of course, with every hour, that is more time for this suspect to get further, possibly away from the scene of the crime. Now, they do stress, though, that they do not believe that the public here is in danger. They say that this was a targeted incident.
Hold on. Okay, actually, let's go to the next one. Let's go to the I've Had It pod. Now, before any real information was released about the alleged shooter, right-wingers online were calling for civil war. Jennifer in pumps over at iHip News.
The country is reeling after Charlie Kirk was murdered yesterday at one of his events by an assassin that clearly had to shoot like 200 yards away, one shot. All over social media, the scenes are horrific. Political violence must be condemned all the way across the board. You can disagree with somebody politically, and I disagreed with almost everything that Charlie Kirk says, and I fundamentally abhor gun violence. I abhor it. I don't think anybody should be shot and killed for having an opinion that is different from somebody else's. This has shaken us here at I've Had It to our core. It's terrifying. It's terrifying to see this. And I sometimes think when something like this happens, can we talk about gun violence? A lot of you know who have followed us for a long time. Last October, a young man that worked for us,
Wouldn't be prudent at this
Javier,
juncture.
was shot and killed on October 12th, 2024. And it was devastating. I still think about it 15 times a day. Gun violence is horrific. Yesterday, right after this story broke, there was another shooting at a school in Denver. Guns in schools in America always seems to be a problem. But much to my surprise, there seems to be a coordinated response on the right that is really terrifying. And Midas Touch compiled a lot of it here. Midas Touch tweets, deeply disturbing rhetoric is spreading from influential MAGA figures, including the president of the United States and the owner of this website. He's referring to Elon Musk there, owner of Twitter. They have no idea who the shooter is. And many of these same people mocked Democrats when they were victims of political violence in the past. In moments like this, we should be lowering the temperature and finding our shared humanity, not fueling more hatred and violence. And here's just a sampling. Libs of TikTok, caps lock, this is war. Joey Manorino, the Democrat Party must be classified as
Jesus
a domestic
Christ.
terror organization.
Chaya,
And their
what I
members,
love about
leaders
this one-
treated accordingly. Enough is enough.
What I love about this one is the Chaya Raichik. If a civil war
Trump
happens,
goes on blaming
Chaya
the,
Raichik is going to be hiding in a fucking bunker. She's not
radical
going to be
left.
out there. She's not going to be out there fighting in the trenches. You know, she's not going to be manning a sniper post somewhere, you know, or bringing aid to the soldiers in this fictitious civil war. No. She's just going to keep tweeting from a fucking bunker somewhere, and probably in like New Zealand or something. It's fucking ridiculous. Chaya Raichik, yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm sure we'll see Chaya. She'll be on the battlefield, you know. Her face will be all painted in camo and stuff. What are you doing, soldier? Get in there. Yeah, sure.
Gutner Engelman, they've declared war. Another account, there's no going back after this. There's no words to be said. The only way this ends is with complete annihilation of the Democratic Party. Elon Musk, the
Wow.
left, is the party of murder. One of the richest men in the world that
These are so disturbing. But the fact that, like, this is the sort of shit. If Democrats,
saying the left,
if Democrats said this, if Democrats said this kind of stuff when right wingers went on shooting sprees in this country, which they go on more frequently than people on the left, undoubtedly. If Democrats said, "Oh, the Republicans,
Sean Davis,
the Republicans must be classified as
the Democrat Party is a domestic terror organization whose most fanatic
their members must be
fanatics will
treated
not
according.
hesitate to
I'm
murder
sorry,
their
Jennifer.
political
I need you,
opponents.
ma'am.
This-
I need you to shut up. If sorry, but if Democrats went around saying shit like this, that somehow Republicans should get locked up because they're the party of extremism and domestic terror. Enough is enough. Oh my God. They'd be losing their freaking minds. They just lose their minds over whatever happens. Whatever happens, they lose their minds before they get any real information on it. It's pretty incredible when you think about it. Pretty inflammatory stuff.
Not a one-off event. It just goes on. Another page here. Brian Eastwood, Charlie Kirk getting shot. Is the shot heard around the country? I'm ready for civil war. You want to fight, you're going to get it. When Democrats lose elections, they couldn't steal. They murder the people they were unable to defeat. This is just, this seems to be a coordinated response to this. This, what happened to Charlie Kirk isn't civilized, and this response is not civilized. There is any progressive, and most progressives I know, every progressive I know is for gun control, gun regulations. I mean, Robert F.
Rid of the Second
Kennedy
Amendment?
Jr.'s dad was shot by an assassin. And since the shootings of people, Ronald Reagan and others, people have more access to guns. And the response to this, to declare war on the left, when we had a president that campaigned about defeating the enemy from within, while all of this stuff is going on geopolitically, Russia's advancing into Poland, Israel is bombing Qatar. This is whiplash. What happened to Charlie Kirk is horrific. I have so much empathy for his wife and children. Somebody I love was shot cold-blooded, and it is a very difficult thing to move past, regardless of what people think. I believe in free speech, and I believe in a free society where people can go out without the fear of getting shot.
I completely agree. And when you look at this situation,
I agree also with Jennifer. Making a lot of sense over there. Of course, Republicans have been, in fact, the ones who, throughout all of this, continuing to stoke the flames of political violence. They're, of course, the ones who went to the Capitol, put up gallows outside of outside of Capitol Hill there in the street, and then proceeded to storm the halls of Congress wearing body armor and beating cops. And, you know, Donald Trump telling a militia group to stand black and stand by. You know, oh, stand black, stand by. We might need you. We might need you if we don't win the election. You know, to do an illegal coup with violence. Oh, right. And, of course, Turning Points USA sent buses full of people to the Capitol on January 6th. So Charlie Kirk was literally one of the people who has been intrinsic to the violence inherent in the current moment. Let's go here to a man who often makes a lot of sense in these trying times, Senator Bernie Sanders.
Thank you very much for joining me. I want to say a few words regarding the terrible murder yesterday of Charlie Kirk, someone who I strongly disagreed with on almost every issue, but who was clearly a very smart and effective communicator and organizer, and someone unafraid to get out into the world and engage the public. My condolences go out to his wife and his family. A free and democratic society, which is what America is supposed to be about, depends upon the basic premise that people can speak out, organize, and take part in public life without fear, without worrying that they might be killed, injured, or humiliated for expressing their political views. In fact, that is the essence of what freedom is about and what democracy is about. You have a point of view, that's great. I have a point of view that is different than yours, that's great.
And what's interesting about that, and Bernie's absolutely right, is right now we're living in a moment where the president, who, of course, Charlie Kirk was a big supporter of, has in fact been cracking down on that element of democracy, you know, cracking down on protesters.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Let's argue it out. We make our case to the American people at the local, state, and federal levels, and we hold free elections in which the people decide what they want. That's called freedom and democracy. And I want as many people as possible to participate in that process without fear. Freedom and democracy is not about political violence. It is not about assassinating public officials. It is not about trying to intimidate people who speak out on an issue. Political violence, in fact, is political cowardice. It means that you cannot convince people of the correctness of your ideas, and you have to impose them through force. Every American, no matter what one's political point of view may be, must condemn all forms of political violence and all forms of intimidation. We must welcome and respect dissenting points of view. That's what our Constitution is about. That's what our Bill of Rights is about. That, in fact, is what freedom is about. The murder of Charlie Kirk is part of a disturbing rise in political violence that threatens to hollow out public life and make people afraid of participating. From the January 6, 2021 attack on the United States Capitol, to the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, to the attack on Paul Pelosi, to the attempted kidnapping of Michigan Governor Whitmer, to the murder of Minnesota Speaker of the House Melissa Hortman and her husband, to the arson attack on Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, to the shooting of United Health Executive Brian Thompson, and the shooting several years ago of Representative Steve Scalise, this chilling rise in violence has targeted public officials across the political spectrum. Sadly, this is not a new phenomenon. We all remember the assassinations of President Kennedy, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Senator Robert F. Kennedy, John Lennon, Medgar Evers, and the attempted assassinations of President Ronald Reagan and Alabama Governor George Wallace. This is a difficult and contentious moment in American history. Democracy in our country and throughout the world is under attack. And there are a lot of reasons for that which need serious discussion. But bottom line, if we honestly believe in democracy, if we believe in freedom, all of us must be loud and clear.
Yeah, and I agree with Bernie. All the way up until the point where we no longer have democracy. Because if those in government are intentionally refusing to participate in the system themselves, or actively scuttling the system, that's where I think the rubber meets the road on that, right? Unfortunately, but truly, when, the government right now is very much seemingly leaning towards the direction of basically scuttling democracy entirely, and the will of the people entirely. At which point, things may change. Because if that democracy no longer exists in reality, believing in it doesn't change anything. It's like, it's not to use a childish analogy, but like Tinkerbell, we have to believe in democracy for it to exist. But everyone, essentially, or at least the vast majority of people, and especially the people in power, have to believe in it and believe in upholding it and doing it whatever they have to uphold it. Right now, we have a government who's doing everything they can to do the opposite of that, to destroy democracy and to replace it with the dictatorship. And if they are successful in that, well, that democracy is no longer a thing of contention, of discussion. I'm not justifying what's happened here, but what I'm saying is that, in the future, there is some place where that idea no longer just is functional, ceases to function. If you have people in power unwilling to respect democracy, really going to do everything they can to avoid it, that process is already in many ways underway with the gerrymandering that's happening in Texas and in other places that Donald Trump is now directing it to happen. And who knows what else they're going to be doing. You know, whether it's all these voter ID laws and other things that they're doing, or if it's going to be something more serious, like Donald Trump running for a third term. Or canceling elections because Donald Trump goes to war. All right. Now, around this, not quite this time, but late last night, more video was shared by officials of this suspect.
We are going to share a portion of a video and that we have of the suspect, as well as some new stills. Those have already been released, but we want to make sure that they get as much attention as possible, so that we can get help from the public in tracking down this evil human being. So we're going to cue up the video right now. Show that. I've asked Commissioner Bo Mason if he would narrate to you what is happening in this video.
Thank you, Governor. Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. If you look up to the top left, you'll see the building where the shooter was proned out in the top left corner. We'll go ahead and play that video, and I'll narrate as we walk through that. So here you see the suspect ran behind that upper building. He's going to come out on the right, moves to this far right corner. As he does, he's going to climb off the edge and then drop down to the ground. As he did that, he left some palm impressions. There's some smudges, some places we're looking to collect DNA. There's a shoe imprint where we believe the suspect is clearly identified as wearing Converse tennis shoes. Again, we'll replay that again so you can get another view of that. It's important to note his black T-shirt, his black pants, and there appears to be some white on the soles of those Converse tennis shoes. Those are all identifiable items that we're looking for. In the stills that are going to follow this, you're going to see a very distinctive T-shirt with an American flag and appears to have an eagle on it. There's also a baseball cap with a triangle on it and a pair of sunglasses. All distinctive, all things that we would ask the public to look for and try to identify if they know someone who has those items, who has been seen wearing those items. We're looking for all that information. Here you see the suspect after dropping off the building. He moved around across this grassy area, around the parking lot. We're going to pan to the right. After he crosses the street, this is where he moves over into the wooded area. This is the video evidence that we utilize to track his movements and to locate that firearm in that wooded area following the discovery of this evidence.
Okay, there you go. After about 24 hours, more and more information began to come out about this shooter being released by officials in hopes of catching the suspect. Let's go here. See what Hassan had to say. He's got to be #1 on the Charlie Kirk, what do you call it? Gulag list, I guess. Everybody who said bad, nasty things about Charlie, Hassan's got to be on there.
Oh my God, Tom McDonald made a Rest in Peace Charlie music video? That's crazy. That's disrespectful.
Christ.
That's more disrespectful than anything any leftist could ever say about Charlie Kirk, in my opinion. What is this drone footage showing how far it was? Drone footage of UVU crime scene where Charlie Kirk was today. Footage provides an overhead breakdown showing the location of Charlie Kirk's tent, the position in the route he took to flee after the attack. Do I think the not being caught yet makes the administration look bad? Yes. But do I also believe that Republicans, I think, kind of enjoy that there is no evidence so they can just make up whatever they want to? Also, yes. So I think on the one hand, yes, this is a pathetic and incompetent administration that can't even figure out the assassin, who the assassin is of a beloved figure by their own estimations, not mine, right? So it certainly reflects poorly on them that they are so incompetent that they can't even figure this out with all of the surveillance they have at their disposal. But having said that, I think this is this yields a new
Hassan just firing shots at the administration. You suck at finding the shooter.
are factored in to the decision making at the time, and then you are able to make a swift escape. Okay, that to me reveals that. Wait, hold on. That to me reveals that this person might have had some experience at least, like.
Yeah, that is the one thing about this for me personally. It seems like there was an incredible amount of planning that went into this. The fact, I mean, just everything about it. I don't know how much time ahead of this event the shooter had, but to have such a well-planned entrance and exit strategy for this, and for him to have remained at large for such a long period of time, it does speak to certainly some amount of planning and training involved.
I don't think you have a situation. I don't think you have a situation where someone's like first ever shot on a human is a one shot, like clean one shot straight to the artery, the main artery, and then you just make a switch. That's it. He didn't even shoot a couple times or anything like that. It's just crazy. That wasn't clean. That was a miss. I keep seeing the end of the clip, the end of your debate with Charlie posted on Instagram. I'm sure you know, but it's a 53-minute mark. Yeah. Yes, I debated Charlie Kirk twice.
Charlie
not once, but
died
twice.
almost instantly.
And that's where the famous,
I'm fairly certain, and they haven't said exactly at what time he actually died, but I'm fairly certain he died almost instantaneously. Not a clean shot. Practically decapitated him.
that's where the famous "I live like a capitalist every day" jank clip comes from. That caliber drops 4 inches at that range. Maybe he was aiming for the head. The shot went off his chest and ricocheted into his neck. He was wearing a vest, and this will be proven. That's what I heard, but that sounds pretty crazy. Because remember, it's not a joke. No, I know. Remember when I looked at the first shot from afar and I told you that like it didn't seem like he got shot in the neck at first because his t-shirt moved around. Like that didn't actually make any sense. That didn't actually make any sense as if it was like a direct shot. And I guess I thought it was like maybe
well, here's the thing about that. You're shooting a large caliber bolt action rifle, from that distance, 200 yards. There's going to be a shockwave coming behind with that bullet, right? It's traveling at an incredible speed through the air. And the shockwave from the bullet is what caused his shirt to move, because it's just traveling through the air that fast. It's just physics.
The impact, but I don't know enough about like the only reason why I don't believe it's a vest though, because I have heard this before. The only reason why I don't believe it's a vest is because there's no armor that is that concealable under just like a straight t-shirt. I'm pretty sure it would show.
Also, I just want to point this out.
That is like soft padded armor.
Maybe this winds up being true, but I have not dissected this video very much. But if you're shooting like a military sniper rifle, that shit is not going to glance off body armor. Okay, it is not going to glance. In fact, in some cases, body armor is not going to be enough to withstand a sniper round. Sure, maybe like a 22, sure, a 223, maybe, yeah, probably, 7.62 even, sure, you know, Winchester rounds, other sort of like handgun rounds. It's all probably going to withstand most of that. But you take a large caliber sniper round, depending on the size, those you know, bulletproof vests are not going to stand up. They are not going to stand up against that. They are going to get shredded by a sniper rifle.
That is concealable under a shirt would probably not ricochet a bullet like that. At most, it would probably soften the impact. Nah, he would have had ceramic which shatters. So I don't understand why. Like, I don't think armor ricochets a bullet, right? Doesn't Kevlar and ceramic, they just soften the impact, basically. They just like eat the bullet.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't like it doesn't end up ricocheting it, right? I always like gets lodged in.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I'm gonna try and scoop this ahead a little bit.
It was very clean too. I don't think it was a bounce. That's if that's possible. Kevlar is a shock absorber. Yeah, obviously, if armor was to deflect the impact instead of absorbing it, no one would use it, because I feel like it would. I'm not a ballistics expert. I'm not an armor expert, but I'm simply stating that if a bullet were to immediately deflect off of an armor, I feel like it would be ill-advised to use in the field of battle. The comparison was with the modern version of exactly that. Also, anyway, let's continue.
His security personnel and multiple police officers cover him and try to bring him away to surrounding vehicles as soon as possible. Through phone recordings later released on Twitter, a figure is identified on the roof of the Losey Center.
Somebody on the roof was saying, he just ran from over, where's my finger? Whoa. From over there, ran in, and now he's right there. Just saying.
A building located approximately 200 yards or 180 meters from Kirk's position. It seems the shooter is lying in a prone position, shooting down with a clear view of his target. This individual is observed both prior to and following the shot, and is seen retreating from the rooftop. Based on these videos, the shooter is placed at a more accurate guesstimation of 100 to 120 meters from where Kirk is sitting. Presumably, the shooter escapes over the roof of the building after taking the shot. Charlie Kirk is carried to a police vehicle parked just behind the tent where he is speaking from. He's then transported to the local Timpanogos Regional Hospital. Initial reports indicate his condition is critical. Utah Valley University spokeswoman Ellen Trainor states that a suspect is in custody and it's not a student. Political figures begin to issue statements. President Donald Trump posts on Truth Social, calling for prayers for Charlie Kirk. Vice President J.D. Vance also expresses calls for prayer. Utah Governor Spencer Cox condemns the violence, as does California Governor Gavin Newsom and many other prominent political figures. At 2:26 MDT, FBI Director Kash Patel also announces on social media that a suspect in the shooting is in custody.
Now, we have a person of interest in custody.
But only a couple of hours later, all statements are retracted. Cox clarifies that George Zinn, the individual initially detained, is not the assassin, but has been charged with obstruction of justice. A second suspect is also...
They found the identity of the shooter just now? I don't think they did yet. Chibi Reviews tweeted about you 25 minutes ago. Please check it out. This guy is spreading lies and hate throughout his audience.
Arrested, but later released. As of right now, the authorities state their investigation continues. At around 2:40 MDT, Charlie Kirk's death is finally confirmed. President Donald Trump announces it on Truth Social. He is survived by his wife, daughter, and son.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah.
The cause of death is confirmed as a gunshot wound to the neck. No further suspects have been taken into custody as of September 11th, at the time of this upload. President Trump orders all American flags to be lowered to half-staff.
Breaking police have not this is AZ Intel. Breaking police have not yet identified the person in the interest in the Charlie Kirk assassination. Utah Valley University officials told KUTV Thursday, denying a CBS News report that federal authorities had obtained a name. What the fuck, man? My friend's mom was talking to his mom while all this was happening. She told her that he had been dead for an hour prior to Trump stating it.
Okay, that's good enough with Hassan there. Let's keep this thing moving. Keep this puppy moving here. All right, let's go from Hassan to this. This was the big announcement earlier today, 13 hours ago. Charlie Kirk murder suspect identified as Tyler Robinson. Fox 10 Phoenix with the report.
We now turn this morning to a big development in the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
Authorities say that the suspect has been arrested and is now in custody. Officials say he is 22-year-old Tyler Robinson from Utah. This is the first look at his mugshot this morning. During a press conference earlier, the FBI revealed Robinson's own father identified him from photos and called a youth pastor for help. We're told that the pastor then contacted the U.S. Marshal's office, who took the suspect into custody last night.
On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident.
In less than 36 hours, 33 to be precise, thanks to the full weight of the federal government and leading out with the partners here in the state of Utah and Governor Cox, the suspect was apprehended in a historic time period.
Officials go on to say a family member told investigators that the suspect spoke negatively about Charlie Kirk before the shooting happened. Kirk was killed Wednesday by a single shot in what police say was a targeted attack. Authorities recovered a high-powered bolt-action rifle near the scene of the shooting and had said that the shooter jumped off of a roof and then vanished into the nearby woods. Afterwards, Kirk had been speaking at a debate hosted by Turning Point USA at Utah Valley University. At the time of the shooting, he was taken to a local hospital and was pronounced dead hours later.
Okay, well, there you go. And then this was the, let's go straight into this next video. This was the
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Press conference.
We got him.
From Utah officials.
On the evening of September 11th,
please shut up,
a family
Governor.
member of Tyler Robinson.
All right. What was I saying? Yes, let's go here. Utah officials releasing the statement earlier today around, I think, 11 p.m. or 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images. Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th And in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger. Investigators identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed several messages to investigators and allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. These photos consisted of various messages, including content of messages between the phone contact named Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from the contact Tyler also mentioned that he had changed outfits. I know there's been speculation as well as to the writing on those casings, those bullet casings, and I believe we have that as well. And I will share that with you now. So the area north of Campus Drive Road where the suspect crossed over, you saw some of that in the video that we released last night, consists of a grassy area with trees on the edge of the UVU campus.
Okay, we're not going to listen to this whole goddamn thing. It's too much. And they're still in this moment where they're just still trying to blame everyone but themselves for all of this. Let's hear let's go to at least one of the choice clips from Utah Governor Spencer Cox. So he had some interesting things to say during this press conference, to say the very, very least about it. Very, honestly, quite troubling things, really, when you break it down. Let's go here. Quick clip. Daily Mail World, 12 hours ago. Who did Governor Cox want to be the killer? If you could possibly even have such a sick desire.
33 hours.
Right. I mean, it's pretty sick. When you think about it. Like, when you break it down. Like, wanting the killer to be a specific kind of person. But, as it turns out, Utah Governor Cox, in fact, had desires like that. He had sick, sick desires. He was thinking to himself for 2 days straight, boy, oh boy, I really hope this killer is X. I wonder what it was Brian was thinking.
For 33 hours, I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us. That somebody
what now?
drove from another state, somebody came from another country. Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way.
Oh, so sad.
Jesus ain't say that.
Wow. So there is the governor of Utah, the governor, the top official in the state of Utah, saying, I was really hoping it would be an immigrant. I was really hoping it'd be an immigrant or someone from a different state, you know, like a blue state or something, where we could fearmonger about them rather than have to turn the looking glass inwards. It would have been so much easier to stoke fear and hatred of people that I don't like, rather than having to look inwards to my own state and my own party for answers. It's disgusting. It's disgusting xenophobia is what that is. That is all that is. It is disgusting. The fact that he felt so comfortable saying that I found fascinating. I was really hoping it would be an immigrant. I was really hoping it would be an immigrant, says Governor Cox. What a disgusting reaction to have. What a disgusting, fucking vile reaction. As if that would make it any better. You disgusting man. Why? Because it's convenient to you? Because you've already been fear-mongering about immigrants committing crimes? Having an American commit a crime in your state? Somehow more inconvenient than just, you know, using your whipping boy. That's just this. I hate these people are disgusting. All right, let's talk more about right-wing reactions with one man who's got his finger always on the pulse of the right-wing social media sphere.
Cha 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 cha. Oh, hey. Hey, what the heck, man?
Hey, what the heck?
Hey, welcome to What the Heck. I'm your host, Mark Marin. Hold on, let me take a sip of my drink. Pow, I just went to the bathroom in my pants from the drink that I drank. I'll be right back. Okay, Chris?
Again, I did not agree with most of his political positions.
Okay.
But it didn't make me see him as an enemy. He was a sweet, tall, sensitive, kind person.
Hold on, Chris.
That is...
Okay, guys. That's right. Today we're going to be taking a look. Should I take that again? I sound like an idiot. That sounded like a moron. Okay. Take two. Okay, guys. Today we're going to be taking a look at this because this is just kind of filling my YouTube recommendations. People talking about Charlie Kirk. And what happened here? What happened here? What happened with Chris Cuomo here?
But it didn't make me see him as an enemy. He was a sweet, tall, sensitive...
Right. Chris Cuomo.
Don't be creepy.
He's a remarkably odd individual. I watched this whole thing. A very odd guy. You know, I may have not agreed with him on everything, but he was a tall Chris. Come on, Chris.
The tall guy. Regular. Great time. We had great times together. One time, me and Charlie frolicked through a field of flowers together. It was fabulous.
People are starting to snap over the actions of these progressives on the left. Donald Trump put out a statement last night.
I saw that,
talking about the radical left and their rhetoric.
It's weird.
So, to be honest...
Oh, thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much. Of course, my favorite newsman. How many views did he get on this quarter mil? Quarter mil, 3 hours. I get my news from this guy, Timothy James Poole III, Esquire. Tim Pool Productions, 2025, all rights reserved. I get my news from this guy, and I was not disappointed by my newsman. He took this opportunity to upload, you know, what can I say about this one? Let's take a look.
But what I will say is, if you've paid attention to the show, we've discussed...
I have not.
...everything that brought us to this moment in the past several years, which we'll get into.
Fill in time, okay.
Right now...
Okay, here's where it gets weird.
Crotchy with a sweet, sweet super chat. I worry about assassins from out of state. Ah, yes, that is smart. You are just like Governor Cox of Utah. Gotta worry about those out of state assassins. Those are the real troublemakers.
Right here, and where I think I might be dreaming, who he's about to introduce here. You know, I'm watching this. I'm watching the whole past couple days. And then he introduces this guy, and I'm like, there's a solid chance I'm dreaming right now.
No promo spots today. Joining us today to talk about this and so much more is Jay Johnston.
Okay.
Hello. How you doing? Thanks for having me.
Oh, good to see you.
I will tell you what I do, so you don't have to ask. I'm an ex-comedian, nice. Ex-writer in Hollywood, and...
So that's the guy from Mr.
I love how Tim Pool decided to get on a guy who literally did Jan 6th. He's like, hey, Jay, you want to come on and talk about political violence after, you know, because you got a lot of experience with political violence. You know how you did Jan 6th and everything. Remember that
show? It's a guy from the show that I grew up watching there. Okay.
You know that we've talked about this quite a bit.
No, I don't.
I, of course, have talked about it. And I will say it, And I wish I was wrong, but I was not wrong.
Yes,
and
you
to
were.
all of the people who have continually denied what we have discussed on this show for the past several years,
right?
We have not been wrong. Wrong. We've been relatively vague, and that's fair because we're not making heavy.
Oh, shocker. Oh, shocking, man. Oh, what a shocking thing. This guy's using what has happened here to say this. Say the same crap that he always says. Wow.
Civil war. Civil war before it's unstoppable. Civil war.
Oh, wow.
Wrong.
That's the kind of sus. I say that, sus. That's the kind of sus thing about this guy. I think he wants this to be true. But it's kind of suspicious. It's like he really wans this to be. Civil war is going to happen. But I have open right now, probably the biggest left-wing media thing. What is this goddamn thing called? Jacobin. Charlie Kirk's, I'm not allowed to say this on YouTube, M-word, is a tragedy and a disaster. I'm not allowed to say that word either. I don't know what I'm allowed to say on YouTube, I'll be honest. Should look it up. Of Charlie Kirk threatens to embolden the far right and provide Donald Trump with a pretext for crushing dissent, escalating political violence, corrodes democratic norms, and pose a unique threat to the left. So that's like the most prominent left-wing publication out there. So this is the same question people have always asked Temple, that but he is an idiot. Sorry. No offense. Not saying that in a mean way. How rude. It's like in a factual. Not everyone has the advantages that we have in the, in thinking. So people have always asked him this, between who? Who would it be between? Who would it be betwixt? Well, what it looks like we actually got, and in this goofball mentions this in the beginning, is, the president of the United States coming out, doing something that we've seen before where he's like, oh, hey, this looks like a good pretext to take everyone's rights away and spy on everyone. But that guy, the
I'm being repressed!
Falling asleep when he was saying that. Also kind of an interesting point here, kind of maybe an important.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. We can't just stay talking about Tim Pool all night. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. There's got to be other people out here also being unhinged. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Do.
A lot of ways.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
He was so center.
Oh, my man hit us with one of these.
We know.
Hey, that's Glenn's thing, man.
I'm having a hard time. There was all kinds of...
Okay, before we get to this Glenn clip, I do want to point out he is the master of the pause. I mean, he's just absolutely reached pause mastery. Check this pause. Watch this pause, man.
Liberal NGOs, the Democratic Party, and on and on. Left-wing groups. And again, I mean, if you want to...
That's a master at work. That's a master at work. Let him cook. That's a master at work.
Quite a
This is
pregnant
probably
pause.
a stupid observation and/or / question. But do they teach that in law school? No question is a bad question. Glenn's a lawyer, and they really do that a lot, I guess, to like emphasize a point. They must teach that.
Calling for political repression by the FBI after the conservative movement, the right wing, the MAGA movement spent years, the last 8 years, complaining about the politicization of the deep state and the interference of these deep state institutions in our domestic politics. Now suddenly
they did
want
not
to weaponize it. People who engage in violence, they mean what they think is the entire political ideological edifice that motivated this violence.
Okay.
Liberal NGOs, the Democratic...
Hey, don't point out contradictions, Glenn, and do pauses. No more pauses for Glenn. You have to go right into the next. Glenn is banned from doing pauses. He gets like hit with a YouTube violation. He gets an email in his inbox from YouTube. No more pauses. Your channel has been limited because of too many pauses. From now on, you got to go right into saying the next thing.
This is not rational or sober or constructive behavior, to put it mildly. The idea of exploiting Charlie Kirk's death and the emotions around it to call for an FBI crackdown.
You don't talk about my
closing
newsmen like that. Whoa. You do not talk about my own personal newsman and his assorted gang of characters like that. Glenn, let's check in real quick with this guy.
Oh my God, we're gonna arrest you!
When I look at this news, I start having an
anxiety attack. No Rumble, no ads.
I wasn't going to be here today because I have multiple missions that are critical to the Republic.
That's
so
what
I'm
he
leaving a
calls
little bit
errands.
later. I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
But I will be doing work from the road. And I will be.
This is Alex doing an emergency broadcast here.
I wasn't even supposed to be here today.
I have critical missions to do today. I have a list of my missions. I got a list of missions to do that are critical to the Republic. Let me look at this mission. I got a mission at the laundry place. I got a mission reservation at a restaurant, West Austin, sushi, Whole Foods. Got a mission at Whole Foods. So, in conclusion, I wasn't even supposed to be here today.
A comprehensive account of the Utah Valley University attack and aftermath and America's response.
Okay.
These people have a time machine?
Right.
I'm sorry.
September 9th. What the hell is this?
Okay, that's a drop. That's a drop.
How is that possible? How is that even possible? How can someone do that in such a short time? AI is exactly how somebody does that in that period of time. Someone used AI to make a book that probably is terrible and then put it on Amazon within hours of the death of Charlie Kirk. Hey, you gotta grind set, people. Come on. You want to be an alpha chud out there, you can't let these situations just go by the wayside. You gotta capitalize. You gotta beat the competition. Can't sleep.
What the hell is this?
Okay, that's a drop. That's a drop, right?
Now, it gets worse.
There are too many papers there, man. This is my man Alex looking through all those papers.
What the hell is this? What the hell is this?
Wait. Hold on. I'm getting another Rumble ad.
Get rid of the Second
Let me look at
Amendment.
this.
What the hell is this?
Easy Snake. Oh my god. These Rumble ads are clearly directed at older people. This is like the most adorable
Easy
one
Snake.
ever. Easy Snake.
What is that?
Easy Snake.
Easy Snake. Like easier than the regular. Is it easier than the regular version of Snake, which is already quite easy? It's confusing. I'm confused. Not gonna lie.
Snake. I'm a peepaw. I want to.
Muriel, I found a fun new app. It's called Easy Snake.
I want to play Snake, but it's a little too hard. My eyes are kind of bad. The last time I tried to play Snake on my Nokia phone that I still have, I looked at it and I go,
What the hell is this?
So now there's Easy Snake. I got a mission. I'm on my, This is Alex on his mission here. And he's talking about a thing I actually saw, not showing off here, but I saw my newsman, the newsman in question who I was watching earlier.
Wrong.
He was talking about this. He was like, people have been sending me messages about this. And they've been Xing about this. That there's an ebook or something, some piece of crap on Amazon that is about, it's all about this. It's all about this. It's all about this, but it was published on September, whatever, the day before this happened. And I was watching Tim Pool and he's like, oh, it's because someone uploaded it before and then they changed the name or something. And then I think Amazon said it was an error or something. But anyway, it's I don't know what would be the point here of this. Someone's leaving a...
It's just to be the first and to make Alex Jones lose his mind. It's pretty funny. Not gonna lie. Okay. Anyways, right-wingers losing their minds over the death of their hero, Charlie Kirk. All right, let's talk a little bit about who this man is. We still have a lot more to get through on the Charlie Kirk killer situation. But the fact is, we're almost done with the third half already. That's right, chat. We've already gotten through 3 halves of galactic content tonight. And we still got a hell of a lot more. Probably double what we've already gotten through so far. Currently still exists in this list for us to meander our ways through. I think actually perhaps we should just take a break. I think right now is probably going to be the best time. Because when we come back to this, we're going to get really big into talking about the killer, the alleged killer, Tyler Robinson. There's a lot of details came out in the last 12 hours or so. Lot of details. Details that might be a little bit inconvenient to the narrative that Republicans have been spinning up over the last couple of days, blaming Marxists and communists and leftists and people who say things like fascist or Nazi. Don't worry, though. We will be uncovering much in the way of this situation in the near future, in the fourth half. But first, space messages. All right, everybody, I hope you're enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon, too, so that you can ensure that you get all of the latest notifications. From GNN. That's right. Don't turn the notifications on, you might miss one of these shows. You wouldn't want that to happen. Well, while you're clicking and subscribing and liking and things of that nature, do also consider using your fingers and or thumbs to contribute to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Thankfully, we have a cornucopia of ways for you to show your support. Things like YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal if you'd prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron for the low, low price of 10 cents a month. I mean, a day. $3 a month. 10 cents a day, $3 a month. Where a wonderland of benefits are awaiting space fams like you, prepared to take the galactic plunge. Stuff like an avatar on one of the scenes during the breaks, the pool, the bar, the lake, or the street. But that's not it. You also can get a shout out at the end of every stream, secret Discord channel inside of the larger Discord server, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break, grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. You know what that sound means. That beeping in your ears, of course, means that the break is now over, and the stream is about to begin once again. That's right, the fourth half incoming immediately.
Immediately,
if not sooner. Okay, well, we left off talking about the right-wing reaction to the death of Charlie Kirk from people like Tim Pool and Alex Jones, Glenn Greenwald. Okay, let's go from there to talking about Tyler Robinson, the man alleged to have murdered Charlie Kirk. Here's the New York Post from 11 hours ago. Tyler Robinson's dad posted picture. Perfect family trip in July. 2 months ago. And more pics of the alleged killer emerge.
Tyler Robinson, a 22-year-old Utah local, confessed Friday morning to fatally shooting conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
Illegal.
Officials said. Robinson was turned in after his father recognized him in photos released by the FBI, and his son admitted he was the gunman. Robinson's father asked him to turn himself in, but his son replied that he would rather kill himself. The father then convinced his son to speak with their youth minister, who called the FBI, and agents later took Robinson into custody. Only about 2 months earlier in July, Robinson's father painted a much different picture of family life with his son on social media, where he posted a video reel showing highlights from their Mexico trip together, in which Tyler was pictured happily showing off a fish he caught. Another video going viral reveals another proud moment for Tyler, this time in a video posted by his mother, in which he announces he had received a college scholarship.
Congratulations, you have been selected to receive the Resident Presidential Scholarship from Utah State. The value of this scholarship is approximately $32,000. This scholarship is available for 4 years or 8 semesters.
In a statement, Utah State University, which is a different school from where the shooting took place, confirmed the suspect had briefly attended the university for 1 semester in 2021. Other pictures of the suspected killer that have emerged also feel almost chillingly normal, sharing a meal with his dad, grinning while riding in what appears to be a small plane, and seemingly enjoying a happy family life.
One thing I would just like to point out is that the photo of him and his dad
Merged also feel
and he
almost
seems to be wearing them
chillingly
at all
normal.
times. But these like the wraparound visor glasses are like almost always a sign that you're looking at a fucking MAGA, a MAGA cultist. Okay,
Having a meal with his.
Like, look at him. Look at these two. He's a goddamn clone of his dad. You know, you got the baseball cap to hide the fact that dad's bald. You got, you know, you gotta have an American flag on your shirt. Let everybody know how much you love America. Then you gotta have the wraparound dad glasses.
Grinning while riding in what appears to be a small plane, and seemingly enjoying a happy family life. The only photos which really stand out include one in which he appears to be dressed for Halloween in a Trump costume, and a number of others that point to an interest in various types of weapons. But how this young man went from this to this still remains a mystery.
There we go. Those are some of the first images the public have seen of this alleged shooter and of his life, seemingly living a very, very normal life for a young white man. Even getting a scholarship to go to college, going on vacation earlier 2 months ago, this summer, with his family in Mexico. A place where, of course, the United States government, agencies like the CIA are doing clandestine operations against drug cartels. Him and his father, his family, were just living the dream earlier this year. Let's go here now to breaking points from 11 hours ago as well. Charlie Kirk assassin named. What we know. What do we know? Do we know things? Let's find out.
Let me ask you guys this, and again, we don't know the ideological leanings of this person. We don't know if, they could be politically all over the blue. We don't know. But let me ask you guys this question. Do you think I'm right that even if it is like a clear-cut case of like some white nationalist or Groyper type or whatever that this guy turns out to be, that Trump will just pretend that it's otherwise or use this anyway to his ends?
I'm curious about him saying yesterday he had some sense of motive.
Damn. I did not notice this earlier. I watched a piece of this. I didn't watch the whole thing. I did not notice this earlier, but Ryan is looking rough. Is it just me, or does Ryan look tired as shit? He looks like a little unhinged today. He looks like visibly upset. I don't know what it is about it. I've seen this guy enough times. I feel like he looks visibly disturbed by what's going on.
I'm curious about him saying yesterday he had some sense of the motive before this person. Like that tells me that maybe they think or they thought they had reason to believe that there's some. I don't know. What is going on?
Were they going off the supposed trans Antifa bullets? I mean, we didn't spend enough time on that because it was it's so disgusting to me that the Wall Street Journal ran with that, and apparently it turned out.
How did I miss that pun? Chat, well played, chat. He looked Trumpster fire. With a name like that, I should expect nothing less from a commenter like that. Trumpster fire. Ryan is looking grim today, of course. Jesus Christ. How did I not think of that? That's such an obvious pun just sitting there in front of me. Well played, well played. That is the sort of wordplay that I approve of around here.
There were like some arrows, like potentially already printed on the bullets, because there are little like markings on there that they were like, these arrows, I think that must mean he's pro-trans, which was completely invented. And, all kinds of lay people, when this news came out of like markings on the bullets indicating transgender ideology, people were like, what would that even be? But apparently no one at the Wall Street Journal that reprinted this thought for 2 seconds to ask that question.
Or they reported, well, here's also what's interesting is that they reported So Steven Crowder got it first, and the Journal was probably rushing because of Steven Crowder, which is already just like, what the hell? But they reported that ATF was taking these markings seriously. And the Journal probably failed to contextualize how thin the evidence was, that was something to take seriously. But what it says to me is that somebody at ATF was taking it very, very seriously. And so because of that, okay, we've got a press conference coming in.
No, what? So other people do agree with me that Ryan's looking a little bit downtrodden right now. The fact is I think, I don't know how old Ryan is, but he's certainly older than me, older than Emily, older than Crystal. And I think for a lot of, millennials and younger, I feel like we've lived with this constant state of political violence, whereas I think to some degree there was sort of a lull in political violence for the older folks. And ever since Donald Trump really came in the last, but many people like Donald Trump, who are people who are millennial or younger, were just becoming adults when Donald Trump came into the limelight in politics, and have lived with this sort of incredibly violent atmosphere that he himself has sort of furthered at every turn from 2015 until 2025 for a literal decade.
I mean, real quick to Chris, Trump said, I don't care. Trump is telling you. Trump already answered your question.
Yeah, I think that's probably correct.
It's like, I don't care who did this.
Yeah, the problem, sure, we got radicals on the right, but they're doing it for the right reasons. I mean, that's what, that's the whole justification for January 6th. We already know he pardoned a bunch of, violent J6 rioters. All right, here's the presser.
Leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from the contact, Tyler, also mentioned that he had changed outfits. I know there's been speculation as well as to the writing on those casings.
Here we go.
Those bullet casings, and I believe we have that as well. And I'll share that with you now. So the area north of Campus Drive Road where the suspect crossed over, you saw some of that in the video that we released last night, consists of a grassy area with trees on the edge of the UVU campus. Investigators discovered a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a dark-colored towel. The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle. The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital OWO, what's this, question mark." Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Notices, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point." Up arrow symbol, right arrow, and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow, Chow."
By the way, remember that. Everybody remember
read,
that for later. Remember that for later. This is going to come up again. You're going to get into this. At this point, though, a little over 11 hours ago, I can't remember, maybe even there was less information on this. But you remember that, okay?
If you read this, you are gay, LMAO.
So that was the thing first for me, though. When I was listening to some of this stuff earlier, when I heard this, I said, wait, you're telling me a leftist wrote on a bullet casing, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO"? That doesn't sound like a leftist, any leftist that I know of. That sounds like a groyper. That sounds like a griper to me. And like I said before about the other thing, the ballot, please remember that for later. It is going to come up. It is, in fact, relevant to the title of this video.
We are
That's griper.
indebted
That's
to
hard to-
law enforcement across the state who's worked seamlessly together, local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and our federal partners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're grateful for everyone who worked together in such a short amount of time to find this person and to bring justice. I want to thank the public who has been so engaged, reviewing videos, helping us with sending in tips, and helping us get to this point. I want to thank the family members of Tyler Robinson who did the right thing in this case and were able to bring him into to law enforcement as well. I especially want to thank the family of Charlie Kirk, Erica, Charlie's parents, his children. I want us to be thinking of them as we bring justice in this case. They will be involved in that justice. We will be working very closely with them as we move through this process as well. This is a very sad day for our country, a terrible day for the state of Utah, but I'm grateful that at this moment we have an opportunity to bring closure to this very dark chapter.
Okay, I'm going to skip past some of this. Oh, wait. We gotta listen to this part, though. Son of a bitch. Kash Patel, director of the FBI, here to convince us, probably with his eyes.
This is what happens when you let good cops be cops.
This is
The
what
FBI and our
happened.
partners are proud to stand here today together to bring justice to the family of Charlie Kirk and honor his memory. I want to express my deep gratitude to President Trump, the Vice President, and the entire White House who have been so incredibly supportive with both resources and just personally to the FBI as a team. They had our backs the entire way, and I just want to express my gratitude for giving us the resources we need to operate in this case to bring this sort of justice.
Do you think Kash Patel's been getting eye coaching? Because I've been noticing recently he's been doing something weird with his eyes. Like something different weird with his eyes. Like rather than staring like without blinking, like with like the widest possible like opened eyes that he can like muster, like almost like forcing his eyes out of his head and terrifying everyone. He's been blinking in like this weird rhythmic sort of pattern. It's I don't know which one's creepier.
This sort of speed. In 33 hours, we have made historic progress for Charlie. Governor Cox, our partnership has been absolutely incredible these last few days. Our partnership will endure. Your state and local partners, your sheriffs, your DPS community has been unbelievably
Hold on, I don't need this whole
impressive
thing. I just want to hear the very end of this ridiculous statement.
and continues to be garnered. Forensic evidence has already been evaluated at FBI laboratories in Quantico and state and local authorities here. We will continue to process evidence as we see it, as we collect it.
We can probably get out of this. It doesn't seem like we're going to get any more news, right?
Oh, damn.
Unless they take questions, but that could still be another 10 minutes.
Damn, I forgot that. I forgot to listen to it. Oh, there's no way I want to go back all the way back to the actual statement where that video is and listen to what the fuck ending of the goddamn Kash Patel had to say. Son of a bitch. Because there was something that he said that I think I did want to hear. Oh, God, it's just pissing me off. Hold on. This very there's this thing he says at the very end that like I almost forgot about. And seeing his Seeing his fucking face made me remember what he said. And it was honestly a little disturbing. Where the fuck is it? Where is this shit? It's like somewhere around here. I would say something like this. Play.
Called in to the FBI, and we are running out every single lead that we can. Every one of those leads will be run out. The arrest is a testament to the dedication of good law enforcement being great, and partnerships in law enforcement, which I've tried to highlight as my tenure as the director of the FBI. There is no better relationship for law enforcement than the FBI to partner with state and local authorities, and you've seen it here in these last few days. The FBI Salt Lake Field Office, along with our offices in LA, Phoenix, Denver, San Antonio, Las Vegas, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, our headquarters component in Quantico, all participate in the FBI. I want to express my deep gratitude to the employees of the FBI, the men and women, the evidence response team tacticians, the special operators, the agents, the support staff. You have done monumental work in historic time when the public, who had a right to demand such an expeditious solving of an investigation, the FBI answered that call diligently, critically important to our nation, and we delivered. And I'm proud to be their leader, and I'm proud to be the director of the FBI. This is very much an ongoing investigation, as the governor said, and we will continue to work with state and local authorities to develop the investigation, to provide them the evidence they need for their ongoing prosecutions, and we will be here to answer every call they absolutely have, as long as it takes, for as long as we need to find and apprehend whatever suspects were involved in this crime. Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Don't be creepy.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all we need.
I would just like to take it
from this stupid press conference. We've got the watch, brother. I'll see you in Valhalla. Wow. There's some real creepy white supremacist talk, actually. A lot of white supremacists and neo-Nazis talk about Valhalla. It's sort of like, it's akin to like the what's it called? Like jihad. It's like a jihad for Nordics and Aryans. You know, paradise with the 20 virgins and all of that. At least that's certainly what a lot of these right-wing extremists have turned it into. All right, let's go back to breaking points for a moment.
Well, let's go through with a case.
Yeah, if they go to
so
questions,
let's go through
Max,
the casings.
let's go back in.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah,
let's go. So
do you have them all there, Ryan?
Yeah, I got them here. In order, the first one they said was notices bulges OWO. What's this?
What does that
which
mean?
It's some furry bullshit.
What?
It's.
Yeah.
I mean, people can just Google this provocative internet meme associated with furry fandom with strong sexual connotations.
Notices bulges. Okay, all right. I'll look it up so you don't have to describe it to me.
Then hey fascists catch, which seems pretty clear what that is. And then
it says it says the notices bulge thing. It parodies furries and online role play subcultures. Is from Know Your Meme.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Bella Ciao. So Bella Ciao is an Italian anti-fascist song. So that.
Okay, let's keep this thing moving. Love breaking points. We got a lot to talk about today. Can't just talk about Charlie Kirk. Can't let what happened on Wednesday happen again today. Mustn't allow that to happen. We gotta. This was a fucking busy ass week. Charlie wasn't the only person to die. You know, unfortunately. Let's go here to the wine moms of YouTube. Jenny and Pumps. Over at the I've Had It Pod.
"48 hours of non-stop blaming the liberals when there was zero suspect that had been arrested. They had no identity. Fox News, right-wing influencers, right-wing politicians, kanks. The president of the United States unilaterally combined their message and blamed liberals. Well, as it turns out, the call was coming from inside the house the whole time, as is the case often with shooters. They're typically white, right-wing men. And I want to explain to the listener and to Pumps kind of what I've been researching all morning about the identity of this shooter, Tyler Robinson, and how the right wing alters off into these really crazy, very dangerous white nationalist echo chambers within the MAGA movement. So let's just start with just a little bit of Kanks bashing here. You know, he was asked how he's doing because he referred to Charlie Kirk like a son to him. And here he is this morning on the White House lawn.
How are you holding up over the last 3.5 days? I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks. They just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House. This is something they've been trying to.
So with the helicopter, you couldn't really hear it, but the reporter says, with all this Charlie Kirk stuff, how are you holding up? And he said, very good. They've started my ballroom. All right. So one of Trump's biggest supporters is Laura Loomer. Like, she goes hard in the paint for Kanks. She gets people.
That is fucking hilarious. Well, I mean, yesterday was a rough day, but I'm much better today. You know, it's okay. Charlie's dead, but hey, silver lining, we got the ballroom started. Come on.
She calls people out online. She has been instructing everybody the last 48 hours that she's making a list of left-wing people that the left need to go after because, quote unquote, this is war. But 2 days prior to the murder of Charlie Kirk, she put this up. I don't ever want to hear at Charlie Kirk 11 claim he is pro-Trump ever again. After this weekend, I'd say he has revealed himself as a political opportunist, and I've had a front row seat to witness the mental gymnastics these last 10 years. Lately, Charlie has decided to behave like a charlatan, claiming to be a pro-Trump one day while he stabs Trump in the back the next. Okay, so that happens a couple of days before. And then there's another far-right wing influencer named Nick Fuentes, and you've probably seen
You are not
clips
funny.
of his. Nick has this movement called Groypers, Groypers, and the Groypers are like the anti-Charlie Kirk, and this is very racist, very white nationalist, very niche. When you get into the MAGA hatosphere, it has all of these little subcults, and I believe that this is where Tyler Robinson had been spending his time on places like 4chan, and all of these things collide. Also, it was reported that Tyler followed Loomer on some of these sites. I don't know if it is X or whatever, but here is Nick Fuentes talking about.
Yeah, and I don't have any confirmations on this one quite yet, I don't think, but I've been seeing people talking about how Nick Fuentes and Laura Loomer have been deleting tweets for the last 2 days because they had been, like, those tweets that we just saw, I think they're gone now. Like, a lot, like supposedly stuff is disappearing off of the old X and Truth Social accounts.
Charlie Kirk a couple of weeks, I believe the timeline is correct, a couple of weeks before the murder.
Kirk, he said when Israel started attacking Iran
he said, we need to stay out of it.
Yeah.
But then when we got involved, he said, well, we need to stay out of it
I gotta say, though,
because we were
the irony
Iran's
of all
missiles.
of this,
And then Trump said,
like the
we may have
layers of irony of all this, it's truly shocking. You know, amidst this tragedy, I hate to make too much fun, but the fact is it's incredible just how much all of this, not just how much all, but basically all of this is actually the fault of Republicans. And for the last 2 days, all we've heard from Republicans and even from centrists is that, all the leftists calling fascist this and Nazi that. Oh, it's all your fault. It's the same thing that happened after Donald Trump's first assassination attempt. And what happened that time? Oh, right. A few days later, we found out that kid was actually a registered Republican and had a lot of very right-wing views. Right? And now it's happened again, somehow. And they haven't learned their lesson. They just immediately come back out like, oh, it's the Marxists, it's the communists, it's the leftists, everybody calling Charlie Kirk a Nazi.
How rude.
So rude. Inciting violence, even though they're the party of violence, even though they're the party that wants to keep as many guns on the street as possible.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
And here we are. Shock of shocks. The extremist, violent, right-wing, mostly online crowd may very well have been behind the killing of Charlie Kirk. Had nothing to do with leftists, even in the slightest.
bomb their nukes. And Charlie Kirk said, well, Trump always said we were going to bomb their nukes. He said they can never get a bomb. So we're okay with that offensive action. Then Trump did it, and the next day said on True Social, regime change comes from the bottom up. And Charlie Kirk said, well, some regime changes are okay. And you see how over 2 weeks, he kind of strung everybody along. And we started with, we need to stay out of it, to, well, we bombed them offensively, that's okay. And maybe some regime change we're okay with.
Like the goalpost keeps changing.
Yes. And people fall for it.
So, I mean, I want to say that, you know, anything that
I also
says, none of that.
You know, the Republican infighting, it would seem, on a number of occasions have led to attacks on Republican politicians within the Republican Party. Meanwhile, leftists have been criticizing Biden for, I don't know, call it somewhere between 5 and 2 years, or actually technically longer if you want to go back to the Senate or to his vice presidency.
I'm staying in the race.
That guy's still in the race. You just Googled the phrase, the Valhalla phrase. Wait, why did this all of a sudden, what has happened? Why is this frozen? What is happening? Come on. There we go. You just Google the phrase "see in Valhalla," and I'm right. It's a fascist saying stating portraying political violence and martyrdom in heroic quasi-religious terms. Yeah, exactly. And they've been deleting them tweets. Much appreciated for your researching over there, Columbia Rican.
Groups warrant what happened to Charlie Kirk. But I'm just trying to set the psychological soil of what this kid was going in, because for the layman, we see, oh, MAGA, they're a cult, they're all united. But within the cult, there are fissures. And there's specifically this massive fissure between Nick Fuentes's followers that are called groypers, and then Charlie Kirk, who Fuentes thinks Charlie Kirk is a fascist and a fake conservative. So he thinks he's a poser, right? And so then Fuentes told his followers recently, put this up, Kylie. He says, to all of my followers, if you take up arms, I disavow you, I disown you in the strongest possible terms. This is not what we're about. So he is aware that the groypers are a part of this. And I want to do a screenshot of what a groyper is so we can all understand it. The groypers sometimes called the Groyper Army, are a group of alt-right, white nationalist, and Christian nationalist activists led by Nick Fuentes. Members of the group have attempted to introduce alt-right politics into mainstream conservatism in the United States and participated in the January 6th United States Capitol attack and the protests leading up to it. They have targeted other conservative groups and individuals whose agenda they view as too moderate and insufficiently nationalist. So that's what they think of Charlie Kirk. The Groyper movement has been described as white nationalist, homophobic, nativist, fascist, sexist, anti-Semitic, and an attempt to rebrand the declining alt-right movement. Okay, so you may remember the story, Pumps, about there was trans symbols and Antifa symbols with the shooter. You would think that the FBI would know about all of these dark, right-wing, dark web groups and what kind of symbolism they use.
You would think.
I guess ever since Cash Money, Ching Ching, took over the FBI, they don't know this stuff.
That's a good point. I mean, Cash is adjacent to all that, but let's think about this for a second. I mean, how many white nationalist groups are going to let Cash Patel in?
Come on!
Just saying, he is a brown man. So maybe he's not aware of some of this iconography. Although I find it shocking that he's not familiar, because I think we're about to get into, because I've seen multiple people bring this up now at this point, is the fact that it's possible, in fact, quite likely, that the FBI mistook, or perhaps local officials, whoever it was that was first to make the identification of these symbols, may have been incredibly mistaken and mistook things like anti-fascist for a fascist icon, as well as the LGBT flag perhaps may have been mistaken for something else.
So here is a screen grab of somebody asking Grok, which this is right in the Death Star, the AI of Elon Musk, okay, about these symbols and how it attaches to the shooter. Somebody asked Grok, in your opinion, Grok, what do these symbols track his political beliefs in? Grok says, in my view, these inscriptions on the camo cases, and here's what they said, you guys. Notices bulges, OWO, oh, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow, Chow. Catch this fascist. And if you're reading this, you are gay, LMAOOOO, aren't random or left-leaning signals like some early reports claimed. Instead, they trace Tyler Robinson's political beliefs squarely to the fringes of the alt-right, specifically the Groyper movement, led by figures like Nick Fuentes.
You are not funny.
This crowd positions itself as hyper-patriotic, pro-Trump conservatives who see mainstream Republicans like Charlie Kirk as sellouts or fake conservatives infected by globalism, liberalism, or even fascism light. The Bulges OWO bit is a crude, mocking nod to transphobic memes that originated on Tumblr but got co-opted by right-wing trolls to spot trans people in crowds. Pure Groyper style bigotry. Bella Chow flips an anti-fascist World War II partisan song into ironic ammo for ridiculing leftists while tying into their beef with fascist establishment figures like Kirk, whom Fuentes has repeatedly trashed. The gay taunt is straight up homophobic bait.
It's incredible. And the fact is, some people don't spend that much time, even on the right wing, don't spend that much time on 4chan or BitChute or any of the other horrifying places where these sorts of people are, and aren't aware of some of this just disgusting, sort of quasi-ironical memology, if you will. And it's pretty incredible that that this got past everybody over there at the FBI. They must not have run this one through ChatGPT. All right, let's keep breaking this thing down, though. All sorts of people started to realize this as the day went on. Let's go here. Secular Talk. Kyle Kalinske. 8 hours ago. Just want to remind everybody that we did, in fact, of course, complete the content goal today, but we still are running a galactic deficit for October. And sure, we've got a couple of weeks away, but if you've got a couple extra dollars on Cash App or PayPal, or are not yet a patron, do consider one of those ways of contributing. As really would help us out. You know, and we got to make progress, you know, on a daily basis. That's why I started it soon. I tried to do the math as accurately as I possibly could, as quickly and early as I possibly could in September, so we would have as much lead time to work on this goal. All right, Kyle Kalinske.
Would look like Fox News in this scenario. Everything would look similar to Fox News. So you'd have Newsmax, One America News Network, Fox News, CBS, and CNN. And MSNBC, as you know.
My bad. I was watching this live. I added this to my list while Kyle was live reporting on this. I was like, okay, great. Another person is catching on this too. I'll throw this in there. But I actually haven't even watched the whole thing. But everyone seems to be picking up on the fact that this is not leftists' fault. the claims, oh, it's all leftists' fault. Not panning out as it would seem. Let's go here. Yeah, to the beginning.
All right, y'all, I got a whole bunch of breaking news here for you. To be honest, we're playing catch-up because for the past, I don't even know how long it's been now, 2 or 3 days, we've been talking a lot about the shooting of Charlie Kirk. So there's a lot of stuff that I got to catch you up on. But first, let me give you the updates on the Charlie thing. So more and more information is coming in, and the more that comes in, the more clear it is. The shooter was right-wing. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's not really hard to figure out. It's not really up in the air. It's not really a matter of opinion anymore. The guy was right-wing. In fact, he was very, very right-wing. So if you want more information on this, go to the previous video that I just dropped where we go over a lot of the facts that had already come out about him. But bottom line is, he was either registered unaffiliated or registered Republican. I say we don't fully know because there's like a million Tyler Robinsons in this country. But there's some reporting he's unaffiliated. There's some reporting he's Republican. But now we're learning that some of the furthest right-wing people in the country are beginning to be afraid he's affiliated with them. So floating around Twitter right now, we have some 4chan messages. One person says, Groyper confirmed, Nick is so fucked, it's unreal.
Damn,
another person says,
videos,
is he our guy? Response to
these videos,
LMAO.
Kyle's been dropping over here, have been getting views. These are news over here. If it's got views, it's news. We all know that, of course, intrinsically. This one, in the last 8 hours, 300,000 views. One before that, 450,000 views. One before that, 600,000 views. My God. Kyle's making bank over here.
So convinced, or people were so convinced it was some Latino trans person. They don't say trans person, they say the T-slur. But nonetheless, the message is still clear what they're saying here. The other thing people are pointing to now is we know he came from this massive Trump family, this Republican family. In fact, the grandma came out and gave an interview, I believe, to the Daily Beast or somebody, and said, yeah, the whole family, we're all massively right-wing. Like, we're all Republican, we're all pro-Trump. He came from a family that was steeped in gun culture. I mean, there's 1,000 pictures of them with all sorts of guns. He was raised in that environment. There's another sad picture of him his mom took it of him. He was pretty young, and they had given him a computer, and he's sitting there on the computer, and the mom says something about how, like, we never see him anymore because he's on the computer all day. And it's like, oh my God, this is part of the problem. This would help lead to the radicalization. So you have all that, but now people are pointing out, and I didn't catch this before our last segment, but in 2018 on Halloween, he dressed as this Pepe meme. And the Pepe meme is one that was floating around in Nazi circles, white nationalist circles, white supremacist circles, Groyper circles. And so everybody's pointing this out and going, uh-oh, he almost...
Yeah. Yeah, if you're running around with the Pepe meme for Halloween in 2024, you're almost, I mean, you've narrowed things down very, very quickly in no time.
Certainly was in that crew. So now, I mean, I think the debate is kind of settled, and you can see based on the reaction of the right that they know. You could see based on the reaction of the right that they know. Oops, all that talk of civil war and the left are evil and the left are horrible and we're going to destroy them all. And then now it's like, oh shit, it was another one of your people, right? Just like with the Trump shooting. They were fucking, screaming against the liberals and leftists all day long, acting like we're all terrorists, and then boom, come to find out that person was a registered Republican. So, I mean, it almost always comes down to that. I'm not saying there's zero left-wing shooters, but, 80%, 90% of the time, it ends up being a right-wing shooter. Or just somebody who's completely fucking...
Yeah, he's on the computer all day, posting on 4chan. As a parent, I see 0 red flags. That's right. It's some prime parenting right there. It's almost like something could have been done to avoid all of this.
Mentally gone, right? Like,
my son's always on the computer listening to this very nice young boy. I think his name is Nicholas Fuentes.
You are fat, you are a joke, you are stupid, you are not funny.
Weird politics and just completely mentally gone, where this has the same profile as any sort of school shooter, but now they're just moving it into the political realm for whatever reason. All right, so there's some updates there. Now, we also have Trump posted on Truth Social. This was so weird. He posted, "Everybody loved Charlie." And it's a picture, it's an AI-generated image of Trump and Charlie Kirk, and they're like hugging, they're like up close to each other, right? But in the background behind them, there's a U.S. flag and an Israeli flag. Now, is Trump Israeli? No. Is Charlie Kirk Israeli? No. So why is there an Israeli flag behind? Like, what is this? What are you talking about? But it gets weirder. Then underneath the picture of them, with the flags behind them, it says, "Great Charlie Kirk, R.I.P., Shlomo Pearl." Shlomo Pearl? What? There's also a random tree or bush or something on the left side of the picture, and like a light pole to the right-hand side. Clearly it's some AI slop that he posted. He probably didn't even realize it said R.I.P. Shlomo Pearl on it, but like, this is obviously going to feed conspiracy theories, bro. This is obvious. And look, I said it too. We got all the information coming out about the shooter, and you take that for what it's worth. But at the same time, I'm still waiting for explanations on how you could have 2 decoys at the shoot. There were 2 decoys. One person who said he did the shooting and said, shoot me, and his fucking pants fell down as cops were dragging him out. There was one old guy who said, shoot me, and I did it. And then you're telling me he didn't know what was going to happen? You're telling me he wasn't a decoy or a diversion? Are you kidding me? So that makes no sense to me. The other diversion, the guy with the pellet gun, makes no sense to me. Not shutting down the airport makes no sense to me. The story about the rifle objectively just makes no sense. They say he disassembled the rifle, so that's why when he jumped off the roof, you saw he didn't have the rifle. There's a video of him jumping off the roof. He didn't have the rifle. They go, oh, he disassembled it. But then they say, oh, we found the rifle in the woods, and it was fully assembled again somehow. None of that makes any sense. So, look, take the information for what it's worth about this guy. But at the same time, there's certainly unanswered questions here. They're incredibly disturbing.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, somebody asked Elon Musk's
Thanks,
Grok,
Jeff, for the question.
To say what the political...
Yeah. I just gave Marge Simpson vibes. That's funny. was just aiming for white middle American mom who is not doing enough in the way of parenting her children. If that happened to come off as Marge Simpson, it is a happy accident. All right, let's go through some of these breakdowns and the ideology of the assassin.
All I want to know right now is if Tyler Robinson is a groyper. That's what I need to know. And what's a groyper? A groyper is somebody that follows Nick Fuentes, who is a
You are not funny.
head, and he was like the nemesis of Charlie Kirk. And Nick Fuentes' followers do not like Charlie Kirk. Nick Fuentes is religious, and he's very pro-young white man. And he convinces people on the right not to vote Republican, don't vote for Trump. He loathes J.D. Vance and anything to do with J.D. Vance. He continually rips on Israel, and he promotes a lot of things like what the left talks about, except it's kind of like inverted with the racist twist. I follow him. I listen to him.
That's actually a good description of it.
Because I think he's interesting.
That's actually a good description of it. Well played, ma'am. Well played.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
I listen to him because I think he's interesting, not in like a healthy way, but he's someone I think that everyone should be watching on the right to kind of gauge what's going on over there, because he is getting a lot more people following as they see that this administration is full of shit. So that's why I watch him all the time, to keep my finger on the pulse of that group. And why I bring this up is because of those shell casings. Because they don't sound like something that someone on the left would write. Now, I know people on the left go, oh, but it said, catch this fascist. But the people on the right don't think they're fascists. And Nick Fuentes uses the term fascist all the time. He's like, fascist, like, because I grew up over there, right? And so I had no idea what a fascist was. I did not think that I was a racist or anything of the kind. I had people of every color in my life. I protected them, defended them, but I voted as a Republican. And I thought that was best for everybody, because that's what the cult makes you believe. Like, your brain shoots off into a million different compartments, and so you can have someone back in your life and still think you're doing something good, even if it's a bad action, because it's like it doesn't all connect, because you don't have your own identity. You have the identity of the cult leader. You're not allowed to have your own.
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
He looks good, and he looks hard. What is happening on the right happened to a good friend of our family last night, called and said, that man's a liar. Hardcore MAGA. Okay, so, you know, and one of the casings says, then, like, if you're reading this, you're gay, LMAO. Doesn't sound like someone
exactly
that would loathe Charlie Kirk for what he's doing to people.
Exactly. That's the thing, that when I heard that one, I was like, whoa, alarm bells went off in my brain. Alex Jones yelling. That's all I could hear. I was like, wait a second. I'm sorry. If you're reading this, you are gay, Lamau. Are you? Are we sure it's leftists?
His hateful rhetoric, right? And then the other things were kind of referring like furries or like some meme. I don't know, but it just doesn't sound like the left. But it does sound like Nick Fuentes.
Exactly.
You are not funny.
It's important because, and I'm open to this kid being on the left. He could have been a black sheep, and this was just too much for him. But he was 22, and he was white, conservative family, dad a sheriff, grew up around guns. A white young male growing up in a conservative home like that. They're very stressed. They're very scared in their own way about all of this.
Help! I'm being repressed!
And, for whatever reason. And Nick is very homophobic. So, I don't know. So if you hear the word fascism, you're going, oh, well, then it was definitely that. It very well could be that he's a groiper. And again, this.
Yes, let's talk about groypers, shall we? Times News. Times Now. What is a groyper? The far-right movement in focus after Charlie Kirk's death. The Groyper Army is a far-right online movement built around Nick Fuentes.
You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny.
That is, of course, the voice of Nick Fuentes. The killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk has reignited scrutiny around a long-running feud within parts of the U.S. far-right, particularly between Kirk and the Groyper movement, led by Nick Fuentes.
You are not funny.
Kirk was shot dead on September 10th during an event at Utah Valley University. While investigators have not confirmed a motive, speculation online has turned towards extremist factions that had previously clashed with Kirk, most notably Fuentes' supporters, who have accused him of being insufficiently radical.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Despite his combative style, Kirk was often attacked from the right for being too moderate. In 2019, during what became known as the Groyper Wars, Fuentes' followers disrupted events hosted by Kirk's group Turning Point USA, challenging him on immigration and LGBTQ rights and labeling him a gatekeeper of establishment conservatism. It's incredible. That conflict has now returned to the spotlight as the public searches for answers in Kirk's assassination, with renewed attention on Fuentes' rhetoric and influence. Some social media users have questioned whether early claims by officials suggesting the suspect was tied to the left-wing extremism were premature, pointing instead to possible far-right links.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
What is the Groyper Army? The Groyper Army is a far-right online movement built around Nick Fuentes, a white nationalist and America First advocate. According to the Anti-Defamation League, the group includes alt-right white nationalist and Christian nationalist activists who espouse anti-Semitic, racist, and homophobic views, often framed in the language of traditional values and family.
Aren't I a good guy?
The group uses Groyper, a cartoon frog derived from the Pepe meme, as its mascot, a symbol widely adopted among extremist communities. What did the term Groyper begin? The term began circulating widely in 2019 during an internal clash in the conservative movement. That year, Fuentes' supporters repeatedly disrupted Turning Point USA's events, accusing Kirk of diluting Donald Trump's message. The so-called Groyper Wars drew national attention for their confrontational tactics and for pushing white nationalist ideas into more mainstream conservative spaces. What has Nick Fuentes said about the Charlie Kirk killing? Fuentes has issued several statements since Kirk's death. Shortly after the shooting, he wrote, "I am devastated. It feels like a nightmare that we'll never wake up from." He also called for unity, saying the violence and hatred has to stop. Our country needs Christ now more than ever.
Jesus, I say that.
On September 12th, Fuentes turned his comments toward the Trump administration, demanding more transparency. Quote, "We need more from the Trump administration than what we're getting now," unquote. He wrote on X, release all the information about the assassin and his Discord contacts. Everyone must be investigated. Tell us the plan. How will the government stop this from ever happening again? Where is the leadership? Question mark, question mark, question mark, unquote. Hold on, I've got more on this. I'm sorry, but I do have multiple articles to read here. What was the other one that I was just reading? Is it this one? I think, was it Vanity? Where is it? Oh, so. Okay, while I find this, let's just watch this video. I'm still looking for the right article. I actually haven't seen this one. I think this has something to do with the video games this guy was into, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, guys, so the Charlie Kirk assassin is now officially in custody, so I want to break down for you guys everything that we know so far in terms of who this guy is, what his family background is, and what potential motive he could have had in this assassination, because right now we have a ton of competing claims. A lot of the information is confusing and conflicting. Some people are trying to say that this guy is a left-wing anti-fascist. Other people are trying to say that he is a right-wing sort of neo-Nazi online groyper type. So we're going to run through everything. I'll let you guys, make up your own minds. So just on the baseline here, his name is Tyler Robinson from Utah. He's 22 years old. You can see the mugshot here down below that was recently released. Obviously, it looks like he is just a young white male. So, there were a lot of people initially who were trying to claim that this was a trans shooter. Doesn't look to be the case. We also have information on his parents' background. So Tyler Robinson himself was registered politically as a nonpartisan. His parents were both registered as Republicans. I've seen other reports that he apparently donated to Donald Trump, although I haven't seen this fully confirmed, so I don't want to present that as if it's factually confirmed information to you guys. But we also have more here. His father was a retired sheriff, apparently working for a couple of decades in the sheriff's office. He grew up in a Mormon household, apparently, from a somewhat wealthy, at least middle class sort of family. He's obviously white. He was raised around guns and shooting, and also wore this Trump costume for Halloween one year. Again, a lot of this information, keep in mind, is ambiguous, to say the least. Like, okay, he wore a Trump costume. Is this a pro-Trump costume? Is this an anti-Trump costume? Is this a neutral, sort of just like a goofy Trump costume? Who the fuck knows, right? So let's try not to make any sort of firm conclusions as we go through all of this. Now, we also have this interesting point here that from what we know, this guy was an incredible student, like straight A kind of student, and yet he went to Utah State University on, I believe, a scholarship.
If I'm not mistaken, if you go back to that photo, I'm fairly certain that the kid on the left here is the Pepe portion of this. Like, it's a two-person costume, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that. I'm fairly certain it is. Hold on, though. There's a certain... I just want to see if this guy does wind up talking about this video game. Supposedly he was big into a video game called Helldiver 2, which supposedly had a bunch of, like, fascist, like, adjacent, like, storyline to it or something. Does he actually get into this? I don't think he does. Okay, screw this kid. Go fuck yourself, buddy. Let's go here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. This is Vanity Fair article from September 12th, so yesterday, by Joshua Rivera. Groypers, Helldivers 2, furries. What do the messages left by Charlie Kirk's alleged killer actually mean? Suspect Tyler Robinson allegedly inscribed messages on bullet casings that reference video games and internet culture, but they hardly point towards a coherent ideology. Okay. Hold on. Let's look at what Helldivers 2 is real quick. Just the actual, like, ad for this. What is this? A Steam game? It looks like it's a Steam game. Helldivers 2 is a 2024 cooperative third-person shooter video game developed by Arrowhead Game Studios and published by Sony Interactive Entertainment. The game is the direct sequel to Helldivers. The game is the direct sequel to the Helldivers. Set in the 22nd century, the story follows the Helldivers, a force of shock troops dispatched to combat various threats to humanity and to spread managed democracy. Quote-unquote managed democracy, whatever that means. Helldivers 2 was released on 8th of February 2024, sold in excess of 15 million copies, considered among the best video games of 2024. Third-person shooter video game. Procedurally generated levels, conducting tasks and missions, fending off hordes of enemies. 100 years after the triumph of Super Earth, a self-described managed democracy over the bugs, cyborgs, and Illuminati, and Illuminate? During the First Galactic War, humanity seized faster-than-light travel technology from the defeated Illuminate and used it to conquer the galaxy during a period known as the Great Democratization. All right, let's actually read the article. Let's go here. Vanity Fair. On Friday morning, Tyler Robinson, the suspected killer of conservative commentator Charlie Kirk, was taken into custody after a 2-day manhunt, according to an affidavit obtained by people, he's likely to face charges including aggravated murder. At a public briefing, FBI Director Kash Patel and Utah Governor Spencer Cox revealed that the shooter's bullet casings were allegedly inscribed with bizarre messages. One read, "Notices bulges, oh whoa, what's this?" Unfired cartridges in the magazine allegedly read, "Hey fascist, catch," followed by 5 arrow symbols, 1 up, 1 right, and 3 down. 2 others read, "Oh, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow, Chow." And if you read this, "You are gay, Lamau." Photographs of the ammunition have not yet been made public, and it's possible that there are minor discrepancies in punctuation, but none that would make these phrases appear any less nonsensical. That is, unless you have a passing familiarity with gamer and internet forum culture. Wait, is there more? I thought there was more to this. Hold on. Wait. Oh, read. Wait. See, this is the wrong one. This is the wrong. What was the article? Let's see. Okay, this is CBR. I think this is a gaming publication. CBR, Helldivers 2 and Far Cry 6 tied to Charlie Kirk shooting. Multiple video game franchises, including Far Cry and Helldivers, are being swept up in the news surrounding the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And the reasons only make the situation more confounding. As reported by Polygon, Utah Governor Spencer Cox stated on Friday, September 12th, the bullet casings recovered from the scene of the deadly September 10th shooting were engraved with a variety of messages, blah, 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 blah. It was reported that other bullet casings were engraved with more blah, 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 blah. We might have read those messages. While the latter... Oh, okay, all right. Oh, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow, Chow. While this message is indeed pulled from the lyrics of a 1953 anti-fascist Italian anthem composed in opposition to Benito Mussolini's rule over the country, an adaptation of the song itself is prominently featured in Far Cry 6, wherein the song is played in opposition to the dictatorial regime lorded over by Yada. The song is played during the Fire and Fury mission set in Isla Santuario. Charlie Kirk rose to prominence throughout the 2010s as the co-founder of Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action, conservative groups that lobby and promote conservative ideals and policies on college campuses across the United States. Kirk found massive success, with far-right audiences and other similar personalities making frequent appearances along the likes of Nate Morris, Rand Paul, and members of the Trump family. Kirk was frequently the subject of controversy online and in the media for his positions regarding the rights of women, minorities, his promotion of Christian nationalism, and Second Amendment rights.
Get rid of the Second Amendment?
On September 10th, during an appearance at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah, blah, 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 he was killed in front of 3,000 people. that it? I think that might be it. I think that's the end of the story. God damn. Oh, this shit is pretty fucking wild. An internal right-wing civil war on the Republican Party almost turned into a civil war against leftists in this country. All right, let's go here. How are we doing on time, by the way? Jesus, 7 hours in already. This Charlie Kirk situation is taking up so much time again today. Killing me.
All I want to know right now is if Tyler Robinson...
No, this is the wrong video. We already watched this one. Go here. All right, Charlie Kirk's business partner, Jack Posobiec, who, was one of the guys who received the fake Epstein files earlier this year, along with...
asymmetric
who was it? Laura
warfare.
Loomer?
I'm sorry.
No.
That's what one prominent conservative...
Chaya Reichik and others... Also, I believe worked over at Charlie Kirk's podcast. He may have had his own. I'm not entirely sure. He may have his own. I'm not entirely sure. I do not pay that much attention to this guy. I find him really annoying. But he went on for an interview with CNN to talk about something terrifying. Asymmetric warfare.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Asymmetric warfare, I'm sorry. That's what one prominent conservative says the political right is facing in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's murder. Jack Posobiec, a close friend of Kirk's, is talking to CNN about who could lead the movement that Kirk helped to build and how Republicans should respond to Kirk's murder. Mina Durson is out front.
I think the worst possible way to remember Charlie would be to turn his lights off. That this is his life's work.
Charlie Kirk's podcast continued on Friday without him.
All right, well, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. We're remembering our friend Charlie Kirk.
His friend and Turning Point contributor Jack Posobiec.
I almost added this. I just did not have time. I almost added this in today. We might have to watch this tomorrow. One thing I'm thinking right now is that Charlie, the one person, I totally forgot about Jack yesterday, Wednesday. But since between Wednesday and now, I realized that Jack Posobiec is maybe the #1 person on the planet prepared to benefit from the death of Charlie Kirk right now. Like he's about as close as you can get to being the Charlie Kirk replacement. I mean, they've been very close for a long time. And he's the guy who immediately comes in and fills in for him on his podcast. And, of course, Turning Points USA nets tens of millions of dollars. In 2023, they took in over $80 million in donations, just Turning Points USA, let alone the podcast or any of their other ventures. It's a massive multi-million-dollar enterprise. I mean, with those kind of numbers, over 10 years, you're talking about a billion-dollar enterprise.
Turning Point contributor Jack Posobiec sat in his studio, leaving Kirk's chair open as a tribute. How do you fill this void?
Well, look, everybody's got to step up, and there's no replacement for Charlie Kirk.
Posobiec is a leading voice in right-wing media, where some of his peers were quick to call Kirk's assassination an act of war.
Charlie Kirk's a casualty of war.
Do you think we're at war?
My friend's in a box right now, and it wasn't an accident.
Are we facing a civil war?
Well, there's no question that we're clearly facing asymmetric civil warfare.
Now, this was recorded before things started to come out about the Groyper tendencies of this shooter. I wonder if Jack would stick to this statement now. Because it sounds like the Republican Party is at civil war right now. Asymmetric civil war within itself. Because, of course, it wasn't leftists who murdered Charlie Kirk. It was a Nick Groper fan, Nicky Fuentes over there.
You are not funny.
One of the key aspects of that is political assassinations. That being said, the idea that we're going to a, classic Civil War scenario,
it's classic, is it?
I hope and I pray that doesn't happen.
It's a classic
Outside
Civil War
headquarters
scenario.
for the past few days, a steady stream of fans have come to pay their respects.
No, I wouldn't say it's classic. It's like if it's like if some slave owners were really upset at some other slave owners, back in the 1800s for not being white supremacist enough. It's like, stop treating your slaves with so much dignity. That's the Civil War that we have. It's like if Texas, it's like if, during the 1800s, Texas fought itself. This young woman looks very upset.
A heartless act, and I feel so sad, and I feel like when we're trying to be silenced, we need to come together as a whole. And
I think this is the #1 example of the leopards eating faces party. This might be the epitome. This might be the #1 face to have been eaten by the leopard. It just loves those faces.
And be a family.
And can you blame the leopard?
Do you feel any responsibility
Faces are
to help bring the
delicious.
temperature down in this political discourse?
I want people to be safe, but if you're someone who is part of a group that is fanning the flames of violence, that is encouraging this, or celebrating this,
exactly,
then that's absolutely something that we have to tamp down.
Yes,
100%.
we must. Yeah, I agree. I agree with Jack. We gotta tamp it down. Gotta tamp it down. Can we tamp down Nick Fuentes, all the Groypers? Can we? Is that on the table right now?
Governor this morning was describing the suspect having this family dinner. This is what the governor said.
Shut down 4chan.
The family member also stated Kirk
shut it down.
was full
Shut down
hate
4chan.
and spreading.
Shut down 8chan. Shut down BitChute. Shut down Waffen FM. Like all of these fucking psychotics, all these neo-Nazis out here. Shut it all down. Shut it all down.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I mean, it's from that person's perspective, Charlie Kirk represented everything they hated. He loved debate. He loved just talking things out. It's what he lived for. It's what he died doing. And this idea that, Charlie is there, the one spreading this. No, he's got it completely backwards.
Now turning point in the conservative right.
By the way, they paint Jack Posobiec as this heartbroken friend throughout this, and he's talking all serious. We're under attack. We're under attack. It's Civil War. It's a classic Civil War situation. The left, they've gone too far this time. We're under threat. Meanwhile, in the background, everybody's realizing, wait a second, this guy is not a leftist. He's maybe as extreme right as you can get. Just completely unhinged bat crap crazy town.
You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny. You are not funny.
Now, authorities were seen investigating the home of the suspect earlier today. Here's the Associated Press 8 hours ago.
Hey Siri, text Marta.
Now, at the exact same time that these videos of the investigation of Tyler Robinson's home were coming out, this live stream hit the airwaves, the interwebs. Erica Kirk, Charlie's wife, spoke for the first time since the death of her husband. Oh, Jesus Christ. They brought a podium into Charlie's studio. Oh my God, this woman is creeping me out already.
Jesus. Good evening. My name is Erica Kirk. Charlie Kirk is my husband. I first want to thank the local, state, and federal law enforcement who worked tirelessly to capture my husband's assassin so that he can be brought to justice. I want to thank the first responders who struggled heroically to save Charles's life.
What is up with this woman?
And the police who acted bravely to make sure that there were no other victims on that terrible afternoon. I want to thank the officers who have protected our Turning Point USA family these past 2 days. And I want to thank the Turning Point USA board, the COO, Justin Strife, and my husband's chief of staff, the amazing Mikey McCoy, for all their work in these terrible days to be the stability for our family and for the wider Turning Point USA family as well. My heart is with every one of my husband's employees who lost a friend and a mentor. I want to thank the staffers of his amazing Charlie Kirk show who helped him broadcast from this studio,
I gotta say, in my opinion, I think that there's something wrong with her. Like, anyone. Like, and maybe I'm being too unfair. But, like, I don't know. Like, within, like, whatever it is, like, 36 hours after your husband coming out and doing this, like, sort of, like, political, like, show. Like, it just seems really creepy to me. Am I the only person who's creeped out by like, her doing this? Like, being like, you know what I need to do right now? Not mourn Charlie. I need to get on his goddamn YouTube so I can post a clip and tell everybody how sad I am right now. Is like, what is going on here? Omega Star with a sweet super chat. I'd like to thank the Academy. Thank you for that, Omega. Needed that.
His chair. Every day he loved it. He loved what he did. I want to thank the millions of people who have shown their love for Charlie here in.
You think she's gonna try and take over the show from Jack? I wonder what the legal lead says in all the business documents and whatnot. It'd be fascinating to know how this entire shit show is set up. I mean, I know that I know Turning Points is a 501c3. I don't know how. You would assume the podcast is incorporated under its own branding, but it's unclear. It's unclear how it's all set up. It's the one thing I keep thinking about. There's literally, does it mean, like I said before, like if the numbers are right, if they're pulling in $80 million of funding over at TPUSA, and who knows how many millions of dollars a year over here at the Charlie Kirk podcast, it's close to about $1 billion per decade operation we're talking about. It's like a mid-sized fucking business, a bigger than a mid business. It's like a large business. It's a massive outfit. And without Charlie at the helm, there is certainly a vacuum, a power vacuum going on here.
Across America and worldwide. I want to thank my husband's dear friend, Vice President Vance, and his phenomenal wife, Usha, for their love and support. You guys honored my husband so well, bringing him home. You both are tremendous. I want to thank President Trump and his incredible family for the same. Mr. President, my husband loved you.
I can't tell if she's genuinely upset or not right now. It's tough. I don't know her at all. But some of her affectations are weirding me out.
And he knew that you loved him too. He did. Your friendship was amazing. You supported him so well, as did he for you. 2 days ago, my husband, Charlie, went to see the face of his Savior and his God. Charlie always said that when he was gone, he wanted to be remembered for his courage and for his faith. And one of the final conversations that he had on this earth, my husband witnessed for his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ. How many times has she said Jesus at this point?
Now and for all eternity, he will stand.
I have heard this woman say the word
Savior's.
Jesus at least, I mean, this is 3.5 minutes in. Like at least a half a dozen times, and I am undershooting it. I am fairly certain.
Wearing the glorious crown of a martyr.
Oh my God. He's a
Charlie
martyr.
Loved life.
He was a political martyr.
He loved his life. He loved America. He loved nature, which helped him always bring him closer to God.
Oh God. You know, these right-wing nuts, you know, they claim to hate Islam and jihadism and all this stuff. But they certainly talk like jihadists. Charlie Kirk, he's a martyr. He died in a political war, a religio-political war. This woman creeps me the fuck out. I can't listen to any more of this. I'm sorry. She is freaking me out. What is up with the faces? Like the faces she's making. She's like doing a lot of squinting and like forced smiling. I can't tell if she's actually crying or if she's just like willing herself to cry. But one way or the other, she just creeps me out. I see why Charlie loved her. They really did sort of complete each other. A couple of very awkward looking people. Now, authorities towed away the vehicle of Tyler Robinson from his Utah home. Here's the AP from 5 hours ago. Doesn't she actually say something? She very well may say something. I don't know.
I'm here outside the home of the parents of the suspected shooter.
It's probably one of the videos we'll try and rewatch later, but I haven't watched the whole thing yet. So, like, unfortunately, some of this stuff came out, like, while I was getting the stream going, and just had to throw them in here at the end. Because I didn't want to leave us incomplete on this discussion, but we are almost complete. This is the last, basically the last video on all of this. Omega Star, by the way, thank you for the sweet super chat. She and Katie Britt should start an acting class. Oh, yeah. call it the Housewives of Hell.
Charlie Kirk. While it's quiet right now, a team from the FBI arrived not long ago. They got out, prepped everything, and have since entered the home. A few of them investigated the gray Charger in the parking lot that we've seen in surveillance video provided by the FBI. Now the FBI is delving into every detail about what's happened. Right now, it's a very quiet neighborhood. We spoke to a few neighbors who mentioned just how shocked they were that something like this would happen in their town. Police have this whole area blocked off. As you can see, there's quite a bit of media.
It's a mighty nice car right there. Jeez. Brand new Dodge Challenger. Okay. All right, let's do one more video before we take a break. We're actually, let me see. How are we 8 hours into this already? I'm starting to think I'm not going to get through everything that I wanted to today. How is this taking us almost 8 hours at this point? We haven't even, I thought by this time we would have finished the U.S. news. We are in trouble. Something is going to get cut off at some point today if I do not move my ass over here. Jesus, I am moving slow. This goddamn Charlie Kirk situation has utterly screwed my schedule over this week. It's very rude.
How rude!
Very rude of Charlie to die like that, inconveniencing me in such a way. Of course I kid. All right. Now, I really do feel like I need a break. I want to keep going because I've got more stuff to talk about. I just need a break. That is the last one, official one, specifically on the shooting of Charlie Kirk and Tyler Robinson. We will update you further on that, or probably later this weekend. But I wanted to make a stream of multiple facets today, of multiple topics. Really got sidetracked situation. Don't worry though, we're going to try and get through the rest of the news from the week. A week of hellishness. And somehow my list has creeped up to 170 videos. I started off with 162 today. Like I went from 200, I cut it down to 162. And somehow, since the time I started the stream, it's gone up 8 videos. I don't know how that happened. I think a gremlin put videos into my list because I certainly wouldn't do something that stupid. Okay, quick galactic intermission, everybody, but we'll be right back after these brief space messages. Alright, I hope everybody has been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon so that you don't miss a single episode of the show. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Alright, chat, I won't bore you with the details of that Patreon membership. You know what to do. Click the link in chat or in my bio, and you can find out yourself. We'll be right back in the 5th half to discuss the Gen Z gender divide, state of education, health in the United States, the economy, and much, much more. All right, chat, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. Space fams, you know what that sound means. Means it's time for us to get back to the stream. So, tarry no longer. Get back to your seats, otherwise you may miss the beginning of the 5th half of the show. There's my kitty. That's right. Your kitty, Schmegley's kitty, Mrs. Jen's kitties. There's kitties all over the galactic break screens. Thanks to all of our beautiful patrons like you. Kitties, puppies. We even added a toad today, and nobody even pointed it out. Anybody notice? Anybody notice the toad? There's a frickin' toad. Look at that toad. Hypno toad. Okay, fine. Fine, no one noticed the toad. That's fine. No big deal. Yes, indeed. All right. Morbo is not abused. All right, let's go here. Let's kind of keep talking about Charlie Kirk, because of course Charlie Kirk was known as a man in the Republican Party who had the ability to reach out to Gen Z and the divide among Gen Z voters is as stark as can be, especially among gender lines. Here's CNN 3 days ago. Tell us things.
Awful, awful, awful.
If you
weak,
are
weak,
between
weak.
18 and 29 years old, you are a member of what is known as Gen Z, and you are no doubt all watching this program on your giant big screen linear television, maybe even with rabbit ears. But be that as it may, we've got new data that shows just how different Gen Z
What's a rabbit? A rabbit of what?
From everyone else, and also
look, I knew it. There he is.
Chief
We
Data
knew it.
Analyst
Everybody knew it.
Barry Enton is here. So let's talk.
Everybody knew it was going to be the great The late, great Harry Emden.
Oftentimes we talk about a gender divide in our politics, but the gender divide with Gen Z is wider than the Grand Canyon. My goodness gracious, what are we talking about here? Well, let's just first talk about party ID margin. Look, there's a gender divide no matter where you look, but among Generation Z, it's significantly wider. Look at this. Among female Gen Z, look, Democrats plus 19 points. But look at Republicans among men. They have an 18-point advantage. That is a, get this, 37-point gender gap. Now, among all others, again, you see that Democrats lead among females, but only by 7, significantly less than 19. And then among all others male, again, you see a Republican lead, but instead of plus 18, it's plus 13. So what we see is a gender gap of 20 points among all others. And get that, 37 points, nearly double among generations.
My God.
As I said, the gender gap is a Grand Canyon.
A nearly 40-point divide between the genders on which party they support among Gen Z voters. But wait, I think there is more. I think Harry Emden, the great Harry Emden, has got more stuff for us. There we go. Great Harry Emden.
I think it's just so important, the attributes. It's not just on politics, it's about how they see life. So Generation Z, important in your own view of success. Having children. Look at this. Male Trump voters, 34% say that is important to your own view of success. Having children. That ranks number one on the list of attributes that a recent NBC News poll put out. Now compare that to female Harris voters saying having children is important in your own view of success. It's only 6%. That's 28 points less. And get this, on the list of attributes, it ranks last. So ranking last for female Harris voters having children in your own view of success compared to ranking numero uno to male Trump voters. Again, a schism.
Numero lasto, more like.
And again, you have something sort of the mirror image of that in a way, right?
You're exactly right. Okay, so having kids is one thing. How about this attribute? Okay, important in your own view of success.
And this is, I mean, this came out, this poll came out like literally on the day that Charlie Kirk was shot. But this really does say something about the makeup of the Trump voter, of the male Trump voter. Emotional stability, not number one on the list, maybe last, as it turns out, ranks last, according to the great Harry Emden. Only 9% of male Trump voters give a fuck about emotional stability. No kidding. Shocking. Who could have guessed that? Trump voters emotionally unstable?
Ready the Second Amendment?
3 among Harris voters, 39%. But get this, among male Trump voters, it's just 9%, a 30-point gap, and it ranks last for Trump voters. So again, just very different attributes on how the different genders are seeing life in general, and that is, of course, magnified when you look at female Harris voters who say having emotional stability is far more important than male Trump voters, and again, having children, which male Trump voters say is far more important in order to their view of life success than female Harris voters. Again, it's just so much difference between the genders when you look at Generation Z, and it's...
So yeah, I put this poll here on purpose. Right, we started off talking polls and how people feel about Donald Trump, and have now moved on to polls after the end of the discussion of Charlie Kirk as it relates to Gen Z specifically. And it's clear Gen Z is extremely divided, and the women seem to have their wits about them more than the men. If you just go by level of concern over emotional stability, in a week where it would seem a Trump supporter just murdered a fellow Trump supporter over not being enough of a fascist, enough of a fucking, national socialist. Because that is really the thing about the Groyper ideology, the Nick Fuentes, and I honestly, and this is a really hard sentence to say for me because really, I don't necessarily believe it to be true. But I haven't listened to that much, or perhaps enough, Nick Fuentes. And ugh, gross. Because really, I feel like I've listened to plenty of Nick Fuentes, actually, and that I would prefer to never listen to any more Nick Fuentes. But in this moment, when it would seem that he is so very much intrinsic to what is happening at this time, I do feel underprepared. But I've certainly listened to enough of him to know that, you know, he does sort of have very much sort of a true Nazi, neo-Nazi ideology. One of sort of a national socialist, but only for a specific racialized group, racialized and like, what do you call it? There's a word for this, religiousized, but there's a different, I can't think of the word. Fuck. But I think everyone gets what I'm saying. Spiritualized. Like, that's the wrong one. I cannot think of it. There's a fucking word for this. I cannot think. But sort of this, like, you know, I mean, to some degree, like, that is their vibe. You know, with some very offensive, racist, and misogynist undertones. But sort of being sort of a nationalist, socialist viewpoint to some degree. In the most Nazi sense of it as possible. Why analyze it any further? Well, it would seem a literal assassination happened over it. That would be my answer. Because a literal assassination happened. Okay, let's talk about the kids. You know, and clearly the kids are having a tough time right now. There's no doubt about that. And it would seem the numbers are backing that up time and time again. Nationwide test scores have hit new lows. Here's CBS Evening News from 3 days ago. You'll be shocked to know who bucked the trend.
Report cards came out today for America's high school seniors, and they are not good. Their performance in reading and math has fallen to the lowest level in decades.
Elaine Quijano has a disappointing numbers, and she visited a school that's setting an example for the nation.
Almost every day at Compsci High School in New York City, students spend 35 minutes reading outside of English class.
Things have really improved over the last 4 years.
David Noah heads up the charter school.
All the way through high school, we need dedicated time that is not English class, not history class, just to read.
Noah says that novel approach has helped raise student test scores here, not only in reading, but also in math and science, results that defy a nationwide trend. New test scores from the National Assessment of Educational Progress show only 35% of 12th graders are proficient in reading, the lowest in 30 years. Just 22% were proficient in math, and 31% of 8th graders meet a proficiency level in science.
Our nation's report card is abysmal right now.
Jeannie Allen runs the Center for Education Reform.
Weak. States have to give power to parents and to local educators and to entrepreneurs who want to start the kinds of programs in schools that we see are working across the board.
David Noah believes opening books and putting away phones is part of the solution.
How much do you think?
Yeah, America is getting dumber and dumber by the minute. Meanwhile, we're dismantling the education system, which would in fact make things better on this. Now, the only group that bucked the trend were New York City charter schools. Okay, I just want you all to put that in your, just write that down in your brain. Okay, and the entire nation test scores fell, aside from New York City charter schools, the most elite educational institutions, most expensive, money-filled institutions in the country. You know, like you would faint to hear what some of these schools cost, right? We're talking about $50, $60, more $1,000 a year to put a child who would, you know, under your taxes, under your property taxes, already be afforded public school education. No. You shuck out tens of thousands of dollars a year to put a child into school. And those are the only people who are excelling. People with unlimited resources. And by the way, those voucher programs that Republicans are talking about will come nowhere close to putting a child through a New York City charter school. It's not happening. Not happening. You wish.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
You wish. Not even close. Let's go to the great Harry Hamden for more on the numbers.
A shocking report on America's children. High school students are now falling behind in both math and reading. And the trend is part of a very troubling, ongoing, years-long academic decline. The data comes from the National Assessment of Education Progress, which is a federal standardized test. Last year's reading score was the lowest in the history of the assessment. In math, scoring was the lowest in some 20 years. For all the latest, we're joined now by CNN Chief Data Analyst Harry Enton. Harry, can you unpack these very troubling findings for us?
Yeah, okay, Wolf. And yes, they are extremely troubling. And we will start off with reading. Okay, 12th graders scoring at least basic. This is just at least partial knowledge. We're not even talking about proficient here, and we're certainly not talking about advanced. We're just talking about at least basic. And let's start with reading. I mean, you go back. In 2013, it was 74%. 2015, 72%. 2019, 70%. Now we're talking 67%. And so what I think is so important to point out is a lot of people might say, oh, it was COVID. COVID is causing these declines. Look, it might have exacerbated the trend line, but this trend line of going downward dates back all the way to the middle of the last decade. Awful. Weak. Actually hit the United States back in 2020. And when we're talking here about reading and 67% who scored at least basic, keep in mind that the proficient number is about half this level, and the advanced number is only about 5% of those 12th graders are scoring advanced on this. So we're just talking at least basic, and this trend line, extremely troubling. Only two-thirds of 12th graders scored at least basic on reading. Now, of course, we're not just talking reading here, Wolf. We're talking about mathematics as well, and the scores are even lower. What are we talking about here? 12th graders scored at least basic on math. Again, it's the same trend line that we saw in reading. And again, this is just at least basic.
55% is a failing grade. I mean, all of these numbers are, oh my God. This is pathetic. This is so sad. Our country is a piece of shit. We're about to make it even shittier by taking even more funds away from education. 55%. It's a coin flip whether or not our country gets math questions correctly. Answered correct. It's just unbelievable. Just an unbelievable level of stupidity in this country.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Again, it's the same trend line that we saw in reading. And again, this is just at least basic. 65% in 2013, 62% in 2025, 59% in 2019. And then we get 55%. The bottom has fallen out here in mathematics.
These are 17 and 18-year-old, almost adult kids, right? Like just on the verge. These are seniors. They're about to go to college. And this is basic math. This is basic math. This isn't, do you know calculus? This is, can you add, can you multiply? Can you divide? Can you multiply fractions? Can you make denominators? Can you like all these sorts of very simple level, oh my God, it's like remedial math. 55%. Terrible.
And of course, what's so important to note here, 55%, what does that mean? That means get this, about 45% can't even score at least basic in reading. Oh my God, nearly half of 12th graders, seniors in the United States of America, are basically failing when it comes to simple mathematics, Wolf. This is scary stuff.
It was this drop-off, Harry, just
awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Most awfulest, most weakest scores of all time. America continuing to slide into mediocrity as quickly as possible.
Immediately, if not sooner.
The dystopia continues to slide into clear vision faster and faster. Now, one group of students has been the subject of a targeted extortion scam, probably due to the policies of the Trump
Federal
administration.
investigators say a frightening scam is targeting students in Philadelphia and elsewhere who are Chinese nationals. The elaborate ruse preys on the students' fears of getting in trouble at home, and it could cost a victim thousands of dollars. Action News reporter Chad Bradelli live at FBI headquarters in Center City tonight with the details. Chad.
Rick, in an exclusive interview just a short time ago here, the FBI is warning foreign students, and specifically those from China, about this extortion scam, and says there are upwards of 100 victims here locally. The FBI says the con artist will contact Chinese national students posing as a Chinese police officer and warn students they are under investigation for financial crimes in China and they must pay to avoid arrest.
They come from hardworking families that pay for their tuition. They're here on authorized F1 student visas, and there's opportunist fraudsters that take advantage of that.
Assistant Special Agent in charge of the Philadelphia FBI office, Andrew Klopfer, says there are hundreds of victims in the U.S. over the past couple of years. The FBI is trying to identify this man, who is alleged to have been involved in many of the scams. The FBI says the criminal actors warn the students not to discuss the case, then directs them to pay anywhere from a few thousand to hundreds of thousands of dollars by wire transfer or with crypto. This is a local victim, in his own words, for an FBI public service announcement.
It was so stressful and painful. I felt trapped and saw no escape from that situation.
Both Drexel and Penn have put out warnings about the scam this year. The FBI says if students are contacted, they should hang up. If they feel in danger, call 911 and afterwards contact the Philadelphia FBI office.
Now, maybe I am assuming too much, but I don't think I am personally. But I do think that this would not be happening in this way if Chinese students weren't already under threat in this country by Donald Trump, right? Just follow my logic here, right? You got a group of people who are already under threat of deportation, having their visas revoked, and of having the, amidst all that regular life stuff going on, right? Like just trying to make sure that you're staying fed, all of those sorts of things, and actually completing school and making decisions on this semester, right? So the fall semester just started for basically everyone. And so you got somebody who's like under already a tremendous amount of stress in their life, right? Perhaps more stress than they've ever been under. And they're a perfect target. They're a perfect target, you know? They're in a foreign country, and if they're here, they most likely have some means back in their country of origin, back in China. Why not take advantage of them? Why not, why not fleece them for some money? And it seems like that somebody decided to do just that. basically people are being threatened with things back home in China, essentially, like government stuff, essentially saying, oh, you owe a fine, oh, like this or that thing is happening and you must pay this, or something is going to happen to you. And it would seem that the perpetrator is Chinese, so he has intimate knowledge of how things work in China. We are living in bleak times. Now, down in Florida, the preparations for the epicenter of the next pandemic are underway. Florida parents have been debating and voting on a decision whether or not to end school vaccine mandates or not. Here's the AP archive from 3 days ago.
This is amazing. I believe everybody has an option. You know, if you want to vaccinate your child, you can. But I don't believe that it should have ever been enforced on any of us.
Idiot.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
I think it's bad. I don't think it's a good idea because we believe in science, and science over and over, it's like we have to believe in this.
No alligator? Okay. Let me see. You want the mirror?
It's a hard and it's a touchy subject. It should be their choice if they want them to or not.
Stupid. Florida is just filled with dumb people. It's like at least 3-1. It's just about to get worse. It's about to get worse and worse in Florida. And I think, in fact, this motion passed to end the vaccine mandate in Florida. So no more MMR vaccines, rubella, whatever, all that stuff, polio vaccine, all the COVID vaccine, all those things, needing them to be in school with other children. They're going to be in close contact with others all day, every day, all year, spreading whatever bacteria and viruses that may be living on their hands, in their butts, in their noses, wherever bacteria and viruses like to hang out. Basically all over children. They're covered in it. It's disgusting. They're disgusting. And they're covered in things that make diseases happen. They're very bad at maintaining their own cleanliness. They have not yet learned how to do that. Being children and all. And this is just going to further threaten the entire population of the United States. Thankfully, we have a psychopath running the HHS. So that will be our saving grace. RFK Jr. Doing a lot of important things over at HHS, that RFK. Here is an announcement he made a few days ago. Oh, this one's very relevant. Very relevant to the times right now.
You mentioned suicides, especially among teenagers. There is a debate over mental health and firearms in this country and the impact on children's health. Was there ever a discussion of looking at firearms?
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
Of our children related to that? So those two questions, pesticides and firearms. Thank you.
I'll answer the question. The firearms question, we're doing research. You know, the firearms question is a complex question, and it's not an easy question. The violence is what we're concerned with. This sudden onset of violence that began in the 1990s.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
People would do something that has never been happen in history, which is somebody walks into a school or a church or a theater and starts shooting strangers. We had guns when we were kids. The same number of guns. Nobody was doing that. We had gun clubs at my school. Kids brought guns to school.
We had gun clubs at my private school.
And nobody.
We shot skeet and ducks. Totally relatable. I had a gun club at my private boarding school when I was a kid. My very, very normal private boarding school. Totally normal private school where we had a gun club, and something weird happened in the 90s. I think it's got something to do with Bill Clinton.
Basically. Wheezy, Dr. Wheezy over here. Although I guess that's really not fair. Mr. Wheezy, not a doctor. Mr. Wheezy over here at the HHS went on to say that the NIH is going to be doing a study into the possible causes of gun violence. That's exciting. I am excited about that. You should be excited about that too. I cannot wait to hear what the findings are. Especially in light of recent events. This happened right before everything, of course. On Wednesday. And later this week. Let's go here now. Here's a fascinating plan RFK's got. He is going to change how the government compensates for vaccine injuries.
Secretary Kennedy, the report lays out some changes for vaccine injuries and how those will be investigated. Can you expand more on how that process will look differently than it already does, since the government does investigate vaccine injuries currently?
Yeah, I mean, there has been no investigation of vaccine injuries in the past. The knee-jerk reflexive reaction to the by the agencies toward people who said that they had vaccine injuries, or to doctors who said my patient was injured, was denial that this isn't happening. And we, every medication has side effects, and they cause injuries that are rare. The people who are injured deserve the same kind of care and consideration that we give to anybody who's injured in this country. And,
so you mean none at all?
Thousands of reports.
The same kind of care that we give to everyone? So whatever your insurance pays for? Okay. Okay, fascinating plan, RFK. Now, of course, the thing that RFK is not understanding in all this is that, of course, he goes on and on. Like, I don't feel like listening to this whole thing. This guy's disturbing. But he goes on and on and on about actually how, like, there's all these people who've, like, reported all these things on the VAERS self-reporting system for vaccine injuries and things of that nature, right? Which is, of course, like, it is a self-reported system, which means that there's plenty of this improperly diagnosed, right? Self-diagnosed. Doctors don't tend to trust their patients to self-diagnose, right? Like, just want to point this out to you. Like, no self-respecting doctor who went to school for 7 years, did their, their residency and all of that, likes it when their patients come in and, self-diagnose, or just start self-diagnosing everything and saying, look, I don't care what you're saying, doc. I know what it is, okay? Like, and that's basically what this is. It was basically what RFK is like, goes on and on about. It's like, look, all these people, they need to be compensated properly. Plenty of people have been on the VAERS system saying that they grew 7 new arms after they took the vaccine, and nobody will properly compensate them for their 15th eye. And I think that's really not fair. It's really not fair. Okay. And that's basically, that's basically what it was very annoying. He's a problematic person. But don't worry, we don't need our health. That's fine. No big deal. It might be a problem, though. death panels. That's right. I know, this sounds like an antiquated thing I'm bringing up. It's not, no, you're right, it's not 2012. And no, I'm not talking about Obamacare. I'm talking about AI death panels, which apparently are about to get put into use thanks to people like RFK Jr.
So the other day we discussed RFK's absolutely pathetic implosion at his hearing, and man, he was trying to be aggressive and trying to go after the Democrats, but the Democrats held him accountable because he's a fucking joke of a human being who believes in junk science, yet he somehow
Give me a joke.
Weaseled his way into controlling all of U.S. science as the head of Health and Human Services.
It's science.
So he's been failing miserably over at HHS, and big shout out to Abdul El Sayed, who's running for U.S. Senate in Michigan. He's actually one of the original Justice Democrats. I don't know how many of you guys know that, but do yourself a favor. If you want another Zoran or you want another Bernie in this instance to get to the Senate, go donate and support Abdul El Sayed because he's doing the Lord's work out there in Michigan, running for U.S. Senate and trying to course correct this country. He released a video here. He released this ad talking about what is effectively Dr. Oz and RFK's attempt to get death panels into Medicare. Watch this.
The Trump administration now wants to use AI to decide whether or not your grandmother should get health care. I'm not kidding. Last week, Medicare, which might I remind you is run by this guy, is a set going like this, announced a plan to hire private companies to, quote, use AI to decide whether or not it would cover some procedures. Now, if you're like me, that line in the New York Times should terrify you. I know, some of you might be thinking, but isn't this a way to make Medicare more efficient? No, this is a way to deny seniors health care and give big tech a huge payday. So let's understand what's going on here. They literally want private companies to use AI to deny seniors the health care that doctors said they needed, all to save money, which, by the way, part of that money goes to the pockets of those exact AI companies. What could go wrong? So let's say grandma needs a back surgery, but instead she could just have a walker. Claim denied. You get what you paid for. So if we're literally paying AI companies to deny people care, that's exactly what we're going to get. Forget about the AI of it all. This is Medicare stepping into the terrible world of prior authorization. What's prior authorization, you ask? Well, it's the terrible reason that when you call your health insurance company, they deny your care and you have to fight them to get the care that a doctor told you needed. That used to be a thing in Medicare. Today, under this guy, today we're revealing restaurant secrets that are ruining your health. It is. I happen to want a healthcare system where more people have healthcare, not less. Where rather than using AI to do prior authorizations and deny people their healthcare, that we're providing the healthcare people need and deserve. The healthcare that every American should get.
Yeah, so let's call it what it is. It's an AI death panel. They want to set up AI death panels. I'm sure there's some shitty fucking Silicon Valley company that's about to get a $500 million contract to set up this AI death panel. But the same people who screamed and whined and bitched and moaned about non-existent death panels under Obamacare, they're actually setting up real death panels with AI now. That's what they're doing. So, of course, Abdul El Sayed, he supports Medicare for all. Also, he's a doctor, so he kind of knows what the fuck he's talking about on this topic. So I'd listen to him over virtually anybody else. But this is what we're dealing with now, man. This is what we're dealing with now. So when you look at RFK and the changes he's made at Health and Human Services, it's a fucking nightmare. I've never seen anything this catastrophic in my life. He limited access to the COVID vaccine. Now, apparently, like if you're in theory young and healthy, you can't get it, or you have to get like a prescription from a doctor, which is a big fucking roadblock in the way where now you got to make a doctor's appointment and talk to the doctor, and they're actively trying to disincentivize people from getting the COVID vaccine because he's an anti-vax crank. That's why he's doing it. He literally put vaccine skeptics on an important advisory panel, knowing that's who they are, because again, he's trying to infect HHS and the CDC with this backwards ideology of vaccine denial. He fired, by the way, the person who they picked to lead the CDC. He fired that person after a month. Why? Because she was refusing to go along with his anti-science bullshit.
Wouldn't be prudent at this
and so he
juncture.
said, okay, then you're fired. And she said, I'm not going anywhere. You can't fire me. Trump would have to fire me. And there's this whole fucking standoff going on. But this guy is destroying U.S. science. It really is that simple. Between what he's doing and between what Elon and Trump and Stephen Miller are doing with going after immigrants, even immigrant students, the brain drain that's going to come about because of that, we are absolutely torching U.S. science and U.S. academia as far as the eye can see.
Yep. We're going to do those death panels, the AI death panels, and utterly just wreck the rest of the healthcare system. Really terrible. Really shitty. Why can't we just have nationalized healthcare like the rest of the world? All right, let's talk about the health of one man rather than one country. The health of Donald Trump.
Illegal.
With the I've Had It pod ladies.
The FBI has now released a person of interest photo showing the person they suspect who murdered Charlie Kirk. Here we go. We are asking the public's help identifying this person of interest in connection with the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. And there's all these different reports that this was a trained sniper or not a trained sniper and left different marks on the bullets, and that it somehow...
Sorry, I forgot that they did multiple topics in this video. We already talked enough about this situation. Let's talk about kinks, as Jennifer likes to call them.
That wants to cook the books on economic numbers as well. It's difficult for me to trust an administration that ran on, we are going to release the files. Kash Patel, I'm going to release the files. Pam Bondi, the files are on my desk. Donald Trump campaigned, we've got to release the files. J.D. Vance, let's release the files. All of a sudden, Kanks is knee deep in the files. They're not going to release the files. This administration doesn't have credibility with the American public. And the American public is all sorted into a bunch of different silos right now. Like you have all of the far right cultists that want a civil war. And I just want to remind everybody who wants a civil war the most in America are adversaries. This benefits Russia. This benefits China. This benefits Modi. They all did a big powwow together, and they didn't invite the United States of America. Our European allies don't trust us either. This is an incredibly, incredibly dangerous moment. And the very institutions that we need to have faith in to deliver to us what is going on here, I have a hard time trusting, because I don't think this administration operates out of the best interest of the public. I think they operate on how can we cling on to power? How can we feed the information we need to keep our base riled up? That's my personal opinion.
I share your opinion, because when I first saw that, I thought, isn't that interesting? And then I thought, would I trust anything coming out of the FBI at this point? First of all, Kash Patel is giving live updates on Twitter. We've arrested someone, we've released someone. That's unusual.
It's a brookie. This is not how this goes down. And this is, there's video cameras everywhere. This guy was up in a sniper's nest. He should have already been apprehended. This whole thing is so horrific, because the right wing's response is, the far right wing online, is that they want a civil war. And I'm afraid that this is going to start something really, really horrible in our country. Even the president of the United States is saying we're going to find each and every person that contributed to this. What is he talking about? He's the biggest shit talker on the planet. And this administration we can say whatever we want. Mm-hmm. We can call people vermin. We can call people radical scum. We can do all of this stuff. We can make fun of names.
I love Jen and the I've Had It pod. I really wish that they did timestamps on their videos. Something that I need to do with my own videos. Mine are a lot longer than theirs. It would really help me out if they would do this. Okay, here it is. Okay, I found it. Kanks. What is going on with that guy's face?
And they're angry and they're rage baited all day in their silos. And it's very, very dangerous. And one thing I just want to point out before we leave. So today is 9/11 and we're honoring, the 9/11 actual heroes that died. And so Donald Trump is there notifying the nation that he's going to award Charlie Kirk the Presidential Medal of Freedom. And this is what stuck out to me about Donald Trump. This was a still photo. And then we have a video, like if you're listening only, it's a picture of Trump and the whole side of his face is slack. It's drooping. And then this video shows the exact same thing. I mean, the American public had a really old president in Joe Biden. And then we have this really old president.
Sleepy Trump.
And we have all of these horrific things going on. We have Vladimir Putin advancing into Poland.
I'm staying in the race.
Look at that. Look at this man. Look at slumpy, Trumpy face. That is not looking good. Something wrong with that face right there. This guy. Remember for 4 years, Republicans? Sleepy Joe. This man looks like he's about halfway in and out of a coma right now. The hell is that face? Do you think Melania's side-eyeing Trump with the glasses on, or do you think she's just looking dead ahead?
Things going on. We have Vladimir Putin advancing into Poland and NATO having to respond to that. We usually lead that type of conversation. He was out at Joe's Crab Shack having dinner. And we have, people that I completely disagree with on everything. Like who I am as a person was the polar opposite of who Charlie Kirk is. I stand with Black and brown people. I stand with immigrants who just want to come over here and find a better life. I do not believe homosexuals should be stoned. I have no issue flying on a plane that a Black woman is flying. I don't question people's morals and skill set and think I'm better than them.
Jesus, I
But
say
my
that.
differences in Charlie Kirk don't equate to me wanting him murdered. That's something they're projecting onto all of us because that's what they want for us. Like I don't have this feeling, oh my God, I disagree with Ben Shapiro. I want something terrible to happen to him. I've been a political junkie my whole life. I mean, Rush Limbaugh's been doing exactly what Charlie Kirk has been doing.
Yeah, some say that Charlie Kirk had sort of taken up the old torch, the Rush Limbaugh torch, the greasy, racist torch of Rush Limbaugh.
I've been a political junkie my.
Whoops, there we go. That wasn't Joe's Crab Shack. No, it wasn't. It was Joe's Seafood or something. Fancy Joe's. $200 Crab Joe's. Millionaire Joe. But the IHIP ladies aren't the only ones who noticed Trump's slumping face.
Donald Trump looks a little concerning. Just put up this freeze frame. Okay. Let's just play this. Let's play it. This was him at the, 9/11 event earlier this morning, and
the Arlington Cemetery.
That's a droopy ass lip there, buddy.
Yep.
Hilda E. Taylor.
Just zoom in a little.
Oh, did he go into the sunken place there?
Look at him.
Lieutenant Colonel Kip P. Taylor, United States Army.
Jesus. Bro.
I'm staying in the race.
What's going on?
So
Leonard E. Taylor.
Okay.
Yeah,
so this
seriously.
entire time that
It looks like he's in some sort of a
the Republicans had
weird-
only 5 months where they could
He's
say,
like-
what did you know? When did
He
you
looks
know
in
what
some
about
sort of
Biden's health?
Yeah.
The Republicans had
Yeah, he's like in some sort of a weird state of just like, he's like in a daze or something. Like a stupor. Like half of his face is genuinely like just sort of slumping downwards. It is disturbing.
Okay.
So this entire time that the Republicans had like only 5 months where they could say, what did you know? When did you know it about Biden's health? Before it became too obvious that, they were going to do the same thing for Trump.
Oh my God. We should have known this
if not
because
sooner.
every accusation is a confession from conservatives, and even their partisan attacks are confessions.
They're going to do the same thing. It's just a rerun.
Trump is the oldest president in history in terms of when he got elected and what his age would be if he's able to complete his term. We've now broken records. It was Trump was the oldest in 2016, then Biden was the oldest, and now Trump again is the oldest. And they're still trying to pretend he didn't have some sort of health event recently. Kidding me? I feel a little vindicated.
I gotta say, I feel like maybe I need to start letting, instead of resetting the Trump age every time it hits like 13, so the Trump never ages past 13 in the Trump age command. Maybe I should start letting it age up to where Biden is at right now, or higher. Because they're making a good point. Trump is getting very old very quickly. And we cannot forget just how long Republicans hung on to Joe Biden. Oh, what do you know? Oh, Joe Biden is Sleepy Joe. Oh, this man got the auto pen. And, no, he doesn't even know what room he's in right now. Look, he can't even walk down that ramp. Oh, did you hear what the president said today? Oh.
It wasn't COVID and was maybe a stroke here. Not to take a bit of a victory lap.
I still say both.
You can get
on Sam and
not
Brian.
mutually exclusive.
I think Matt and I might.
You can have COVID and get a stroke at the same time. Medically unlikely, sure, but it can happen. Absolutely happen. Instead, the race. Don't worry, everybody. I'd stay in the race. But they say I'm very tired, but I'm gonna stay at least for a part of it. Melania, can you get my pillow for a second? I'm just very tired. Don't worry, I'm here. I'm in the race. Don't worry. Where is Mike Lindell? I need more of my pillows for a nappy time. Just a quick nap. And then I'll be right back to staying in the race. Don't worry. My mind is sharp, but my body is feeling a little mushy and tired. Let's talk about one other health-related situation on the other side of the country. In LA, where a child has died from complications from the measles virus.
Right now, health officials out in LA County in California are telling people, please, please go get the measles shot after a child there recently died after complications from the virus. It's just one case out of more than 1,450 across the country, according to the CDC. Of course, for that family, it is not just a statistic. It is a living nightmare here. And these numbers are growing as the outbreaks of measles spread in nearly every state, 41 states. talking fever, runny nose, this blotchy rash that can show up even a couple of weeks after somebody's exposed to measles. Erica Edwards from our medical unit is here. She's joining us in Washington. And it's good to see you, although never under circumstances like these, when you're talking about such a horrific outcome from measles, which is a disease that there is a vaccination for.
Absolutely. This is such a sad situation in LA County. A school-aged child has died from measles years after.
There is, in fact, a measles vaccine, which that child could have taken, which would have prevented this situation from ever happening. Instead, psychotic people had a child and decided to just sort of throw caution to the wind and listen to, I don't know, rumble podcasters over doctors. And we have another dead child on our hands. In LA, of all places. Terrible. Oh, God. What an awful week it's been. Truly the worst. Let's go here. To talk about something which is often used as a reason to not get the vaccine. Religious exemption. Caroline Leavitt, czar of the Ministry of Truth, responded to claims that Donald Trump is espousing Christian nationalist talking points. You know, stuff like, they're poisoning the blood.
Kelly.
Caroline, thank you. I wanted to ask you a question about the president speaking yesterday before the Religious Liberty Commission. As you know, he's created the White House Faith Office, the Task Force on Anti-Christian Bias, and yesterday he talked about the importance of the Bible in America and the importance of prayer in America. Some people have criticized him for that in stating that he's espousing Christian nationalism. Yet the president has called on the American people to band together in praying for this nation for people of all faiths. How important is that to the Trump administration? And are there
this guy, I don't know who this motherfucker is, but his questions are insane. The framing that's been coming from this man recently is wild. It's like he's just asking questions already teed up for Caroline. It's like they're paying this man to come in here and say questions that are basically just right-wing framed compliments of Donald Trump that are just full of just complete nonsense and anti-factual rhetoric. Donald Trump loves all religions, so why are leftists saying that he's a Christian nationalist?
Headlines for implementing that?
Well, last time I checked, it's not just Christians who pray, it's people of all faith who pray, and that's what the president wants to protect, the religious freedom for Americans of all faith, and he spoke about that yesterday, and that's why he was very proud and excited to announce this new initiative, Pray America, encouraging all Americans to pray for
Yeah, Donald Trump just wants to unify America. He just wants all religions to be free. Muslims, Jews, Christians, all the same. He sees them all the same. He's not wildly racist against people of the Islamic faith. No. I've never even heard Donald Trump to say the word Buddhism or Sikhism or, I don't know, Zoroastrianism or Hindu. Or maybe he said Hindu before. Hung out with Modi a bunch at one point. But I'm not ringing a bell. But Donald Trump does not give a shit about unifying fuck. Okay? Now, one thing which Christians should care about is taking care of the homeless. But, unfortunately, Christian nationalists on both sides of the border, that border being Canada and the United States, are very much not a fan of the homeless for some reason. Let's go up to Canada. where Mayor of Barrie, which I believe is in Alberta, I could be wrong on the province. But actually, it's Ontario. I take it back. I knew that was, when I thought about it, I was like, wait a second, I think it's Ontario. Yeah, Ontario. Mayor of Barrie declares a state of emergency over the existence of homeless people.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Not homeless people.
The city of Barrie, Ontario, just north of Toronto, says it can no longer cope with the opioid crisis and homeless encampments. And today, the mayor took the unprecedented step of declaring a state of emergency. The move grants city officials new powers to crack down on homeless encampments, which the mayor claims pose a threat to public safety. Our Sean O'Shea is following that story in Barrie tonight. Sean.
Jeff, the city of Barrie has done what no other Canadian municipality has done so far, declare a state of emergency to try to shut down encampments. In the city of Barrie, 90 kilometers north of Toronto, this is how some people are now living, in tents beside downtown streets. The municipal government wants this to end and is taking on...
This is so idiotic and Trumpian. If we just declare a state of emergency, it's going to solve it. All of the homeless people will just disappear. You know, from their tents, they'll hear the alarm of the emergency, and they'll pack up and leave, and they'll get onto a spaceship, and they'll leave the planet. You know, it's fucking nonsense. These people are there because they have nowhere else to go. Pretending like this is just some sort of arbitrary choice people are making is idiotic.
Unprecedented steps to make that happen.
It's giving us more resources to be able to take on what we know is a massive emergency.
So Barrie has declared a state of emergency, tapping additional legal powers to force unhoused individuals, many with addictions, to move.
The intention is to help people get into service, and if they don't get into service, they're going to be receiving trespassing orders to move on.
Earlier this summer, the city put up trespass notices at this park and ordered those living inside to leave.
A lot of those people are my friends, and they only had 24 hours to move, and there are so many homeless people in this city.
When you close or, shut down one encampment without actual viable options for people, people are just going to relocate to wherever they can in order to survive.
Many moved downtown near the local courthouse. This restaurant owner says their presence has been bad for business.
Now they don't have preparations for everybody. This is not gonna play out like they think it's gonna play out. Declaring a state of emergency does fuck all. It's an idiotic plan. Come up with by what seems to be a fucking idiot. Ah, Jesus Christ. If you have a problem with homeless people, create housing. Create housing. And then decommodify that housing. Let's go back down to the United States. Now, bad news came for the U.S. economy on, I believe it was either Tuesday or Wednesday. Gigantic revisions to U.S. job growth over an entire year. So you're signaling serious weakness in the labor market that was not, believed to be there before, but apparently, in fact, was. They were there the whole time.
We are following major economic news. New numbers suggesting the U.S. labor market is not as strong as it has appeared to be. According to a preliminary report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the U.S. added nearly 1 million fewer jobs than originally reported for the year through March. This is a gigantic adjustment that we're talking about here. And if it holds through February, when the final tally is reported, this would mark the largest annual revision ever. CNN's Vanessa Yurkevich is here to break down the numbers for us. Vanessa, what does this tell us about the state of the economy?
Well, it certainly shows that in the months of April 2024 through March of 2025, the U.S. economy, in terms of the jobs market, was a lot weaker than we had originally expected and which we originally seen as reported by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. But today's report is an annual report. It comes out every single year, and there's been some sort of revisions that the BLS has done for the better part of 90 years now. What is a little atypical about this report is that the revision is so large. It is the largest on record, 911,000 jobs. To the downside, fewer jobs added over the course of that 12-month period. If you average that out, that's about 76,000 fewer jobs added each month. And that time period that we're talking about, that is mostly under the Biden administration, just a couple months, 3 months under the Trump administration. Now, sectors that really saw the steepest number of jobs lost in terms of what we thought was going to be there, but actually didn't end up being there, was trade, transportation, and utilities. 226,000 fewer jobs there.
I mean, this is insane. This is a massive, just utterly incredible revision that I don't think anybody expected. This shows the economy being so much weaker than we've been told for the last year. The unemployment has been much, much worse than we originally thought. The number of jobs being created by this economy have been a fiction. Have been, just sort of a figment. Fleeting. Disappeared. Was Columbia Rican with a sweet, sweet super chat? Was neoliberalism created by the Ferengis? I'm not so sure. Hard to say. I have to pour over some text to be able to come to a reasonable conclusion on that. But this is honestly disturbing. Right, this is quite disturbing. And it's not just an indictment of the Trump administration, it's also an indictment of the Biden administration. Not that I'm suggesting that either administration was intentionally hiding these numbers, but the economy is much worse than we've been telling ourselves, right? And it's just, oh God, this is bad. Because the fact is we also had bad inflation numbers going throughout all of that. And the jobs were much worse. And what does that tell you then? It means that people have been blowing through their savings. It's basically, this is all a very disturbing trend. Okay. Talk a little bit more about this. Reuters 3 days ago. U.S. job growth through March revised sharply lower.
U.S. job growth appears to have been significantly weaker than reported. Data from the Labor Department's Bureau of Labor Statistics on Tuesday showed that 911,000 fewer jobs were created in the 12 months through March than previously estimated. The report comes on the heels of last Friday's non-farm payrolls data that showed job growth in August nearly stalled, and the economy shed jobs in June for the first time in 4.5 years. Tuesday's annual revision of the jobs report is a preliminary estimate. A final revision will be released in February. In addition to being hobbled by uncertainty stemming from trade policy, the labor market has been pressured by the White House's immigration crackdown, which has undercut labor supply. But Tuesday's report, which revises data collected from April 2024 through March 2025, suggests that job growth was stalling even before President Donald Trump's.
Which means, in fact, I think to some degree also the one thing we're not seeing, or have thought we weren't seeing, but we're seeing this whole time, is that AI has been affecting job growth this entire time. The employers, even before the Trump trade, were pulling back on hiring, probably because of AI and automation and how fast that was moving last year. It's not good. It's not a good sign for the future, especially with the Trump administration pushing us towards a further AI apocalypse. Embracing the technology that is probably just, the reason for this revision. Because the fact is, AI is... the fact is, this is the largest revision in history. And what's the one thing that is going on, that's been going on in the last 2 years that's never happened before? The AI boom. A technology which has been getting sold to business leaders across the country and across the planet as being able to replace workers. No, it hasn't. AI is not making the progress that scammers are saying it is. I'm not saying that AI is perfect or that AI is doing the jobs as well as humans are, but that humans and companies are being sold that bill of goods, from AI companies and accepting that bill of goods. I think that's clear. Fact is, I've seen AI in all sorts of places lately where you would expect human beings. And it is not always as functional as you would like. All right, let's see what Chuck Schumer had to say about the jobs numbers.
On it.
We will win.
Regarding the labor revisions, that was from March 2024 to March 2025. So a bulk of that was during the Biden administration. Isn't that more of an indictment of the Biden administration than it is for Trump, because he was only in office?
Here's the bottom line. Trump said on day one he'd start making things better. And it's not. He started off not in a great place, but he made it even worse. He made it worse with the tariffs. He made it worse with the big, ugly betrayal bill and so many other things that are just wrecking the economy and making businessmen wonder what the heck is going on in this administration. Yes. Go ahead. No.
Yeah, I mean, he is doing that. But it's clear the labor market was not doing as well as it was, as we thought it was, and it's not good. Now, Wall Street did very well this week, notching record highs across indexes. Here is Reuters.
Wall Street hit a milestone on Tuesday as all three major stock indexes closed at record highs, with the Dow adding more than 0.4%, the S&P 500 gaining over 0.25%, and the Nasdaq climbing more than 0.33%. Data released on Tuesday showed U.S. employers added nearly 1 million fewer jobs in the 12 months through March than previously estimated. The large downward revision supported expectations the Federal Reserve will soon cut interest rates, but by how much, wondered Kevin Mon, Chief Investment Officer at Hennion & Walsh Asset Management.
If they cut by 25 basis points, or do they cut by 50 basis points? If they cut by 50 basis points, are they going to admit that they were wrong and they are late to the party? And if they do only cut by 25 basis points, what are they going to signal about the economy going forward, particularly as it relates to the jobs market? Are they more concerned with the jobs market than they are with inflation?
Stocks on the move Tuesday included Apple, which fell one.
Yes, that discussion around interest rates certainly is a big question this month with these new numbers on jobs. will this cause the Federal Reserve to finally lower interest rates again? Something they have chosen not to do so far this year, but did one time last year. Will they go back and look at the books and say we need to lower interest rates, even if it causes inflation to spike? Not knowing whether or not the tariffs are going to be here in a month or not, right?
Revised data from the Bureau of Labor.
Right, middle of October is when the tariffs are set to expire, according to the ruling of that federal judge, which is waiting on the Supreme Court to rule. To even they haven't even gotten to it yet. It hasn't even made its way up the shadow docket yet. But this time next month, I mean, who knows what the tariff environment's going to be? Literally nobody can predict it.
Revised data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics shows the United States economy added nearly 1 million fewer jobs for the 12 months that ended this past March than previously reported. The figure is much higher than economists' original predictions of about 800,000 fewer jobs. And this downward revision, it comes after that disappointing August jobs report. Hiring slowed across the U.S. last month with just 22,000 jobs added. For more on this, let's bring in CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady, who has been following this all day. And Kelly, nearly 1 million fewer jobs than previously reported. What does this revised information tell you about the state of the U.S. economy?
So just a bit of context first. We have these annual revisions every single year. And this was April 2024 to March 2025, right? So this is basically 10 months of the Biden administration, first 2 months of the Trump administration. This was, though, the biggest on record, though. So this is that's why it was so eye-popping. What this tells us about the U.S. economy is that the slowdown that we have seen in the job market, we talked about it on Friday, right? We've seen it for 4 straight months, actually began quite some time ago. And so that's really important, that this is not just a recent thing. This is something that has been happening over the past year and a half. Now, what I don't want people to panic about is that we've lived through it. This is a backward-looking report. And
We already
that's
got through
exactly,
it. I love
we
that.
got through it, right? We're okay, guys. No, I mean, look, this is still concerning. It's a slowdown that has been happening for a while, but that's exactly why you can see the market.
Honestly, her rosy, optimistic viewpoint on this, I think, is naive, because she can't point to why there's 1 million fewer jobs in the last year, right? And I'm at least trying over here, and I could be wrong, but I think it's AI. And if I'm right about that, if all these companies have opted to use AI over human beings, and like I said, I've been keeping my eye out for it being used in places. And I think it's starting to check out. It is starting to check out. What we've been seeing, the trends. I mean, we've been covering and following AI and what jobs are being replaced. Call center jobs, all sorts of different jobs are disappearing because of it. And if in fact it is AI, this is just the beginning of what could be a horrifying trend. Millions of jobs are on the line. We went through the math a while back. But we determined that based upon what at the time unemployment rate was, and how many jobs we had identified could be on the line, things like Amazon, warehouse jobs, cashier jobs, like all sorts of things that we went through. I think we came to the conclusion that we could see like a 15 or 16% unemployment. If just the jobs that we had gone through were to be replaced. It's BRICS de-dollarization, not AI. Draw the lines for me. How are you getting there? Because that one's not making a ton of sense to me, I'm not going to lie. All right, let's go here and talk about the Federal Reserve a little bit, specifically Fed Governor Lisa Cook and Donald Trump's attempts to remove her from her job. Earlier this week, a judge blocked Donald Trump from doing just that, but it is only a temporary measure. Here is MSNBC 3 days ago.
Money, power, politics. Earlier today, the Bureau of Labor Statistics issued a massive adjustment to its annual jobs numbers in the 12 months through March of 2025, revising them down by 911,000, almost a million less. The report is raising even more questions about how this data is collected and fueling fears about a serious economic downturn on the horizon, even among some Wall Street titans. Here's one you know well. Watch this.
The economy's weakening. You know, whether that is on the way to recession or just weakening, I don't know, and that just confirms what we already thought, kind of.
Yeah, that was Jamie Dimon, the CEO of J.P. Morgan. For more, let's bring in Ron Insana, CNBC contributor and author of The Message of the Markets on Substack, and Daniel Coe, former White House Deputy Cabinet Secretary for the Biden administration. He's also the host of the People's Cabinet podcast. All right, before we get into the BLS numbers, a judge just in the last few hours temporarily blocked the removal of Lisa Cook, the Federal Reserve governor that Trump wants out. The White House is standing its ground. They want her removed. In a statement tonight, they said the ruling isn't the last word. What is your reaction to this?
Well, the ruling is interesting insofar as it says that Jay Powell, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, nor anyone else on the Fed can take any steps to effectuate her removal.
Okay, can we just pause on that? Because that's super important, because many have speculated that this whole thing has been a workaround for the White House to insist that Jay Powell fire her. And when he doesn't, they will use that as their reason, and they need a reason to out him.
Well, I mean, the court stayed this. They put a temporary restraining order on the removal of Lisa Cook. What's also interesting about this, since she is not being removed and they can't affect her job, that means she's a voting member of the policy setting committee, which decides on interest rates next Wednesday.
Oh.
Okay, why are we talking knife and fork? Who is eating their pizzas with knife and fork? Nadia is eating pizza with knife and fork? My God. My God. That is not how you eat pizza. That is not how you eat pizza. That is disturbing to me. Utterly disturbing. Use your hand. You pick it up with that hand, then you fold it, and you eat it with your mouth. Knife and fork, that's for lasagna. Or the sort of thing that they pass off as pizza in Chicago. But not actual pizza. Knife and fork. Come on.
Come on!
So it gets complicated here for a
So
few
next
minutes.
Wednesday, if she's like, yeah, we'll cut rates, what's Trump going to do? Like,
Or
secretly,
she may say no, depending on what the inflation data looks like.
Well, let's hope nobody makes a political decision,
Right.
and they make a decision based on economic data. Daniel, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is all a sham to try to get control of the Board of Governors so that, President Trump can lower interest rates and manipulate the economy as much as he can. He knows that he can't fire Jay Powell, or at least at this point he thinks that he can't. So he's trying to de facto gain control of the board by putting his own people there and coming up with these excuses. As been discussed on MSNBC many times, 3 cabinet secretaries, including the Labor Secretary, the Transportation Secretary, EPA Administrator, have also done what he claims is so objectionable to Lisa Cook. But I don't see him going after his cabinet.
That is true. Donald Trump has done the thing that Lisa Cook is claiming 2 primary residences on 2 separate mortgages.
Illegal.
And so have multiple people in Donald Trump's own administration. You hate touching food with your hands. Okay, hey, to each their own. That's fine. I'm actually a big fan of finger foods. Something about it. Something about finger foods. For me, big fan. Okay. Now, the Supreme Court is to decide whether or not Donald Trump can impose those tariffs that we just mentioned earlier. Here's CBS News from 3 days ago.
The Supreme Court says it will weigh in on whether President Donald Trump can impose his sweeping tariffs. And the timeline is moving fast. The High Court agreed to the Trump administration's request for an expedited schedule. That means the justices will hear arguments in the tariffs case starting in the first week of November. Let's bring in CBS News reporter Torian Small live for us this evening. Torian, this really sets the stage for a major legal showdown. So what can we...
This is a disaster. This is a disaster. So the first week of November, the Supreme Court is going to hear the case, and between October 13th and the first week of November, so like 2 to 3 weeks are going to transpire. That is going to be a complete just purgatory. It's just going to be a limbo. Like on the timeline, we're going to be going along tariffs still apply, technically apply. And then the middle of October will come, the second week of October will come. And that stay order from the federal judge will end, right? And then we'll keep on going through the rest of October. Halloween comes, then the first week of November comes. But during that time, the last 2 weeks of October, there will be just this moment. We'll just be living in this purgatory of not knowing even close to what the fuck is going on. People will be losing their friggin' minds. And some people are going to try and game the system. Because you don't pay the tariff until it clears customs, right? Until it comes in through the bonded warehouse, and then all this stuff. So I think people are probably going to try and game the system. Hope to try and get some stuff through the cracks in that little window. But of course, at any time, the Supreme Court could just push it to the top of the docket, hear it, and it would all be over. So who knows? Who knows what the fuck is going to happen? You're living in crazy times. The worst timeline of all time. The scary door. Okay, let's go here. Cheetos with chopsticks? What, to avoid getting the orange powder on your hands? Honestly, the orange powder is a little annoying. It infects everything else. If you aren't diligent about that orange powder, oh boy. That is going to spread. It's going to spread like information and misinformation on the interwebs.
If you are terrified at polling that shows that capitalism is now at a 15-year low in terms of what people think about it, if you are terrified at the incredibly broad-based enthusiasm for Zohran Mamdani and his democratic socialism, Mamdani. How do you push back on this? How do you stop this rising tide of socialism that you see? Well, Jesse Waters has an interesting idea on how to fight socialism. You might say, fighting fire with fire.
A lot of fluff and very little beneath.
And Bernie kind of alluded to it. He's like, he wears a nice suit. He's got a nice smile. And that can fool a lot of...
Wait a second. This is on slow. I don't know. I think it's on 0.75 or something. Right? This is Jesse Waters' normal voice.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
And this is what he sounds like right now.
A lot of fluff and very little beneath.
And Bernie kind of alluded to it. He's like, he wears a nice suit. He's got a nice smile. And that can fool a lot of people. Trust me. I know, Kaylee. But they're on to something with the prices and all that. I mean, prices are still high. Can't Trump just bring in some corporate executives and just say, hey, guys, there's going to be a socialist revolution in this country if you guys don't do something. Please do something. I mean, you could do this with the heads of these universities. I mean, these tuition rates are out of control. Why doesn't he just say, guys, we're going to investigate you guys for monopoly, price collusion. Get this tuition down. Get this stuff down.
Yeah, why does it cost so much to go to Harvard?
Yeah, he's working
What's
on it.
the
Look,
deal
Scott
with that?
Besson-
What's up with Columbia being so? What's up with Yale being so damn expensive? What's up with that? These elitist institutions. Come on, can't we get those prices down?
Collusion. Get this tuition down. Get this stuff down.
Yeah, he's working on it. Look, Scott Besson is the best.
Okay, pause. Hold on for a second. I just want to go over this. So, how do we deal with this this political program of attempting to make things more affordable? Why have a process? Just have Trump tell everybody make things more affordable.
Just make it more affordable.
It's sort of like
you should just ask.
Immediately,
it's really more like literally saying this socialism is a danger. What we need is authoritarian communism to address it.
Exactly.
As long as it's from exactly
what we
right.
What we need is a supreme leader of some sort. You know, perhaps a Maoist type leader, charismatic figure, a little chubby, a little verbose. Like he's putting pictures of himself all over the place. I'm thinking of a man.
As long as the state has the ability to dictate what prices are, we won't have to worry about this socialism.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
I
just-
have a
right,
feeling that's
you
not
just
going to
sort of
work,
usurp it.
Jesse Waters. I have a feeling that they're going to find a way around it. That's why you need things like legislation and taxation to actually make this stuff happen.
Here's Kaylee, though, saying, don't worry. There's no reason to panic about the affordability crisis. Why? Because Scott Besson said so.
Collusion. Get this tuition down. Get this stuff down.
Yeah, he's working on it. Look, Scott Besson is the best of the best alongside Donald Trump. Scott Besson said, I'm predicting Q4, you're going to see an accelerant on this economy. And already, if you look at it, 3.3% GDP growth, hundreds of billions of dollars of investment pouring into the United States. Donald Trump's cut taxes, deregulating. He has poured a fire on this economy. We're having to dig out from 4 years of Biden-era fecklessness, but we're getting there.
Listen,
And
I am not a scientist, but when you pour a fire onto
fire?
something, it burns. it burns.
Is that something you do
And
with
you
fire?
don't-
Do you pour it? You got like a bucket of fire. You just got a loose bucket of fire, and you just pour it. I've never heard of pouring fire. That's weird. That's a weird way to think of it. You pour gasoline. I know. I've heard of pouring gasoline on the fire. You don't physically pour fire. I'm not. It's very strange. Unless you got like a loose bucket of napalm or something like that. Pouring it's going to be difficult.
Want the economy to burn.
It reminds me of the Weimar. They were like burning money to stay warm.
He's pouring a fire on the economy. He sure is.
Well, she's almost revealing what they want, though, but that's why they want interest rates to be lowered, because they want to heat up the economy, and they don't necessarily care if that's going to create like deeply, like a horrible, consequences for people downstream.
Oh, there's no doubt that the cutting of rates could become inflationary, but the problem is that our economy is not growing, and we have a massive job loss.
Yep.
And we have this huge drag on the.
Yep. And the fact is right now, U.S. is on pace to have a not like a negative It's not like we're not, or it's not like we're not going to have the GDP, but it's going to contract rather than grow this year. It's going to be less than it was last year, which is, of course, kryptonite for the global economy.
Economy in the form of tariffs. So regardless, like, weak. You can borrow money at a lower rate if you're a company, but like, are you going to invest that money in something right now? Are you going to say we're going to hire more people? Because why? All of the outlook of the economy looks like it's about to implode.
I'm no defender of the Biden economy, but the fact is it was growing, and that just growth wasn't shared. Now we're not sharing it or growing.
We were talking about this before the show. Past due car payments hit a record high.
Mm-hmm. Going back, like, it hasn't been this high since the Great.
Yep, subprime auto loans are imploding. Personal credit is at an all-time high. Like credit balances, that is at an all-time high. And there has been an uptick in subprime housing mortgage payments defaulting in recent months. We talked about this briefly, I think, in July. It's all bad signs. Meanwhile, we got a multi-trillion-dollar crypto market bubble, multi-trillion-dollar asset market bubble in the form of stocks, and all sorts of other stuff simultaneously. Probably fine. No big deal.
I don't want reality.
Because the fact is like the last few years of legs in the stock market have been, can be almost completely attributed to the AI boom. The AI boom, which I think we can say can be attributed to some degree for why we're hemorrhaging jobs. And the more jobs that we hemorrhage, the less money people have to spend on things in the economy and to buy things from those robots even. So it's all gonna, at some point, it will all, a domino will fall somewhere in a sea of dominoes and everything will be fucked. And it's all tied in together now since the crypto bros decided to stop being so libertarian and engage in the traditional financial markets with spot ETFs, all these things of cryptocurrencies now on the traditional markets, banks and other hedge funds and things like that, all getting in on the gambit. Home prices at an all-time high. I'd point out we haven't really seen any deflationary effects on the housing market for 15 years or longer, ever since we initiated quantitative easing back in 2009. Now, yesterday, more data on consumer prices came in, and it was not good. Which is, once again, putting the Fed into a tighter and tighter situation with the jobs numbers coming up bad, and now inflation numbers coming up hotter and hotter. With each number that comes out, not a good sign. Reuters, take it away.
U.S. consumer prices posted their biggest jump in 7 months in August, driven by higher housing and food costs. The Consumer Price Index reported by the Labor Department on Thursday showed consumer prices rose 2.9% in the 12 months through August. That's higher than the 2.7% increase in July. However, the data is not expected to prevent a much-anticipated interest rate cut from the Federal Reserve next week, against the backdrop of labor market weakness. The odds of a rate reduction fell slightly following the report, but remain near 90%, according to the CME FedWatch tool. The combination of higher inflation and deteriorating labor market conditions could fuel fears of stagflation.
And stagflation is something that, unfortunately, the Fed has almost no real tools to address because they are two opposing problems that cannot be solved simultaneously through monetary manipulations like interest rates. So we are at a troubling time right now, and the whole market is betting that they're going to lower interest rates. Is honestly, that's not even a given. I mean, fact is, I think it's much more likely than it was last month before we had all these numbers come in on the jobs. It's now, I would say, 50% more likely than I had it last month. I don't know where I was at last month, but I just feel it certainly is more likely now. But it's not a guarantee. It is not a guarantee. Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell has not come out and said, we are lowering interest rates. We have come to a consensus. Hasn't happened. Now, it may happen at the next meeting, but for now, we don't actually know for sure that they're going to do that. All right. How are we doing on time? It's really been an hour and 45 minutes since we took the last break, hasn't it? We took a break at 7:30, right? 7 hours 30, I think. So we've basically been going for 2 hours, and this is really the perfect time for us to take a break. So that's exactly what we're going to do.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, people, quick galactic intermission. We are going to have a sixth half, and we are just about to start the environmental half. That's right. That's right. Okay. We're probably not going to get through all the content. We might. I mean, it would be it'd be awesome if we did. I'm just not seeing. Because as I said earlier today, it's been a very busy week. Had 160 plus videos to begin with. We now have 170, somehow increasing during the stream. Don't ask me how that happened. Don't get me wrong, we've made huge progress. It's not as if we haven't tried. Much effort has been put into this so far, to trying to get us to there. All right, let me look. How far are we about to be at? 104. So we got through 104 of 170 videos. That's not terrible. It's been some heavy stuff we're talking about. Jesus Christ. But don't worry, we still got plenty more content for us to get through, Space Fams. So stick around through the intermission, and we'll be right back in the sixth half of the show. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon as well so you get the latest notifications from GNN, ensuring that you never miss a show. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like yourself. A lot of great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal if you'd rather your funds go directly to supporting the stream rather than the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your earned dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Where for the low price of $3 a month, 10 cents a day, you can get access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everyone, enjoy the rest of the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. right. I think everybody knows what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back. And how has the time gone by so quickly tonight? 9.5 hours of stream. And it was a busy one. Busy stream in here. At one point, we had like 70 plus people in the stream earlier today. Really busy stream. It's been great to see everybody showing up. I know we are talking a bunch of, or at least a couple of very hot topics. All right, back here. I see everybody talking AI still in the chat, and I'm actually skipping over a couple of things that were related to AI, and it's funny that at the same time that I'm skipping over these like 3 videos discussing tech to get to environmental issues faster, just because of how slow I'm moving right now. By the way, there's literally no way I finish all the stories today. I wanted to, but it's just not. I don't think it's gonna happen. It's just not possible. I have too many stories left to get through. But I see everybody somewhat having good-hearted arguments about where AI is at. And here's my thing about it. It's not as if, you know, robots have been rolled out across the United States, right? It's more just sort of contiguous experiments, rollouts, and other sorts of things, including software rollouts that have given people access to things that didn't exist beforehand, that aren't just large language models, but, you know, like image and video generation, and audio generation, all these other sorts of things that combined over a year at a time when, in fact, AI was exploding in at least its ability to do things. And we have talked about just how many problems there are with AI, how it hallucinates, how it's not even close to being perfect or have achieved AGI, and how there's a lot of problems with it in terms of its functionality. But the point is, the decisions, not necessarily, like I said, like before, like contiguous but not at all contingent upon one another, have been made in different industries to adopt some of these technologies in these early rollouts to test out this or that thing that I think has in fact led to at least some portion of that jobs being able to be attributed to AI's further prevalence in our society. I keep seeing it in so many different places, right? Customer service is one of the places I'm seeing it the most. But it's in other places too. It's in a lot of places. Content creation, big time. I'm seeing it all over the place. So many people are using AI for thumbnails. And it's something that I have been trying my ass off not to do. And just to continue to do thumbnails like I always do. But I see so many people using AI for thumbnails. Also for scamming. People are using AI for scamming the shit out of people all over the place. All right, let's go here. Talk about the environment real quick. Starting in the west. And the Northeast, really across the, actually I take it back. Let's just start with here. ABC News, 4 days ago. Residents fleeing wildfires in the West. Storms slamming the Northeast. Oh, I've got no sound.
We're staying on top of wildfires burning across the state. Chelan County has declared a state of emergency due to the Lower Sugarloaf and Pomas fires. And the Lower Sugarloaf fire is near Entiat. That fire has burned more
The
than
state she's referring
13,000
to
acres.
is Washington. And wait a second. What is happening? Are these in the wrong order? Yeah, this is... Or wait, did I skip past it? I did, son of a bitch.
Pockets of dangerous weather across the nation. Wildfires searing through parts of California and Oregon. The Garnet Fire raging in Fresno County, California. Giant plumes of smoke looming over the tree line. And the Pyrite Fire burning more than 500 acres. It's now 48% contained. Crews using helicopters to drop water and fire retardant on the flames.
You can feel the heat.
Traffic congested in Riverside, California. Visibility dropping from thick smoke. Sandra Torres saying driving was dangerous.
It happened quick. 1 minute we're sitting there and it's on the other side of the mountain. The next thing you know, it's like, whoa, it's right here.
And in the Northeast, the cleanup continues after more than 100 severe storm reports Saturday night. You could barely see west of Boston as strong winds and rain battered the town of Natick. The winds toppling trees in Berlin. This drone video showing the extent of the damage from a tornado. Gusts of at least 60 miles per hour bringing this tree down in Glen Rock, New Jersey. And in the southeast, flash floods forcing road closures in Charleston.
The smoke and the air quality are going to be difficult again around some of those fires. So the poor air quality here with the dense smoke advisory for Mammoth Mountain, that's just one of the fires that will keep burning. It's a little bit more confined, but it kind of goes into Nevada. Then you see from Washington State through Montana into parts of even South Dakota, the Black Hills, could see that smoke filtering through.
Everything's on fire or underwater. All right, now to Washington State, which has at least one central Washington county declaring a state of emergency over the wildfires, which are causing all of that smoke that lady was just pointing out.
We're staying on top of wildfires burning across the state. Chelan County has declared a state of emergency due to the Lower Sugarloaf and Pomas fires. And the Lower Sugarloaf fire is near Entiat. That fire has burned more than 13,000 acres and is 0% contained. Over the last 24 hours, the fire grew nearly 650 acres. But there is good news. Evacuation levels for the city of Ardmore, which is located east of the fire, have dropped from level 3 down to level 2 last night. Chelan County Emergency Management held a meeting with updates on firefighting efforts. The sheriff's office also gave an update of concerns over looting on evacuated property.
We have been in touch with some of the media that reached out to me today, talking about the potential of looting and some of those.
Is committed to those fires. As you mentioned, some of them are continuing to expand in acreage, but on the majority of them, crews are making significant progress.
Is this number of fires different from last year? Should we be concerned?
Right now, we are below what we track on a 10-year average as far as acres burn. However, with the ignitions, we are right at about our prediction for an above normal season. So we are seeing those ignitions on the ground, but because of our emphasis on very strong initial attack on those fires, especially utilization of air resources, the majority of those starts are being kept to 10 acres or less.
How are fire crews managing this recent rise in wildfires?
Well, I am seeing a lot of tired faces out there on the line. There's certainly a lot of hard work being put in, but DNR definitely has the resources that we need available in order to fight the fires that are on our jurisdiction.
There you go. The fire season in Washington has been pretty fierce. We've been keeping track of it. They're on track. They're saying they're on track for an above average season, but slightly lower than the last decade. at least as of now, in terms of numbers of acres burned. Which is, I guess, a silver lining. Now let's go and talk about the Dragon Bravo fire, which has been burning in Utah for weeks. And apparently 3 days ago, an Idaho firefighter who was in Utah helping to fight these blazes died during his duties. Their duties. I actually don't know the gender of the firefighter.
Crews in Arizona say a firefighter died yesterday while fighting the Dragon Bravo fire. Southwest Area Incident Management Team says the man was performing a suppression repair and suffered a cardiac emergency. He died despite the best efforts from the medical staff at the scene. We do not know his name as of yet, but we will update you as we learn more information from teams who are fighting the fire at the Grand Canyon. The Dragon Bravo fire is 80% contained after already burning 145,000 acres this year.
I can't believe that thing is still burning right now. It has been going for so long. And last week somebody said it's just going to keep burning through the winter. It's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
Or no, it was not that one. It was the one we were talking about before this. No, not even the one we were talking about before this, but the other one that's been burning in Washington for much of the fire season. The brush, what's it called? The something brush fire. There's already been a ton of fires this year. It's likely going to get worse because there's been very low precipitation in a lot of areas in the United States. And in parts of Canada, where wildfires are still blazing as well. BC wildfire update. CTV News from 3 days ago.
School may be in full swing and summer vacation in the rearview mirror, but fire season is here to stay, at least for the next little bit. In an update this afternoon from the provincial government, people are being urged to stay vigilant, with more than 100 fires still active in the province and fires such as the Mine Creek wildfire still out of control. The forest minister says fire season is far from over.
100
With
fires.
recent above seasonal temperatures and continued lightning throughout the province, we still have more work to do. This is the new normal, longer and more intense wildfire seasons.
Canada has
100 fires all burning at once in British Columbia.
That's too much, man!
That is too much, man. Now, wildfires have also been burning down in New Jersey. Here's CBS New York on the story.
New Jersey's fall wildfire season is off to an early start. A fire that started last week in West Milford is nearly contained. So is this an indicator that firefighters may face another exhausting season? Vanessa Murdoch explains.
Flames towered above treetops and threatened homes as drought and powerful winds fueled the Jennings Creek wildfire in November of 2024.
I'll do anything. Save my life within reason.
The voice you hear is Paul Maloney's. His efforts, along with the bravery of firefighters, spared his home in Greenwood Lake from the ravaging blaze, but not his backyard.
Everything was just black, smelled of charcoal. I mean, you couldn't breathe.
Maloney says it remained unchanged for months, but in May, Mother Nature went to work. The barren landscape sprouted with green.
You felt alive again. You sort of felt like, you know, there is life after tragedy.
A tragedy that burned roughly 5,200 acres across New York and New Jersey, and just one of hundreds of fires battled in the Garden State in 2024.
Last year was what we have dubbed locally the siege of 2024.
Christopher Franick with New Jersey Forest Fire Service says a typical fall fire season runs mid-October until Thanksgiving. This year is already a month ahead of schedule with the ignition of the Buck-a-Bear wildfire last Wednesday. The weekend rain offered little relief. Firefighters still tend to ground flames with 90% containment Tuesday. And Smokey the Bear declares a high risk of fire. The Clinton Reservoir in Passaic County presents a clear picture of what firefighters face.
We would be walking water right now. We are looking at probably an average to above average fire season this fall.
Franick says boots on the ground data coming in suggests prepare for worse.
We are preparing ourselves for fires and
There we go. Fires burning in New Jersey. And more expected in the near future, in the fall, as New Jersey is in a state of drought, like many places. Leaving a lot of stuff dry, ready to burn. Oh, God. I am losing steam here fast, chat. Hate to say that, but on nearly the 10th hour right now. I'm starting to lose it. Okay, let's go here across the goddamn Atlantic Ocean to Ethiopia, where a massive new dam, hydroelectric dam to be specific, is raising tensions with downstream Egypt.
Ethiopia officially inaugurated Africa's largest hydroelectric dam on Tuesday. The project, dubbed the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, or GERD, aims to provide energy to millions, but widens
That's
a
the worst
rift
name
with
ever.
downstream nations.
I assume nobody knows this over there for some reason. But, oh my God, this is a very unfortunate acronym. GERD. This is also another name for irritable bowel syndrome or gastroesophageal reflux or whatever it's called. But actually, it's not irritable bowel. It's something else. But it's some sort of digestive problem. Oh my God. This is fucking hilarious. This is fucking hilarious. Is it irritable bowel? I can't remember. I think it is, actually. Wait, I have to look it up now. This is hilarious. Who is in charge? Oh, it's acid reflux. Okay, it's yes, right. Okay, it's acid reflux. Oh God. Which I think can actually lead to irritable bowels. But this GERD has led to irritable Egyptians.
At Tuesday's ceremony, Ethiopia's Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed addressed what he said were the concerns of those in Sudan and Egypt.
Ethiopia built the Renaissance Dam to prosper and to enlighten the region, never to hurt its brothers. I would like to confirm to you in front of the Ethiopian people that we will never retain your fair share of the water at any point.
Ethiopia is the continent's second most populous nation with over 120 million people, and it sees the $5 billion dam on a tributary of the Nile as central to its economic ambitions. Abiy says the dam will boost access to electricity for the almost half of Ethiopians who had none as recently as 2022. The government says a reservoir the size of Greater London created by the project will provide a steady water supply while limiting floods and drought. But downstream, neighbors have watched the project advance with dread since construction began in 2011.
There you have it. Ethiopia building a massive dam on the Nile. Egypt, downstream concerned about their access to Very important source of water. Speaking of water, there's still much too much of it in Southeast Asia. Really just South Asia, not just South, just basically like I should stop laughing. It's not funny. It's terrible. It really is. It's awful. Floods have been inundating country after country throughout South Asia over the last couple of months, throughout monsoon season and beyond. Monsoon season, for some, has continued past its expected end dates in its respective countries, and it's caused an incredible amount of chaos, mass displacement in multiple countries like Pakistan and India. Millions of people left without homes, crops, millions of acres of crops destroyed, as much of these monsoon rains have hit the what are essentially the food baskets, the major agricultural producers in the two countries previously mentioned. But they're not the only countries that have been getting hit. China's been getting hit too. South Korea and Japan to some degree saw some of these, but more has been southern countries. Jesus Christ, my brain just broke. This is what happens when I go 10 hours. Hurdy-gurdy man. Yes, the hurdy-gurdy man. Hurdy-gurdy-gurdy-gurdy-gurdy. Okay. Let's go now to Pakistan's Punjab region, where historic floods have displaced millions.
Desperate situations demand desperate measures. Taking what little they can is fraught with danger, yet they think it's worth the risks.
I brought this stuff from very far. The wheat has gone bad. It's mixed with mud. We made a boat out of charpoy and are trying to take our belongings on a self-help basis.
Floods have destroyed their houses and swept away their crops. They managed to retrieve some staple stocks, critical for their survival. On one side,
I've hit a real problematic point in the stream. We've gone 10 hours, and I have now just paid. Just listen to this. I've hit the very bottom of my tea supply, which is extreme tragedy, and is going to lead to my dehydration. My goddamn voice being very upset. I guess I could just drink water.
Entire neighborhoods remain submerged, while on this embankment, displaced families are struggling to survive with whatever little they could save. They live under the open sky with sweltering heat.
We had 5 to 7 rooms which were swallowed by the floods. We had 4 animals. They too were swept away by the water. We managed to save some belongings, but most of it was lost. We are left with nothing.
Our entire village has drowned. Not a single house is left. Some of our livestock that were swept away by the water, we managed to recover half of them, but the rest are still missing.
Nearly 200 villages in this locality called Liakatpur are affected. The Indus River is 10 kilometers from this place, and anything in its way was swept away. Rescue missions here are dangerous. 2 boats capsized in the last 24 hours, drowning several villagers. Floods in Punjab have so far displaced 6.3 million people, with 4,300 villages remain under.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Those numbers are honestly just so horrifying. And I watched this one really fast earlier, and it didn't register with me until just now how many people we're talking about. 6.3 million. That number has exploded from when we first started talking about these monsoon floods. When we first started talking about it, it was in the thousands, it was in the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, creeped up over the million mark, and now it's exploded from like a million from the last time we were talking about it to 6.3 million just in Pakistan alone. That's not counting India, where millions more are displaced, and 4,300 villages, not villagers, villages, are underwater. Now, I don't know what they count as a village, but for 4,300 of them to be underwater, I'm just sort of like like beside myself trying to imagine what that even means. 4,300 villages. What is what? That's too many villages.
That's too much, man!
Well, the apocalypse is here, I guess. Write that down. If it's not on fire, it's underwater. That's the galactic motto today. Every day. All right, now let's go to a place we haven't been talking about. Bali. Part of the island chain of Southeast Asian nations, which shares this archipelago with Indonesia. Can you guess what's happening in Bali? That's right, you guessed it, space fans. They too are underwater after deadly floods. This is South China Morning Post from 2 days ago. You're very smart for knowing that. Jesus Christ. Look at this shit.
Kondisi Pulau Miso.
Waist-high water. Entire village submerged. People loading kids onto rafts. This is an all too common sight.
Merupakan korban keluarga yang menghuni dua buah ruko di Jalan Sulawesi di Bantarai yang saat ini diantaranya sepasang ibu
Look
dan
at the
anak
damage.
masih dilaporkan
Just ripped off the entire side of that building.
Penghuni ruko ini pada kemungkinan mereka pada saat agar aliran
Sudden river.
air yang mengenangi pelabuhan.
All right, let's go here. ABC News 2 days ago. At least 9 killed as Bali rocked by deadly flooding.
Bali's been rocked by really significant and unusual heavy rains over the last few days that's brought with it quite considerable flooding across large swaths of the island. It's inundated homes, caused traffic chaos and also claimed several lives. Denpasar's search and rescue are still working through Bali, working to rescue residents in low-lying areas and also searching for missing people. On Wednesday night, access to the island's international airport was still quite limited. There's major traffic chaos on the road, especially towards hotspots like Canggu and Kuta. There's been mass evacuations as well that have taken place with hundreds of residents that have been affected. We've seen video of tourists who were evacuated on Wednesday from their hotels in Kuta. Major roads have been in gridlock, really wreaking havoc here on the popular tourist island. Now, local officials say
I just realized, I just looked this up, and for whatever reason, I guess I had to check it because I had a sneaking suspicion. But Bali is actually a province of Indonesia. For some reason, I had it in my head that it was a separate country, and I don't know why. I just looked on Wikipedia. It's claiming that it's a province of Indonesia, which makes me a dummy.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Considerable work to go. Locals have just simply been shocked at the damage that the heavy rain has brought. They've said that they've never seen it this bad in Bali before. Locals talking about their homes being flooded, saying that it's never happened in their lifetime. Here's what some of them have had to tell us.
I am scared for sure, because we were lucky this morning, because we were all awake, so we knew we got flooded. If we had been asleep and we had no idea there was flood, we would have been carried away by the flood.
Local officials have issued warnings for residents in low-lying areas, urging them to be vigilant, especially those visiting Bali, so that if there are further rains, that they don't get caught up and potentially swept away.
There we go. Look at chat chastising me for not remembering that Bali was part of Indonesia. Okay, I kind of remembered. That's why I double-checked myself and then corrected myself. I at least had the inkling that I was maybe wrong about what I had said. Can you at least give me a little credit?
Give me a joke.
Okay, now let's go to 7 News Australia from 2 days ago. Rain hit New South Wales earlier this week, flooding Sydney.
Sydney streets have turned into flowing rivers today as the city was smashed by torrential rain and strong winds. Thunderstorms also lashed many parts across the state, dropping more than a month and a half worth of rain in just the past 24 hours. One town was even hit with a tornado. Amy Clements is following the story.
Well, here in Camden, the Nepean River continues to rise, forcing this bridge into town to be closed. It's been an extraordinary 24 hours across New South Wales. Streets resembling rivers, public transport flooded, dozens of rescues and even tornadoes in the state's west. Sydney recorded 100 mils since 9 a.m. yesterday. That's more than a month and a half's downpour in just 24 hours. The SES responded to 850 calls for help, nearly 400 of those in the Sydney metro zone, most made over a 50-minute period, as a number of cars became stuck in floodwaters. In the city's southwest, 2 women pulled from the rubble after a roof collapsed.
Fire rescue crews got to work and released them, and they're now in the care of the ambulance on the way to hospital.
While in Bexley, a different kind of rescue. 3 fish found themselves in trouble after Wye Creek broke its banks, saved by a quick-thinking traffic controller. Drivers here in Camden on the way to school and work are now being turned around, adding to an already busy morning commute.
Well, there you have it. Intense raining over there on the east coast of Australia. That's it on the environmental stories for this week. Not gonna lie, we were pretty focused on politics in the U.S. and geopolitics around here at GNN headquarters. Wow. Nearly 8 a.m. on the eastern seaboard. Yeesh. Okay, let's do some space news. And boy, oh boy, do we have some crazy space news for you this week. Let's wrap it up. And maybe, I might save one of these so I can try and get through the rest of the stream today. I'm gonna try. Yeah, I think I'm sorry. I'm gonna save one of these for Sunday Funday, just to try and get through these faster because I do want to get through some of the Earth news stories, of which there were a great deal this week. Oh my God. Why is this always happening to me? Why does YouTube limit streams to 12 hours? I would keep going. If 12 hours, if they didn't start cutting off the stream at 12 hours, I would just keep going until I finished. Instead, can't do that. It's very rude.
How rude!
I don't appreciate it.
Come on!
Little ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
But whatever. Let's go here. Let's go here. CBS News 2 days ago. Watch. New video. Shows U.S. missile bounce off of UFO.
What now?
What you talking about?
I'm sorry, this was 3 days ago. Why is that so loud?
What now?
I now recognize Mr. Burleson for about 5 minutes.
Thank you, everyone. It takes such great courage to come forward, and we acknowledge that, and I hope that you see that we are taking that seriously. And so very thankful for what you're doing today. I'm also very thankful for previous...
I know the glasses are adding to it to some degree, but why is this guy doing like a weird Kash Patel thing, where his eyes are like popping out of his head? What is happening? You look like an alien, sir. Release the files on what the fuck is going on here.
That have come forward. I see Matthew Brown in the audience. He courageously stepped forward and was as a witness. I encourage everybody to look and seek his testimony. I want to thank the people that came in our first hearing: Ryan Graves, David Grush, David Fravor. And in our second hearing, Admiral Gallaudet, Lou Elizondo, and Mr. Gold. And the many others that have come forward. We hear you, and it's time that we, enough is enough. It's time that we take action. Look, I'm not jumped to the conclusion that I believe that there are, aliens coming from another planet. But I'm open to that. And I think that it's our responsibility, especially when we're seeing that we have a government that is actively blocking information. Help! I'm being repressed! I tried to get an amendment onto the National Defense Authorization Act that fit in the germaneness of that bill to have UAP disclosure. And conveniently, it was named non-germane, mostly deemed by staff, not even an elected official. This is the kind of stuff that we repeatedly see. Last year, we were blocked by someone in House administration from being able to receive a full briefing from Arrow. So not an elected official, but someone in staff blocked us. And I've had...
Mr. Burleson is losing it right now. Losing it.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Eric Burleson, representative from Missouri, Congress, from 2023 through president in Missouri's 7th Congressional District. A Republican. I am shocked to hear that. Really. Eric, look at Eric. I think he might be an alien. Not gonna lie. I do have some expertise on this. But it's okay. It's okay. I'm sure he's not. All right, let's keep going through this here. All right, Eric, stay on topic, buddy.
You cannot see that drone, and so I'm not going to explain it to you. You'll see exactly what it does.
I don't even need to explain it. It's going to be so shocking. Okay, I'm watching it. What am I watching? Oh, what are we looking at? I see a glowing light, and then a bunch of other glowing wavy light, and then something goes by, and then it goes somewhere else, and then you see a bunch of thingies, a bunch of other little lights. They pop up. I don't know what I'm looking at.
This is when it zoomed out.
Oh.
You still see it traveling.
Why'd you show us the first one?
So, Mr. Knapp, have you heard about, events like this occurring? And what information might you have?
I have heard about events like this. I have heard about this event. Jeremy Corbell and I talked about it in one of our episodes a while back. We did not have the video, though. There are servers where there's a whole bank of these kind of videos that Congress has not been allowed to see, that the public hasn't been allowed to see. Occasionally, some of that stuff gets out in the wild, and it comes our way. It should be going to you. The public should be seeing this stuff.
By the way, throughout this entire testimony, this guy back here, who's clearly taking himself a little too seriously, you can just tell by the stoic look on his face, and the extreme level of ironing seemed to have gone into this shirt that he is wearing, which actually might be microfiber. Hard to tell 100%. But this guy is nodding the entire time. I promise. He is staring into the distance and nodding in coordination with the words of this man, Mr. Knapp, who I'm not familiar with. But it's a fascinating such a dichotomy, if you will.
That's a Hellfire missile smacking into that UFO and just bounced right off. And it kept going.
It kept going, and it looks like the debris was taken with it.
Yeah, what the hell is that? What
again,
flies like that?
Again, I'm not going to speculate what it is, but the question is, why are we being blocked from this information consistently? I want to ask this just question: how in the world? This is the document. I want to enter this in for the record if it hasn't already been entered, Madam Chair. The document that you provided on thread 3. This is a huge file. How in the world did you smuggle this out of Russia?
Carefully.
In your socks?
I don't think I want to be really specific about it because I might have to go back there and get some more sometime. Although,
okay.
No, that'd be crazy to do that. Well, I took the top pages off that were stamped with the security signature. And
I love how within like a fraction of a second he goes from laughing right back to stoic face. I have no emotions. You did not see me have emotions. I'm totally normal guy. I'm here to nod my head and do nothing else.
Just threw in my suitcase and threw some caviar in there as a distraction.
He's already back to nodding.
And hoped for the best. Otherwise, I'd be a citizen of Siberia right now.
And you had you reported James Lakatsky came to you with government possession of NHI craft and how they ultimately gained entry. Can you testify to the veracity of that claim?
Dr. Lakatsky is an honorable man who served most of his career with the DIA, a very trusted, high-level rocket scientist and intelligence analyst who inspired the OSAP program, as I said earlier. And in full disclosure, I've written 2 books with him. He dropped this on myself and our other co-author out of the blue.
I gotta say, these 2 guys seemed super normal, and I have no further questions. This all seems super credible. And in no way do I have any reason to call into veracity what it is these dudes are saying. but I will certainly keep my eye on this phenomenon. Sounds like a national security threat. All right. I'm going to skip past a couple here. Let's go straight to the Earth news. Sorry to cut you short on the space news, people, but we got to get through the Earth news for the weekending report, because there's been a lot of very important Earth news happening this week. Let us go now to the South America. To Brazil, where one Jair Bolsonaro, you might be familiar with him, has been convicted. 2 Supreme Court justices have voted to convict him, and it looks like he's going to be going to jail.
Right to jail, right away.
This is Reuters from 2 days ago.
2 Brazilian Supreme Court justices on Tuesday voted to convict former President Jair Bolsonaro of leading a criminal conspiracy to overturn the 2022 election. The charges stem from a federal police investigation that uncovered the alleged plot to remain in power after his defeat in the election, including plans to poison his opponent and his running mate. The charges are tied to Bolsonaro's alleged incitement of riots in January 2023, when thousands of his supporters stormed and ransacked the Congress, Presidential Palace, and Supreme Court in the capital, Brasilia. His lawyers have maintained his innocence on all counts. The first member of the High Court to cast his vote on the case was Justice Alexandra de Moraes, an alleged assassination target in the coup plot. He voted to convict Bolsonaro for all the crimes for which he had been charged.
The leader of the criminal group makes it clear, publicly and vocally, to the entire society, that he would never accept defeat at the ballot box, a democratic defeat in the elections, that he would never accept or comply with the will of the people.
Moraes' role in the case has made him a target of Bolsonaro's allies, including U.S. President Donald Trump. Trump's administration imposed sanctions on the judge and steep tariffs on many Brazilian exports to the U.S. for what Trump called a witch hunt against the former Brazilian president. Justice Flávio Dino also voted on Tuesday to convict Bolsonaro on all counts. The 5-judge panel is now 1 vote away from a majority convicting Bolsonaro of orchestrating an attempted coup to remain in power after his 2022 electoral defeat to leftist President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. 3 more Supreme Court justices will vote Wednesday morning, including one appointed by Lula. 2 justices appointed by Bolsonaro are not on the panel. If convicted, Bolsonaro faces a maximum potential sentence of 40 years. However, his supporters hope a future president might grant him a pardon.
40 years possibly on the table for Jair Bolsonaro. If things go badly for him in all of this, it looks like it's heading in some sort of bad direction for Jair Bolsonaro, with 2 Supreme Court justices voting to convict him earlier this week. What kind of sentence he might have, I doubt it'd be a full 40. I do think they are going to try and make something of a example of Jair Bolsonaro. What sort of implications that will have for the country, to be seen. Now, let's go from Brazil, only story that we had in South America, to across the Atlantic to the UK, to really a UK-US story to some degree, as the United States ambassador from the UK, Peter Mandelson, has been fired after revelations in the Epstein files came out, I think, relating to those 18,000 emails, which we discussed earlier. We listened to that Reuters podcast, whatever episode thing, the kind of detailed what was in it. When we only listened to part of it, there was a bunch of other crazy shit in there we didn't even get into just for time's sake. Jesus. All right, let's go hear CNN from yesterday. This is late breaking news.
The Jeffrey Epstein scandal that has consumed Washington for weeks now is creating a political headache for the British Prime Minister. Today, Keir Starmer fired his ambassador to the U.S., Peter Mandelson, over his links to the late pedophile. Calls for Mandelson's removal had been mounting since Monday, when U.S. lawmakers released a birthday book compiled for Epstein in 2003. It included a note in which
I forget this woman's name, but I got to give her props for not referring to Jeffrey Epstein as the late financier. If I had $1 for every time I've heard the late financier in recent days, we probably wouldn't have a goddamn galactic deficit. Which, of course, you can help contribute to by Cash App, PayPal, or becoming a galactic patron. All great ways to get us money immediately, if not sooner. Help us pay for the bills in upcoming October. I don't know why I decided to plug myself just now.
Party veteran had referred to Epstein as his,
robot.
quote,
Beep, boop,
best
beep.
pal. But the controversy snowballed after Bloomberg published emails showing that Mandelson sent messages of support to Epstein even after he was convicted of a sex crime in 2008. Here's how Mandelson's dismissal was announced in Parliament.
The emails show, Mr. Speaker, that the depth and extent of Lord Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein is materially different from that known at the time of his appointment. In particular, Mr. Speaker, Lord Mandelson's suggestion that Jeffrey Epstein's first conviction was wrongful and should be challenged is new information. And in light of that, Mr. Speaker, and mindful, as we all are, of the victims of Epstein's appalling crimes, he has been withdrawn as ambassador with immediate effect.
Immediately, if not Mandelson sooner. Has now been forced out of 3 senior government roles over separate scandals. CNN's Claire Sebastian has more on the politician widely known as the Prince of Darkness.
Well, we'd seen days of mounting criticism of Mandelson's relationship with Epstein leading up to this decision after a series of revelations this week. First, the documents released by the House Oversight Committee on Monday contained a 2003 letter from Mandelson as part of a birthday book describing Epstein as, quote, my best pal. But the clinching factor was the emails obtained in a blue...
They were close as fuck. Everyone that went into the book was like tight with Jeffrey Epstein. And Peter Mandelson was apparently tight enough with Jeffrey to be in the birthday book, which meant that Ghislaine Maxwell went out of her way, knew that he was somebody that Jeffrey Epstein would have wanted to see in his 50th birthday book. It's fascinating. Oh, the webs of this goddamn network just incredible.
Investigation released on Wednesday revealing that Mandelson showed support for Epstein after he pleaded guilty for soliciting prostitution from a minor in 2008. I think the world of you and I feel hopeless and furious about what has happened, Mandelson wrote in one of those emails. Now, the British Foreign Office said in a statement on Thursday, the emails show the depth and extent of Peter Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein is materially different.
The more of a picture that I get from all this, you know, with the birthday book, that picture of that woman that supposedly, you know, Jeffrey Epstein had sold, and just little details that are coming out about all this. The more that I now think of Jeffrey Epstein's circle, like his properties, if you will, as being like a fraternity of illegal sex trafficking, like quite literally a bunch of overpowered, mostly seemingly white men. And of course, fraternities have chapters all over the countries, right? Like all over, they don't just have them in one place. You got a chapter down in Long Beach, one up in Manhattan, another in the Caribbean islands. At least I think that's where the Jeffrey Epstein island is. I forget where it is. Belize? No, it was somewhere south of the border. I know that much. But it's all like, it's just like creepy fucking like club. It like seemingly had almost like a membership to it. Like all of these financial details coming out about JP Morgan, the bank looking the other way, on over $1 billion in cash withdrawals and other transactions coming from Jeffrey's accounts. Numerous transactions that should have been flagged. He had in this goddamn birthday book and all the powerful people that were supposedly in it.
From that known at the time of his appointment. Now, the strong sense is that Mandelson had hoped to keep his job despite this. He did not. He'd called to resign, and in a long interview on a British podcast on Wednesday, Mandelson clearly tried to get ahead of this, saying he deeply regretted his relationship with Epstein.
I regret very much that I fell for his lies. I fell and accepted assurances that he had given me about his indictment, his original.
I guess that didn't save you, did it, Peter? That's unfortunate. You're living through a troubled, very troubling time, if you ask me. All right, I'm gonna skip past a couple of videos. I'm gonna try and get through as many of the stories themselves as I possibly can. We have to redouble our efforts later this weekend, but I just want to get the gist on a few things real quick. Let's move on to France. Talk about the collapse of Emmanuel Macron's government for what, the 5th time in like 2 years or something.
Official, Prime Minister Bayrou has lost his confidence vote once again, throwing Parliament into disarray and forcing President Macron not only to have egg on his face once again, but also to make a significant decision rather soon, Melissa.
That's right, and it's a fairly resounding defeat. Remember that this was a confidence vote that François Bayrou himself had called. In the end, only 194 lawmakers gave him their confidence. It's 364 that voted against giving him their confidence, and for a variety of reasons. And so the question now, whether this absolute majority of 280 against him can now, what happens next? How Emmanuel Macron can appease a sufficient number of those very divided parliamentarians. Remember, some are on the far right, some are on the far left. They have very differing views about what needs to happen next. How he can appease enough of...
Yes, how do you appease both sides? Let me think. Je vais penser. That's it. I will make nobody happy, and I will once again put in a horrible loyalist. That's right, Emmanuel Macron. Rather than worrying about making anybody happy, has within 24 hours of the collapse of France's assembly, a loyalist prime minister. I don't know how many prime ministers Emmanuel Macron has had in his president's, in his terms, in his term as president, his time as president. It's a lot. It's a lot. It is so many. It is kind of it's kind of out of control. This guy can't seem to maintain an even, like, pretend stable government.
French President Emmanuel Macron named loyalist Sébastien Lecornu as the country's prime minister on Tuesday, choosing a one-time conservative protege who rallied behind his 2017 presidential run. Macron's choice indicates his determination to press on with a minority government that stands firmly behind his pro-business economic reform agenda. The move risks alienating the center-left Socialist Party and leaves Macron and his government depending on the far-right National Rally for support in Parliament.
He has had
Macron was
seven
fifth prime minister in
prime ministers in 8 years. That's one prime minister every single fucking year. It is insanity.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
7 in 8 years. Unbelievable. Maybe you should stop appointing loyalists. But hey, whatever. I mean, technically, you know, he can do what he wants. Nobody won an actual full majority, leaving him to play these games. But the fact is the Nouvelle Front Populaire won a plurality in the last snap election that he called and lost to the NFP. And rather than taking their suggestion back last year when they did the election, he put a loyalist in. And now here we are, 7 months later, or however many months it's been. 9 months? Forget. It's been a weird year, okay? But people were protesting throughout France all week. And yes, this is in fact me glazing through all this. I have a bunch of other stories that I would have liked to get through here today, but cannot right now because I'm trying to make sure that we touch on absolutely everything. But let's quickly go to some of the protests. Here's the AP. 2 days ago. Block everything protests in France. You know, I love France, especially their tradition of protests, their great love of protest. And you know, to some degree, not entirely, but French police do have something of a... You can see it in their eyes. I feel like they have, like, I don't know, like a respect of God, but respect of the protester type of... There's something behind the eyes. It's like they've seen the fear. Like they know that they can get their ass kicked by the protesters at any time. And they sort of like, I don't know, maybe it's just me. Not to say that I haven't seen French police crack down on protesters. They absolutely have. But I think just because of the fact that French protesters happen to fight back much more vigorously than perhaps in the United States do or in other countries that we talk about. I don't know. I feel like they have a different... It's like a slightly different vibe. There's a ton of people out here, and they seem to be relatively peaceful. And there's a ton of police out as well. Just a shit ton. Okay. We gotta keep this moving. I can't stay on France any longer. God. Gotta keep this moving. And there's still almost no way that I get through all of this. All right. Quickly go here. South Africa, where Cyril Ramaphosa said that officials have been sent to the United States for trade talks. I believe this was on Wednesday. Reuters, 3 days ago. Shit, I gotta skip ahead to this. There it is.
We go to the United States negotiating table with a strong hand. We don't go with a weak hand. And our endowments, as you correctly say, is exactly what we take to the table. And the ability on our part to have those products processed here. But we obviously, in doing so, want to take it a step further. And we want to be able, and that's what we are insisting on, that even as...
There you go. I think rightfully so. Cyril Ramaphosa sending officials to the United States for trade talks, but insisting on South Africa not just exporting raw minerals to the United States, but rather exporting products themselves. Whether or not that will fly with Donald Trump. I can almost guarantee you that's gonna be a no-flow, a no-go, no-fly zone, a no-flow, no-fly/go zone, no-flow. Okay, let's quickly go here. Oh, Jesus Christ! How am I supposed to gloss over this kind of shit? All right. Let's go to Ukraine, where Russian aerial bombardment killed at least 24 civilians in a rural Ukrainian village. According to Ukrainian officials, as of 3 days ago, here is CNN.
Ordinary people living walking distance from the front lines of the war in Ukraine are the latest victims of a Russian airstrike. This is what we know. Ukraine's president sharing that distressing news along with video from the scene that shows the aftermath, and we have blurred that footage, but we have to warn you, it is disturbing. The aerial bomb hit a rural village in Ukraine's Donetsk region. Many of the victims do appear to be elderly. Officials say more than 20 civilians were killed, and Volodymyr Zelensky is appealing yet again for the world to respond. Well, CNN's Claire Sebastian has reported extensively from the region. She joins us now from London. And Claire, President Zelensky describing this as a brutally savage attack on ordinary people.
Okay, and that's all we can do from that story, because we got to keep this mother moving here. 1 day later, seriously shocking situation happened next door to Ukraine, in Poland, where Poland claimed that up to 19 Russian drones entered its airspace, and that they were forced to shoot down 4 of those drones. Now, on multiple occasions during this war, Russia has, in fact, flown drones through Polish airspace, causing Poland to what's it called? Scatter? Or send air in, like, reinforcements, like planes to the border. There's a word for this. I cannot think of it right now. I'm just so tired. I'm trying to rush through this, and that's not helping. But in this moment, this situation has changed. Russian drones being shot down by Polish troops.
Poland's Prime Minister Donald Tusk has confirmed that Russian drones were shot down in Polish airspace overnight. He said it was the first time.
Scrambled. Thank you. That is the word. That is the. Thank you. Thank you. I was like scattered. I got close. I was like, I had like multiple. I was like, I got the beginning of the word right, and then just the rest of it just went by the wayside. So many words in the English language. It's hard to remember them all, you know.
This had happened in NATO territory. Mr. Tusk called it a large-scale provocation and said he was ready to repel such provocations. Well, Mr. Tusk has been meeting with defense and security.
Okay, let's go here. This is Donald Tusk, the Prime Minister of Poland, at that meeting saying that the airspace of Poland was violated by those drones. Poland's airspace was violated last night by a large number of Russian drones.
Illegal.
Those that could be a significant threat were shot down. In all likelihood, we're facing a large-scale provocation. But anyway, we've had consultations with our NATO partners, and I'm in touch with the NATO Secretary General. We're determined to react as adequately as last night if similar incidents repeat in the upcoming hours and days. This is the first time Russian drones were shot down on the territory of a NATO member state. That's why all of our NATO partners consider the situation as very serious. Yeah, it's certainly another detail, another escalation in this continually progressing conflict. NATO launching its eastern flank defense in response to this propagation. Global news 8 hours ago. Technically more than 8 hours ago now. This was probably like 11 hours ago or something.
Reporting live from Brussels.
Sorry, we got to skip at least a couple of stories on this. Yeah, there we go. Global news.
Russian and Belarusian militaries practicing for war. Russia's defense ministry says they're taking place in Belarus, which borders Poland, a NATO member into which around 20 Russian drones flew on Tuesday night. On Friday, Poland's interior minister says Russia is practicing aggressive warfare against his country and the EU. Russia denies that. The alliance's Secretary General says the drones were reckless.
General Kinkowicz and I are here to announce that NATO is launching Eastern Sentry.
French and Danish fighter jets and a frigate will join coordinated patrols, NATO's European commander told reporters, declining to give more details.
Eastern Sentry,
Well, we just keep getting closer and closer to World War III, don't we? Jesus Christ. Day one. Day one, no more wars. Okay, I need a quick break. Because I've gone like at least like another hour and a half. Oh God, my tea is out. I'm out of tea. Since I just got done paying bills. Like, oh wait, I know I got somebody cash apped me $5 earlier. That's right. That's enough to get more tea. Although not midstream, I can't just leave the space station to go buying tea. That's ridiculous. Wish I could do such a thing. Then I could have some like tea robot bringing me tea. That would be even more better. How do we have confetti robots and not tea robots? What kind of priorities do we have around here exactly? Apparently confetti-based priorities, clearly. All right. We're going to take a quick break, and then I'm going to try and blast through the rest of the stuff here. Maybe I can do it. I don't know. We're going to try and get through the Middle East. Israel, Gaza, West Bank, Qatar. And boy, oh boy, a lot happened with Qatar this week, didn't it? The UN, Palestinian state. Oh my God, how are you going to do this? It's impossible. We're at 10 hours and 45 minutes right now. Asia, China, Nepal, Indonesia, South Korea, Australia. Son of a bitch. Okay, quick break. Very, very quick galactic intermission, everybody. We'll be right back after these brief space messages with the final half of the show. Hope everybody has been enjoying the Spacecast today. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so that you make sure that you don't miss a single episode of the Galactic Podcast. While you're at it, do not forget that we are completely funded by individuals like you. And without donations from space fams who watch and enjoy the stream on a regular basis, we would cease to exist, and I would go floating off to that deep dark void that we call space. But thankfully, as we continue to grow, the burden on each specific space fam gets a little bit less. And with our dollars combined, we can keep the Galactic News Network funded. You know, just a couple of dollars per person would really go leaps and bounds to solving our galactic economic issues. Thankfully, we have a myriad ways for you to show your support. Keep the Galactic News Network on the air. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. That being galactic patronage on Patreon. For the low, low price, 10 cents a day, $3 a month, you can get access to a wonderland of space benefits, unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on the stream, hanging out at one of the scenes during our breaks. The pool, the bar, the lake, the street. But that's not all. Shoutouts at the end of every stream. Secret Discord channel in the Discord server. And much, much more. Anyway, chat, that's enough from me. Enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink. Maybe a snack. And I will be right back. Okay. Well, I'm back. I'm not sure I have any more energy than I did before. But I am indeed back. It's the first step in us getting back to the stream. Getting back to the final half of this week-ending report, of which we've made so much progress on. We still have the final countdown, the final push to get through. And I must not allow myself to be deterred. No, no, no. I will continue to push forward. So get back in your seat, Space Amps. Final half. It's coming, and it's coming right now. It's gonna be a short half. It's gonna be like 40 minutes. Like 40 or 50 minutes, half. Because at that point, 40 or 50 minutes in will be 11 and a half to 11 hours 40, which will give us enough time to do a a super secret late night after hours Galactic chill stream, and finally end this thing. So let's get it. Come on, let's get it. BBC News, 4 days ago. 5 people killed in Jerusalem. Shooting attack. Oh, sorry, before that. Quick, Donald Trump. What do you have to say? What's the future of the Gaza ceasefire? Sir, please, sir.
Thank you very much. I meant to go back and see you on the plane, but some things came up. Having to do with Hamas, etc. And we're working on a solution that maybe could be very good. Can you tell us?
Working on a solution that maybe could be very good. Write that down, everybody. Maybe could be very good. Concepts of a plan for a thing that might happen. Now here, 5 people killed in Jerusalem. BBC News, 4 days ago.
We're going to start this hour with that developing news out of Jerusalem. 5 people have been killed in a shooting attack there. Let's take you to the live feeds that we are getting in from the scene. This is one of them showing the emergency and security services there in the background, the buses and a bus stop. It's just gone midday. We understand this attack happened just after rush hour. 5 people killed. According to police there, 2 gunmen approached and opened fire. They were, quote, neutralized or killed. Many others were shot, injured and taken to hospital as well. And you can see here the scale of the operation and the security operation.
Okay, so this story really pissed me off. For like 10 minutes, BBC talked about it. Like, so many news organizations picked this up and did the same thing and talked about how horrifying this was, how this could happen in Jerusalem, all this other stuff. And it's just like oh, the atrocity, oh, and this civilian was murdered at gunpoint. And it's terrible. It's fucking terrible. But the thing that I could not help but think throughout this entire narrative that was talking about this shooting in Jerusalem is like, where's the media? Oh, that's right, they're not allowed in Gaza, where this is happening on a daily basis to people who are starving and have no ability to leave, who are trapped in a concentration camp meant for extermination. And we don't get that coverage. We don't get to talk about how that civilian just got fucking blasted. No, you gotta hope that somebody had a cell phone on them in the Gaza Strip and managed to get it on the internet. Whereas in Israel, all the ambulances have roads, paved roads to drive on, to take people to the hospital, to give them supplies for, hopefully saving their lives. Now, of course, not everybody's life was saved. 5 people died, and it's a tragedy. Undoubtedly. Another one of these situations that we just, Wish there was just less murdering, less killing. It would be better. But none of it's going to stop if Israel continues to do what it's been doing. Right? Like none of this killing justifies any of the other killing. The killing, all of it needs to stop. It's just such a frustrating moment right now where this is all just continuing on just into eternity with no end in sight, regardless of how much talk about ceasefire this and ceasefire that, especially considering what happened later this week, which we'll get to hopefully in a second. Let's keep this going. Here's what Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had to say after the shooting that happened in Jerusalem. Shocking to, I think, no one, Benjamin Netanyahu used this opportunity to go after people in the West Bank.
Right now, we are pursuing and encircling the villages from which the murderers came. We will reach everyone who helped them, everyone who sent them, and we will take even harsher measures. I want to say this in the clearest way possible. These murders, these attacks on all fronts do not weaken.
I mean, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. Like, it's disgusting. It's like if, you know, like 5 concentration camp guards were killed. All right, not quite. That's not quite the right analogy. It's like if 5 German citizens were killed by 5 people who broke out of the concentration camps, and then the Germans used that as justification to, you know, go after the remaining. Like, you know what I'm saying here? Like, that's basically what's happening right now. All right, so this incredibly fucking troubling story. Oh, this is why I really wish that I had more time right now. It's stories like this. Actually, it's this first is the story that I'm skipping, and then it's this next story that we have to fucking. I literally cannot get past. I literally cannot get past this. If you haven't seen this yet, buckle up.
Now, BBC investigation has found that the firm.
Buckle up. Guess who the Gaza Humanitarian Farcical Foundation, the GHF. Guess who they've been hiring? Anybody know the answer to this question? Anybody seen this story yet? Anybody? All right, let's go here. Let's talk about how the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was hiring and has been hiring, and one would assume these people are still on the ground in Gaza. They have been hiring an anti-Islamic biker gang from the United States to run aid sites in the Middle East.
Give me a joke.
BBC, 2 days ago, sorry.
Our BBC investigation has found that the firm providing armed security to guard sites where aid is distributed in Gaza has used members of a US biker gang with a history of hostility to Islam. The BBC's confirmed that members of the Infidels Motorcycle Club work for the private contractor hired by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, often known as the GHF. Well, that is, of course, the aid operation backed by Israel.
This is like sending the KKK to provide aid in the Sudan or something. This is insane. Who does this? This is perverted. This is the sort of thing. I mean, this is so mind-bogglingly beyond the pale. It's so far outside of the realm of what is supposed to be expected out of aid. Like, this is militarized hatred. And there's no wonder these guys are assisting in war crimes that Israel is committing, these literal slaughters on unarmed civilians trying to feed themselves.
And the United States. The contractor said it didn't screen people for affiliations unrelated to their job performance. The GHF said it had zero tolerance for any hateful biases or conduct. Well, I'm joined in the studio by Andy Verity, who's been working on that investigation. Andy, first of all, just tell us more about this biker gang from the evidence that you gathered.
Yeah, of course, Regina. So they take their name from Infidels Motorcycle Club, English translation of an Arabic word that I think probably isn't used that much by Muslims. The word is kafir, to refer to an unbeliever or a non-Muslim or infidel. So that's where the name comes from. It was set up by US military veterans of the Iraq War back in 2006, and it's grown rapidly since then, hundreds of members. And what's really striking is the iconography of the group. So they have a skull logo, for example, on their website until recently, of the violent Marvel comic book character, Punisher, and that's a symbol which has been appropriated by white supremacist groups. And it's inscribed with the word kafir in Arabic script. Now, some wear tattoos, Crusader cross tattoos, hats celebrating the year 1095, which, if you know your history, was the year that Pope Urban II launched the First Crusade, calling all Muslims, quotes, vile race, and urging Europeans to recapture the Holy Land. So it's a sensitive subject that they're playing on. Gang members see themselves as modern crusaders. Many have these crosses on the backs of their biker jackets, or they're tattooed on their forearms or their shoulders. And we've discovered that they're currently hosting anti-Muslim hate speech on their Facebook site, and also have previously held a pig roast in defiance of the Muslim holy month of Ramadan.
And how did these bikers get involved in running security for the GHF thousands of miles away?
Well, they're all ex-veterans, and the Infidels is mostly ex-veterans, and the attraction was the money. According to our sources and contract documents we've seen, they're paying each of them about $980 a day. That's about £720 every day, including expenses, rising to about $1,500 for team leaders. So if they're there all year, they could make hundreds of thousands of dollars.
And we've got images of some of the people in this gang. I mean,
$1,000
you identified the names of some of.
These guys are getting paid $1,000 a day to commit hate crimes in the Middle East. That is fucking insane. That is insane. This government is just enriching the most horrifying people in our society. Handing over billions of dollars to people looking to enact violence on others. People lining up for ICE jobs and GHF jobs. This is just the most horrifying thing I can think of. Your tax dollars, our tax dollars, funding this. And the global Samud flotilla, which we've been covering, was struck not once, but twice this week. This is Middle East Eye, 4 days ago.
There has been a suspected drone attack on one of the ships of the global Samud flotilla here in Tunis. It caused a fire. The fire is now out and there are no injuries. However, the ship that was attacked is the lead ship. It is the ship that was carrying Greta Thunberg. We're heading to the port now. Stay tuned for updates. We've just arrived at the port in Tunis where there has been a confirmed drone attack on one of the ships of the global Samud flotilla. All 6 passengers and crew are safe and off deck, but there is fire damage to the ship. This ship had a Portuguese flag. It was in Tunisian waters. The global Samud flotilla says that it will not be.
Okay, we're just gonna go straight to the next one. This was the first attack, then there was another one. Here's Guardian News from 3 days ago. An aid flotilla, which is seeking to break Israel's naval blockade, was attacked by a drone at Tunisia's Sidi Bou Saad port. Hold on. Attacked the second. Naval blockade to deliver humanitarian aid was attacked by a drone at Tunisia's Sidi Bou Saad port, the second such reported strike in 2 days. There we go. Israel seems pretty determined to not allow the blockade to be broken. Gazans began fleeing northern Gaza in mass earlier this week. Here's Forbes breaking news showing this exodus in the Middle East. Lines of vehicles trying to find somewhere to go as they're forced out of wherever they were into a smaller and smaller area. There you go. That was on September 9th. Showing families packing up absolutely everything, businesses, whatever else, packing up absolutely everything. Whatever they can find. And leaving the area that Israel's telling them they're not allowed to be in anymore. In their own territory, of course. Now, like I've alluded to earlier, Israel decided to strike the sovereign nation state of Qatar, a U.S. ally,
former Israeli
the
diplomat.
you know, the location where U.S. Central Command is in the Middle East. Without telling the United States, it would seem, from all reports. Essentially leaving both, the United States and Qatar completely in the dark on this strike.
Alan Pinkhas, who's going to give his view. Alan, what was your reaction to the attack on Hamas members in Qatar, first of all?
Very surprising, Alexander, because if these people deserve to die, if these people are legitimate targets, if these people were complicit in the terror attack of October 7, 2023, then why have they not been targeted until now? It's been almost 2 years. It's been 704 days, 23 months, almost 2 years. And to do this now, when there are negotiations with Hamas via Qatar, to do this now seems to have one intention and one intention only, and that is to derail any kind of ceasefire talks. Now, there are 3 things, although Noga Tarnopolsky, your correspondent...
Yep, this does absolutely derail the ceasefire talks when you illegally bomb without telling your #1 ally ahead of time, the nation that is holding literally the mediating party in the ceasefire negotiations, that's been hosting the opposing party, and you're completely aware of this. You intentionally, you try to blast those people that are literally talking about that ceasefire. Yeah, that's going to be an intentional scuttling of the ceasefire, if you ask me, or anybody sensible. And in fact, the Qatari prime minister went so far as to call this attack state terrorism.
Illegal.
Price for crossing them, and it's unlikely to pay a price anytime soon.
I've got to just interrupt because we have this news conference taking place in the Ministry of Finance. We can get over and have a listen to what the Foreign Minister is at the moment saying, or his spokesman. And here you go, Majid Al-Ansari there.
Seen as terrorism. This has targeted the headquarters or the political office of Hamas during the negotiations. The security forces and civil defense went directly under the directives of His Highness the Emir to address the situation that happened, the attack that took place on 3:46 p.m. and taking care of all those who died or were injured during this attack. We also took all the measures in order to contain the situation. In this regard, we present and express our sincere condolences to the martyr Saad al-Dusri, who died during his while he was carrying out his duties in this event. We also pray that all those who died or has been killed will be in the paradise. The state of Qatar is committed to act in a decisive way with anything that would target its territories, and will reserve the right to retaliate and will take all the needed measures to retaliate. And under the directives of His Highness the Emir, the security.
Okay, since I'm just trying to laser my way through the Earth half right now, I'm going to keep this moving. Suffice to say, the Qatari PM was pretty clearly upset about what happened and expressed a sentiment of shock and horror. Reporters had a lot of questions about this strike. It happened, surprised a lot of people. And Caroline Leavitt, back at the Ministry of Truth, was asked over whether or not the United States was informed by Israel ahead of the strike.
One more quickly on trade, Danny. Just wanted to get a bit of clarity on the sequence of events for the Doha attack and the notification. You said that the U.S. military notified, if I got it right, the Trump administration was notified by the U.S. military.
That's right.
Was the U.S. military notified by the Israeli military, or did the U.S. military detect an incoming Israeli attack on Qatar?
The U.S. military notified the White House and the President of the United States. That's all I have to share for you.
That's all I can tell you. Who knows who told them? Who knows? I have no idea. Somebody told them. But the more and more that comes out about this, it would seem that Israel basically just didn't tell the United States that it was going to do this. Striking Qatar, a U.S. ally. And now this is going to have real serious implications. Things that people may not be thinking about. But not only has Qatar been the moderating party in the ceasefire negotiations this whole time, but let's not forget where Donald Trump went in the Middle East earlier this year. Skipped over Israel. Where did he go? Qatar. And what did Qatar do? They rolled out the royal greeting for Trump. They greeted him like he was a goddamn king. They gave him a $400 million jet. And, you know, I wonder what Qatar is thinking right now, whether or not they feel completely and utterly betrayed by the United States, vicariously through Israel. Now, supposedly the United States, I think Steve Witkoff reached out to the Qataris and told them, look, we basically, Israel just, they didn't tell us about it, right? And the Qatari PM did an interview earlier this week, which we don't have time to watch. It was like 30 minutes long. But basically said, for now, that suffices as a reasonable answer on behalf of the United States, but not for Israel. It doesn't change what Israel has done, essentially. But that puts the entire peace process up in complete chaos, if not just completely scuttled, until further notice. I mean, they tried to murder the top Hamas negotiator once again. Now, Hamas claims that that actually failed. Here's BBC News 3 days ago. Hamas claims leadership survived Israeli strike on Doha.
This hour of The Context will be dominated by events in the Middle East as Israel bombs Qatar, saying the strikes were targeting senior Hamas leaders. But the attack provokes international outrage. The strikes raise questions about the future of ceasefire talks between Israel and Hamas to try to resolve the conflict in Gaza. And following the strikes, Israel's Prime Minister says there will be no immunity for Hamas leaders. We will be live in Jerusalem and Washington with analysis from experts on both sides of the Atlantic. There's international outrage over Israel's strikes on Qatar, a key mediator in the Gaza ceasefire talks targeting senior Hamas leaders. Qatar has described as baseless claims that it was notified in advance, with a Foreign Ministry spokesperson Majed Al-Ansari posting on X, statements circulating about Qatar being informed of the attack in advance are false. The call received from an American official came as explosions sounded from the Israeli attack. Well, that statement follows a White House briefing in which reporters were told that the president's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, was directed to warn Qatar that the attacks were coming after Washington was alerted by the U.S. military. Pictures from Doha show a badly damaged building.
Okay, we don't have time to listen to this whole thing, and I have no idea where they start talking about about how Hamas survived in this thing. But Hamas claimed that the leadership had survived it, that a couple of aides died, basically. But that's it. That and some civilians, and also a Qatari official died, or a Qatari secretary to an official died, something like that. But let's just remember what Qatar is. It is a completely developed, Arab nation, Gulf nation. With views like this. This was the view from Doha, where one of these strikes occurred. I mean, look at it. So yeah, let's keep this moving. Back home in the United States, around the same time, a little bit before, Donald Trump was at Joe's Seafood in Washington, D.C., buying $200 a plate king crab, or stone crab, whatever it is they were selling. I can't remember. That was one expensive restaurant.
This is Democracy Now!,
Nope, sorry,
democracynow.org.
Can't do it. Literally can't do it. This happened at Joe's Seafood while Donald Trump was trying to enjoy himself. That's right, people showed up to Joe's Seafood, of all places, to protest Donald Trump for free Palestine, calling Donald Trump the Hitler of our time.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Free DC! Free Palestine! Trump is the Hitler of our time! Free DC! Free Palestine!
I like how Donald Trump, I like how he points like that. I love how he does. He's like, point, let's go, get out of here. And then when they don't go, he like motions to the team. He's like, get them out of here, get rid of them, like an angry orange Karen. Get the nasty people out of here. No porters allowed at Joe's Seafood.
Time to go. Trump is the Hitler of our time! Greetings, free Palestine! You should all be ashamed that he was welcomed here! He's terrorizing communities in
Let's go, time to go.
He's terrorizing communities all over the world! From Puerto Rico to the Philippines, to Palestine, to Venezuela! He is terrorizing communities! He is not welcome to D.C. He's not.
You tell him, lady. You tell him. Ugh, Jesus.
Palestine is not for sale. Free Palestine.
Boo, it is for sale. Boo, go fuck yourself, lady. We're buying Palestine. That's why. Who boos that? Who boos that? Who boos Palestine is not for sale? People who literally think Palestine is for sale. Nadia Yvette Chambers with a sweet, sweet super chat. Haven't seen one of those in a while. In euros now. The currency continues to change. Hannah Cairo proved the Mizo Hata Takeuchi conjecture, and the right wing was a hair's breadth from eliminating all U.S. trans people vis-a-vis Kirk. Charlie Kirk, I assume. Not Captain, one would assume. And no one cared. I don't know about no one. How were you defining the word no one? Some people cared. Perhaps not enough. Also don't know what the Mizohata Takeuchi conjecture is. I do know that Charlie Kirk wanted to get rid of all the trans people. And basically that's just all Republicans at this point. Not just Charlie. Like 98.7%. Okay, we went through the protests. Israel continued to demolish. How are we doing on time? Oh, Jesus Christ almighty. Just gotta keep it going. Just gotta keep it moving. Israel's been continuing to demolish buildings in the Gaza Strip. Let's go here. Al Jazeera English 2 days ago. Israel strikes another Gaza City tower as attacks continue.
And in Gaza, Israeli forces have killed at least 14 people, including a child, since dawn on Wednesday. One of the strikes hit tents sheltering displaced Palestinians in the Al Nasser area. Injured people were rushed to hospitals already overwhelmed and understaffed. Israeli forces are intensifying their attacks on Gaza City, warning they plan to seize it. And let's go now to Hani Mahmoud, who is live for us in Gaza.
It's good to see Hani Mahmoud still alive. I'm not gonna lie. That's good enough for me. Next video. I just gotta keep this moving, people. We are on the fucking... I'm on the clock right now. Oh, not on the clock, but I'm on the countdown, the final countdown. We're 11 minutes, 11 hours, 26 minutes, and 18 seconds in to this stream. We still got more to cover. All right, let's go here. To Al Jazeera English, 17 hours ago. The United Nations backs a two-state solution in overwhelming vote.
You are not funny.
Whoops, wrong sound shot.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
All right, let's do this. We can get through these, I swear to God. We can get through the most important of these, so I can feel halfway accomplished. Just got a goddamn phone call. Ridiculous time right now.
The United Nations General Assembly has just voted overwhelmingly in favor of a declaration outlining steps toward a two-state solution for Israel and Palestine. Kristen Salumi joins us now from the United Nations in New York. Kristen, I mean, this comes, less than 24 hours after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there would never be a Palestinian state. So what does this all mean?
Well, it shows an incredible amount of pushback from the international community, which, as you noted, overwhelmingly voted to move forward with a conference on the two-state solution during high-level week of the General Assembly in just under 2 weeks' time here. 142 UN member states have now expressed their support for this. Only 10 voted against it. A dozen or so countries abstained. It supports not only this conference, but the declaration for the conference, which was worked out by France and Saudi Arabia.
Okay. Big move here in the UN. With this vote overwhelmingly being approved on the Palestinians. What those two states would look like, I mean, who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows? But in the wake of that, Israel and IDF forces conducted mass detentions. Hundreds of Palestinians in the West Bank just picked up and disappeared into jails, detention centers.
Illegal.
These Palestinian men are detained by the Israeli military. Dragged from shops, cafes and public places, they're forced to march around the city of Tulkarem in the north of the occupied West Bank. Yet another Israeli attempt to instill fear and humiliation and impose control over Palestinians. Mass detentions started at midday on Thursday and continued on Friday. Pharmacist Yazid Sarghali says soldiers ordered everyone out of his store.
They forced us to put our arms on one another like this. There were 7 of us, 4 employees and 3 customers. They made us walk for around 100 meters. Then they raided a home and arrested another 2 people and made them join us. As we walked, the army was raiding houses, one by one, detaining any men they found and making them join us.
Here, Palestinians are...
There we go. They're rounding them up. If there were trains, they'd be using them. If they could put all the Palestinians in boxcars and ship them off to, I don't know, say Poland, they'd be doing it. Not only have they been doing mass detentions, they've also been continuing with those destructions just by airstrike, leveling buildings all across the strip. Jesus fucking Christ. There's people right here. Zero regard for humans. at all. It is disgusting. Okay, we gotta do like one last video. I wish I could do more because I had so much other shit. But if I go any further, we won't even get a late night after stream, and that would be unacceptable, as that is part, of course, of our routines around here, and with such a long stream. And such a difficult week. I think we need a super secret late night hour or after hours galactic chill stream more than ever, perhaps. I need some serious chill. Let's go to Nepal, where there wasn't exactly a ton of chilling this week, as mass protests took over the streets and some government buildings. Really, and what seems to have been to some degree, I think there's two things happening here. It's people recognizing the corruption that's going on in their governments, and or increased actions of corruption going on in their governments, but simultaneously seeing other people around them, people like them, also doing the same thing. You saw it in Bangladesh. I mean, Bangladesh and Nepal are practically next door neighbors. Bangladesh last year. Indonesia happening right now, has been happening for the last month, and then Nepal. It's like one after the other after the other. Malaysia has been having big protests now too.
Right now, I'm in front of Singapore Central Administration Office, where Prime Minister Office and various other ministry offices are also here. So after vandalizing, after capturing, after setting them into the fire to the building, everyone is
singing and celebrating what they are calling a victory, even as Nepal faces one of its toughest moments. Yesterday, massive Gen Z-led protests against corruption, nepotism, and a social media ban turned deadly. At least 19 people were killed and dozens injured after a heavy police crackdown. Tens of thousands flooded the street, blocking roads, storming office. Even for a while, the mood felt united, powerful, but by night, it shifted. Hotels, shops were looted and set on fire. With no clear leader, the moment feels unpredictable, and the country left wondering what comes next.
All right, one more on these protests. France 24. 2 days ago. Final video of the night. Great job, everyone.
Nepal remains under curfew. Troops are patrolling the streets, threatening to crack down without hesitation on any new demonstrations or acts of vandalism. Burnt-out cars and buildings remain, serving as a reminder of the public's anger, which has not completely subsided despite Tuesday's resignation of Prime Minister Sharma Oli.
They ruled for several years. They deceived the poor and spent citizens' money for their own profit.
Despite the damage, it's a historic revolution that's awakened me and my compatriots. Everything will change with the fall of the government. From now on, citizens will get their fair share.
The Gen Z protest.
A lot of optimism coming out of people. Now, as of earlier today, the curfew was lifted, and things are calm for now. But at the end of all of this, over 50 people died. Over 50 people died in these protests. Well, somehow we did it. We got through the whole frickin' street. I mean, we skipped over a lot. We glazed over. But we hit practically every goddamn topic I wanted to cover today. It only took 11 hours and 36 minutes and 36 seconds. So, no big deal at all. Well, we got through another stream. It was epically long and incredibly difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Cali Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoap, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, B. Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Riga, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, and Carl Gaslightocracy. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. All right, I see the requisite number of ones. The number of ones needed for us to begin the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream. So that's going to begin in 3, 2, 1, go. Look at that, people. Left with 20 minutes of galactic chillaxing. Then this stream is over. My God. So long. Such a long stream.
Doing today, whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster, you can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now, let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election, those arguments will not be made again. And I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren, and children all over this country, to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept, that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt, makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair amendment. Mr. President, on top of that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the President, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost, Mr. President, our Treasury, raise the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. I know the Vice President recently made the point this was originally a Republican idea. Now, why did the Republicans come up with this idea? Well, these are exactly the same people who don't believe in Social Security. These are the same people who either want to make significant cuts in Social Security or else they want to privatize Social Security entirely. And here's the point. They understand that if we divert funding that is supposed to go into the Social Security Trust Fund, which is what this payroll tax holiday does,